So guys, welcome our channel. After long time, what if Naruto gets sealed away from high school DxD world movie? Boring. When I learned about you, who was so excessively boring, I laughed out of disappointment. So this is my rival. I give up. If your parents had at least been magicians, then maybe the story would change a bit. That's right. How about this kind of setting? You can become an Avenger. The boy with white armor said, taunting the other brown-haired boy standing in front of him. His voice was laid back, but his words were not without the intensity. This boy was Valley Lucifer, the possessor of the sacred gear Divine Dividing. The person now wielding the power of one of the strongest dragons of all time, the Emperor of White Dragon. The one known as Albion. The brown-haired boy was visibly flustered. In the first look he seemed to be absolutely ordinary, albeit with a nice lean body. He was Issei. The eye would fall upon the red gauntlet in his left hand. The entire gauntlet was pulsing with pure power. The boy was confused at the calm remark his opponent just made, but behind him the pack of other girls and boys gasped because the meaning were clear to them. The ones standing behind were Rias Gremory, beautiful girl with flowing crimson hair. A devil of high birth and her peerage. They wanted to join the fight but at the same time were afraid of Valley. Anyone with half a brain could understand that the favor was totally inside of him, but his next words changed the entire scenario.
I'll kill your parents. If I do that, your personal history will become a little more interesting. If your parents are killed by a valuable existence like me, don't you think you'll be able to openly devote yourself to a solemn destiny? Yeah, I'll do that. After all, your parents will, from now on as well, live ordinarily, grow old ordinarily, and die ordinarily. The setting I spoke of is much more brilliant than such a boring life. Right.
Now finally light of understanding flashed in his eye. His expression changed in the blink of an eye to the murderous rage. I, Azazel, the governor of the fallen angels, felt a strange excitement build up in my body. I could sense the time of showdown between Red and White Dragon Emperor was drawing closer, and although I was quite sure that this was not to be the final fight, I could not help being excited. For centuries I have witnessed the fight between the Red and the White, but never before I knew them personally. I am going to kill you, you bastard, Issei hissed, his killing intent pouring off him in waves. Just as you said. My father is an ordinary office worker who works from morning to evening for our family. My mother is an ordinary housewife who makes delicious food for our family morning, noon and evening. However, they raised me up to this point. To me, they're the best parents. Now this was a feeling I could not understand, never having a parent myself, but I knew the time had come. I heard Issei pouring off his hatred and his rage. I had always known there was something in this boy, and this proved my point. This was one boy with the greatest affinity for love I have witnessed in all my years. No, not the greatest, there was one more boy. A boy who lived when the world was young. My memory of the time was hazy at best because it was in the early days. I still had my white wings then. Thinking of that time really makes me nostalgic.
The boy and his people were not from any of the known continents. They called it the elemental countries. It was a rich land full of strong warriors who would not lose to any of the heroes of the Europe. Then the war came. Facing against the power of their ancestor, they resisted. That boy led them for love, for friendship. He sacrificed everything, but the gods were not satisfied even then, and the war sunk the continent deep below the ocean, save for a small island country.
The island country I was now standing upon, my mind was once more brought back to attention as I witnessed a furious battle of two armor-clad teens, each one carrying enough power to destroy the town a few times over if they go all out. I could see Valley playing with Issei, taunting him, but deep down in my heart I knew he was making a mistake. This was not a boy who thought with normal brain like others, and the brat proved me right just then. He charged straight through the barrage of magic bullets, not even bothering to dodge anything, and landed a straight punch to the face. But the reaction was unexpected as Valley bent double in pain, and I realized it. The boy had used the power of Ascalon. Seriously, Michael, did you foresee it the same way as I did? Still, I was surprised even further as I saw the boy use his gift on the wings of light coming off Valley's back, and I understood the plan. The boy overloaded Valley's body and went into offensive. Then I felt something coming from deep within the ground. It was absorbing the excess power Valley was pouring out desperately, but the feel of the power was not of a dragon. It felt familiar somehow, only that I failed to recall the power. Impossible, don't tell me that the true Kyuubi was sealed here, I heard Michael whisper, and in a flash everything became clear. The beginning of the yokai race was in the elemental country from one single entity known as Ten-Tailed Beast. From it 9 different yokais were born, all with power far eclipsing the power of the Dragon Kings. In the war that devastated the elemental country, 7 of these beasts were sealed to bring back the original beast. Still, there were 2 beasts that never were captured. Gyuki the eight-tailed beast was freed from his burden, and in time other beasts rose in power to take their places as the kings and queens, as the original beasts were lost. All except one. The strongest beast, Kyubi, who was sealed in the boy I was thinking about earlier. If this is his power, then it means the boy was never dead and he is now waking up. I prepared for war once more, and from the aura manipulation I could feel the Devil Kings and Michael following my suit. Every one of Rias' group was in the ground suffocating under the outpour of the massive power well. I could not blame them. I could see the earth cracking in places, but in the air the two dragons were still fighting. They never change even before being sealed. They were like this, I thought, watching Ice foolishly embed the white crystal in his own gauntlet. I knew of course what he was doing, but the idiot didn't know how much chance there was that he might die just then. In a minute I had to admit the boy had luck. Now he had a white gauntlet in his right arm. But before the two could do any more, something odd happened. The ground parted and in a flash two golden arms shot out of the ground, grabbing the two of them and throwing them aside. The surprising part was the arms were made of concentrated aura. Not everyone could use aura-like parts of their body, even I could not manipulate it that way. What do you reckon? Do we attack at the first sight or ask questions? Sirazech spoke. Several balls of demonic power was already floating in the air by him. I was hesitating. I had looked over the boy for a long time and I wanted desperately to trust him. Still, if he turned hostile we will have a lot of trouble stopping him. The decision I took was perhaps a bit foolish.
We wait, I said firmly. Every breath seemed like a lifetime when a body finally came out of the hole in the ground. He was just as I remembered him. His bright golden hair and eyes like twin pools of deep cerulean blue. His favorite orange jumpsuit was in tatters. I knew that he was not fully conscious yet and watched as the golden aura sunk deep into his body. For a minute I saw him look right in my eyes before he fell down unconscious.
Well, that went well, Seraphal Leviathan said. She was a beautiful young girl wearing a magical girl costume that showed her legs well. Sure it did, Sirazech commented, the orbs vanishing in the air. He went close to the blonde, forming a bed underneath him with demonic power. I looked over to Rias and her peerage, who stood guard over the still unconscious Issei.
Valley was waking up with his power. I didn't expect him to stay down for long. It was only due to the effect of the Dragon Slayer he was knocked out in the first place. But this time another new guy had appeared in the place without me looking. It was a man wearing armor that would be worn by a military commander of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. I knew him by the flavor of his aura. It was that of the supreme yokai victorious fighting Buddha. He was the descendant of Son Goku,
the first yokai to fill the void left by the tailed beasts. Valley, I have come for you, he spoke. So it's Bhikkhu. What have you come for? Valley stood up while wiping away the blood from his mouth. Isn't that cruel? I made a long journey and came all the way to this island country because my partner is in a pinch, you know. The other guys were making a fuss at headquarters, you know. Because we're joining together to fight the northern country gods. You were supposed to flee and return right away if the mission failed, right? Catalia failed to assassinate Michael, Azazel, and Lucifer, right? In that case, your observation role is also over. Come back with me. I see, so it's already time, and we watched calmly as they left. After all, there were more things at play here than what met the eyes. I have brought up Valley and I know him better than any other guy. He was not going to take orders from anyone. But even as they left I looked at the boy lying unconscious on a magical mattress. His presence here changed the course of fate, and I was not sure whether it was a good thing or not. After all, different didn't always meant bad things, just like our alliance with our mortal enemies. Sirazech ordered his sister to take the boy with them as he himself waited with us for the arrival of our army. Rias was the only one in the room when the unconscious blonde opened his eyes. She tensed for a moment. Barely conscious or not, she wanted to take no chances with the boy. The raw display of power knocking out two of the strongest beings in one shot. This boy had definitely more than what met the eyes. Just looking at the person lying in the sofa, no one could guess how powerful he truly was. Although on the surface he looked just as unassuming as Eyes or Kiba, she was aware for her kind looks always was a lie. So our guest is awake already? That's a good sign. Rias was shaken out of her thoughts when her brother's voice shook him out of her stupor. Elder brother, why are you still here? Her voice quivered. She was proud of her heritage and her brother, but he was the ruler of Underworld, so his presence here was really a bad sign for the anti-faction. I had to be here. I had to ensure that his presence here bode no ill omen for my home. Sirazech was a very calm man in most of the time. Even now he was keeping his worries and tension behind his mask of confidence, and beside him was the tall and enigmatic governor of the fallen angels. Who are you people? The new voice surprised all three of them as they looked to see the blonde now sitting up. Naruto could feel his voice cracking from lack of use. How long had it been? 1 or 2 decades? Who are you guys and where am I? He asked again. Naruto felt weak. His body felt heavy. He tried to stand up only to fall down. Easy there, the tall black-haired male said before holding out his hand. It was strong. Not buff, but muscles in there were totally solid, almost like Guy or Rock Lee. The man dragged him upright easily before settling him down on the sofa. Hello Naruto-kun. I am Azazel. It is nice to meet you after 3,000 years. Naruto could not believe his ears. He could understand knowing his name. He was famous after all. But 3,000 years made no sense. You are kidding? He croaked out loud. No one can live that long. Wrong. No mortal can live that long. This time it was the other guy with red flaming hair who spoke. That actually gave Naruto pause. He had faced demonic beings before, ageless and immortal beings. He had seen sage toads over 1,000 years old. He harbors a being inside his body that is over millennium old. Kurama could not believe his senses. These people were not lying. They were not mortal. The quality of the aura the black-haired man possessed was almost as old as he. Unlike his host, Kurama was not unaware this entire time. Being a mass that is connected to the chakra pathways of the world, he could sense the passage of time. He is telling the truth, boy. He intervened, finally knowing that Naruto will hear it. The booming voice of his oldest companion shook Naruto off his trance. He trusted Kurama with his life, and if he was saying that these odd men were not mortal, then there was 100% possibilities that he indeed right. But that led to the question, were they hostile or not, and he had just the way to check it. Rias tensed at once as she felt the same aura from yesterday appear. Although the amount was extremely small, there was no mistaking the feeling of power in the aura. She looked at her brother for instruction, but the new Lucifer was just as calm as before. No need to worry, my friend, we are not enemies. Azazel spoke slowly and calmly. I know. The answer was plain and simple, and everyone could see the change in his posture. No longer he felt weak or tired. In his place was a man guarded but with an unmistakable aura of power. Rias Levis Sirazech commanded as he also took a seat in the sofa facing Naruto directly while Azazel remained standing. Page break. Naruto was shocked into silence. How do you even believe that everything you have worked for is gone? Every fight I fought was for nothing, so I have nothing else to live for, he whispered out to himself, and the feeling hurt much more than he even wanted to imagine. Well, that depends on how you see the world. The words came from Azazel, who was watching the blonde with the greatest interest. First of all, you need to learn the world as it truly is. This time it was Sirazech who said to that. There is another world that overlaps with your own. One where supernatural beings exist, angels, devils and fallen angels. It's not some fancy dream. I am a devil myself, more specifically the ruler of devils, the new Lucifer. And Azazel once used to be an angel, but now he is the governor of fallen angels. For years we have watched over the earth and the mortals. You intrigue us. Despite of being weak, you possess a tenacity and will not seen in anywhere else. But now we have peace, or almost peace. You have done what we're meant to do. Now you can take rest. The words meant almost nothing to Naruto except tell that he was a small fish on a large pond. And how do you suppose I do that? Everything I knew is over. Every single damn thing I cared about is gone. I am the lone relic of a long-gone era. Naruto did not want to be awake. He wanted to go back to the darkness, back to the silence. I need time to think, but thank you, he spoke, finally standing up from the sofa and leaving the room. Page break. For hours Naruto walked along the streets of the city. Full of life, joy and warmth. In a lot of ways it was not so unlike Konoha. While definitely some buildings were twice as high as the Hokage building, most were still much like the small home-like structures he had witnessed ages ago. But one thing he could sense, or rather could not sense, that was the distinct hum of chakra. How can the chakra become extinct? That one thing is the life force of us of the other freaks I could understand, but how can a human live without it? Naruto was confused, and he was not the only one. This indeed makes no sense, but that can wait. I can sense a hostile power looming close. Kurama's booming voice stopped him. While Naruto could sense the evil intents to a degree without resorting to his tenet's power, it was nothing compared to what the great beast was capable of. Let him come. I can deal with any who comes in my way. Naruto thought back to Kurama. He was more than confident in his powers, and with the age of shinobi gone, there was no way anyone could match his combat prowess. And even if they could, the worst they have to offer will be the greatest gift I can have now. Naruto was tired. He was tired of fighting an endless war his whole life. The fourth shinobi war was supposed to be when he won his long-deserving rest, but instead he was thrust in a foreign world, and now someone was attempting to attack him. The motherfucker was in for a great deal of pain, of that much he was certain. He stopped in his tracks, waiting for whoever it was daring to approach him. Page break. Naruto watched keenly the area he was sure the being was coming from, but the only thing that came out was a small black cat. Now any other person would have been lured into a false sense of security, but not Naruto, as he had sensed accurately the small change in direction. The swing of the scythe hit only air, missing the blonde completely. The Grim Reaper was astonished. He had sensed a soul long overdue and hunted, but the attack was evaded now. If this was some devil or fallen angel, then he could understand, but it made no sense. The being was surely a human. Naruto watched the being closely. He was wearing a black hooded robe and carrying a scythe, much like Hidan once did. He could sense a strange kind of power emanating from the person, but he could not identify it. He created a shadow clone seal less. It felt good to have used chakra after so many days. It felt liberating somehow. He himself kept his presence hidden, slowly absorbing the chakra of the world, activating his powerful sage mode. The eyes changed into the eyes of a toad as a yellowish pigment appeared below his eyes. He watched the attacker. He had a different life signature from anything he had seen so far. That alone put him in alert. Following his silent command, the shadow clone appeared at the back of the being, but keeping a fair distance to avoid the deadly weapon. The plan was simple: to seek an opening and defeat. He didn't want to kill. There were a lot of things he needed to know first. "Why are you attacking me without reason?" the shadow clone hissed out, only to lean back and avoid the attacking swipe from the scythe. Naruto frowned. There was no way that scythe could reach him. Then what was the attack? Was it similar to how he himself elongated blades by the application of chakra? Two more clones appeared beside him before vanishing in a burst of speed. Two Rasengans forming in their hands before they slammed in the robed figures back, throwing him to the ground. Now Naruto was sure any mortal would die from taking hit of a Rasengan unless using some protective jutsu, but this creature only groaned in pain before standing up again. This time he moved himself. Dodging the furious swipes of the scythe, he moved in the creature's range. He slammed his fist into the humanoid's chest before hitting it with a sage chakra-powered Rasengan that did the job. Now as he stood in front of the downed attacker trying to figure out what he should do next, he would have to interrogate the being, but that was a given. The question was where to do that. The only viable solution was to bring this creature to Sirozech and Azazel. They were certainly friendly. Page break. "So what can you tell me about the freak unconscious over there?" Naruto asked Azazel, seeing as the other man was not there anymore. Azazel just had his suspicions were confirmed as he watched the unconscious Grim Reaper. From the amount of aura, the Grim Reaper was medium level, but that meant he was as strong as the high-level devil, and Naruto had defeated him without resorting to much more powerful attacks he possessed. With the threat of Chaos Brigade looming all over the world, he wanted to have the blonde on their side. "The one you just called freak is a Grim Reaper, an agent working for the God of Death," Azazel said, revealing the skull that was the symbol of every Reaper. "They hunt the deceased souls with their scythe, but I don't know why this one attacked you. The only thing I do know, however, is there will be a lot more of them after you, and all of them will be stronger than this one." Naruto could detect the faint bit of fear as well as excitement in the tone of the taller man, and his curiosity was piqued. He went to face the robed being, now identified as a Grim Reaper. He did not want to admit, even after facing all of the nine-tailed beasts in combat, the hollow eye sockets chilled his spine. "What about the scythe?" "It is not an ordinary weapon," he spoke. The amount of energy imbued in the weapon was not certainly normal. Azazel nodded. He was impressed at the perception level of the shinobi. "No, it is not. This weapon is tied to his life force and acts as a homing beacon. One scratch from it and any mortal soul will perish." Naruto contemplated the words. He knew what a homing beacon was, and if the man was serious, then within moments he will be neck deep in Grim Reapers. He was not afraid of death, but he was not exactly looking forward for it as well. Not when he didn't know what he was being hunted for. Azazel looked the blonde's jaw tightening before adding, "But you don't have to worry. I have added several barriers to the building now. No Reaper can sense this building even if they stand outside." Azazel turned to face the Reaper, now waking up. Forming a small dagger of light in his hand, he stabbed it in the Reaper's shoulder blade. The skull's eye sockets glowed in rage as he swallowed the pain without a grunt of pain. "Who sent you after him?" Azazel whispered, applying pressure on the dagger, driving it deeper. "No one," the Reaper hissed, its voice cold and furious. "He is a soul long beyond his time, and he carries two souls. That is illegal for a mortal." This actually stopped Azazel cold. He had not considered the ramification of a mortal so old. This went against the old laws as it was, and he needed to play his hand soon. He created a spear in his other hand and drove it straight through the Reaper's skull, destroying every trace of the being. What did he mean? "That's illegal." Naruto was frowning by now. Azazel contemplated the words he was about to say. "Naruto, More than 2,000 years ago, after the Great War between the religions had ended, and then some rules were formed to protect the world so that the end war didn't begin early. Your very being disturbs those laws. Your existence as a being that is more than 3,000 years old is against the law. Your soul has escaped the tides of time over it, and that is the problem. I don't know how you survived all those years without so much as the scratch of time on it. That should be impossible even for someone like us. Azazel paused. Naruto. I am sure that man is not telling the whole truth. While I don't sense any ill intention from him, I am sure he is not without his plans. Kurama, the mightiest of the tailed beasts' voice boomed in Naruto's head. So what do you suggest? Naruto thought back. Let me talk to him directly. Kurama grinned. The fallen angel was strong, almost as strong as his host, and he wanted to have a go at him. I am Azazel. You guessed it right, the fallen angel dude. You know, I always was not a fallen angel. There was a time when my wings were as white as snow, but those days are long gone, and to be truthful, I do miss those days. I was born from the Creator's curiosity. That's what I represented, his endless thirst for knowledge, thirst to create and learn. As one of the very first of my kind, I was strong, and like all of them I inherited the battle prowess and lust for it. The early days were peaceful as I remember them, when all I cared for was watching the humans interact with each other and learn as much as I can, but as an angle I could not perceive their emotions, and that left me frustrated. Then I found that land. The land cursed by the gods themselves. The humans there lived under the constant warfare. Peace was an alien concept to them. Surprisingly enough, they still loved. They still smiled, and that piqued my interest. How a species so fragile can burn with so much life energy. Watching over them changed me before I could know it. I was no longer an angle. I was able to feel their emotions, and I liked it. Slowly there was more like me who could learn their ways, who wanted to feel the joy and passion like the mortals. The Creator and my brethren despised us. They deemed us unworthy, and we were banished. That was 2,000 years ago. That was when Grigori was born. The fallen angels we named ourselves. In a way it was liberating. The chains of the angel race no longer bound us, and we were free to interact with mortals. Now before me stood the last remnant of that age, of the people who unknowingly gave birth to the fallen angels. The power in his veins was filling my consciousness with battle lust, and I longed to test my mettle against him. Page break. Naruto was disoriented for a moment when was transferred suddenly. It was a lot like the flying thunder god jutsu, only that this used something different than chakra. He fixed his eyes on the figure floating ahead. His 12 pitch black wings spread, blocking light. Naruto didn't need to tap in Kurama's chakra to know the battle lust this man was pouring off, and his elongated canines bared in a smirk. Welcome to the training field of the Grigori. Here we can let loose without a thought for the surroundings. Azazel spoke, his hand clutching a spear formed of condensed light. If you want to know the truth or want my help, you will have to prove worthy. Can you do that, Lord of the Yokai? He spoke, his eyes fixed on the man on the ground. The man smirked, and at the same instant Azazel felt a rapidly approaching source of power. He sidestepped to dodge a big ball of spiraling energy held in the hand of an identical-looking copy of the man. Without missing a beat, he drove the spear straight through his back, and the body just disappeared in smoke. Shadow clones. They always were your favorite technique, Azazel commented dryly, forming another spear in his hand and throwing it at Naruto. Yes, but doesn't mean that was all I could do, Naruto replied back, vanishing from his place in burst of speed, dodging the spear effortlessly. Azazel was shocked as found the man right before him in the air, wrapped in a golden shroud of flames. Patterns of seal running all over his body. Oh fuck, he thought as the shinobi swung his fist at him with all the power of a rampaging rhino. The hit threw Azazel through the air until he managed to gain control of his flight. There was already a bruise marring his handsome face. You are good, but I am better, he taunted, raising his hand and concentrating his aura around the palm. Naruto tensed as bolts of light spears flew at him in rapid speeds. He pushed his Kurama's chakra-induced speed to the maximum as he dodged them left and right, slowly closing the distance, but this was easier said than done, as soon enough Azazel added his another palm to the game and the number of the light arrows multiplied. You have run enough this time, show this winged freak what a host of the tailed beast can do. Kurama's voice echoed in Naruto's mind. The ancient beast burning with battle lust infecting him as well. As you wish, partner, Naruto thought back. The chakra shroud around him bubbled as countless arms formed of pure chakra shot out. He concentrated hard on his chakra as the chakra arms formed Rasengans. Azazel was surprised as his onslaught of light arrows was met head-on with those spiraling sphere of chakra. He concentrated harder and the speed of formation of arrows increased, but even then it was a deadlock. The boy was better than he had expected. In the hindsight, it was his mistake. He had seen the boy fight before, and he should have known that he didn't give up no matter what the odds were. If this continues, then I would need to use my balance breaker, Azazel thought, but at once corrected himself as he saw the barrier around the field breaking from the outpouring of the power. He was not fighting for life and death no matter what his instincts told him. He clenched his palms in a fist, stopping the arrows, but that proved to be a mistake as a lone chakra hand with the sphere approached him. Azazel did the only thing he could think of. He wrapped his wings around him in a protective cocoon. Naruto saw the arrows stop, but he was too late to stop the chakra arm from shoving the Rasengan to Azazel's body. However, he need not worry as the Rasengan failed to penetrate the winged defense and he let the attack fizzle out. I hope you have seen enough, Naruto yelled, still wrapped in the tailed beast chakra shroud. Oh yeah, I have seen more than enough, Azazel spoke, gliding down, his wings smoking from blocking the powerful attack. Then you owe me some answers, Naruto spoke, still not letting his guard down. Azazel cursed inside as he noticed the change in attitude of the ninja. His stupid battle lust had almost managed to alienate the one he need on his side. I am sorry, but truly I held no ill intention toward you, he spoke, drawing back his wings inside his back. Naruto locked his eyes to the black-haired fallen angel. I know that already. In this form I can feel your emotions and you were burning with pure battle urge. Just like now you were full of guilt. He had no grudge for the fight, in fact he was proud to hold his own against one of the strongest supernatural existences. The only reason he was pissed because the man had tried to hide secrets from him. Born and brought up in the veil of secrecy, very few men understood the importance of secrets better than him, and he hated when someone kept secrets from him, secrets that could very well claim his life. Naruto, as long as you live as a human the Grim Reapers will keep hunting you and there is no way to stop it. The only alternative is to give up on your humanity. I didn't want to tell you this because I didn't want to appear as I am doing it only to manipulate you. I wanted you to discover it yourself. Azazel spoke, to be truthful, I am tired of the wars between angels. Fallen angels and devils. I am tired of watching my comrades fade into nothing. Unlike you, we don't get a burial or a grave, we scatter in thousand little particle and fade away, so I proposed peace, and for the first time in all of creation it appeared that true peace will occur. The words reminded Naruto of the time when he stood side by side with the shinobi of all the ninja villages fighting to protect the freedom of the people. Once before he had faced overwhelming odds and then he had prevailed even at the cost of countless sacrifices. Was it worth it? He asked. Azazel didn't really get the question, but he knew more question was about to follow. I was not there for the aftermath of the great devastation. I don't even remember if we won or lose, so I want to know if there was anything good coming out of it. Did we really succeed? Naruto spoke. He was tired. He was going to get involved in a war that reminded him of his past. Why does it matter? Azazel asked, truly confused. Even after watching the mortals for over 3 millenniums, he was surprised at the working of their brains. Even Valley still surprised him, and he brought him up from 2-year-old. The war tore apart the continent. You had won, but not without a price. There were no elemental countries, no hidden villages anymore. The life that you knew was gone with the war. The remaining shinobis decided to give up on the violence. So in a way you won, but the era is not as gone as you expect. There are still links and you need to discover them yourself. But as a being over 4,000 years, I have learned a valuable lesson. Don't look back on your decisions. The only thing you can do is look forward. Azazel spoke. Page break. Azazel Pav. I felt like a fucking hypocrite telling the kid to keep looking forward when even now I would think of the regrets I have. I had learned one thing, that Naruto, despite all of his pretenses and harsh past, still retained a bit of his innocence and passion that made him so unpredictable and dangerous. Here was someone I needed desperately on the Gremory team. With the Red Heavenly Dragon they will be going through countless strong battles, and I seriously hope that having Naruto as a support will help Aiz grow to his full potential. And in a way I knew Naruto's greatest desire. In his entire life he wanted one thing, a family. I believed that Rias and her servants can truly fill up the void, and more than ever he needed it. Page break. Trust me kid, you are not the only one who has bloody past. Azazel spoke, letting out a sigh. The girl you saw when you first woke up is Rias Gremory. Her team is full of people with past like you, and still they are like a family. I am not telling you to decide anything, in the end it's all your decision. Naruto heard the words, but truly they were meaningless. He had stopped taking words on face value. The only question that remained, what was he supposed to do? He knew almost next to nothing of this world and already had a bounty on his head. Kurama, what do you suggest? Naruto thought he was lost. Even in his tenure as shinobi he never faced situation like this. What do you have to lose? Try them. I can sense no ill intention from this fallen angel, and maybe in that place you will have what you searched all your life. The void in your mind will be finally filled. Kurama's voice replied back. But giving up on my humanity. Will that not be a greater price than what I am willing to pay? Naruto thought he could read through the lines and he knew exactly what Azazel wanted from him. Boy, you have not been human for your entire life. You always were something different, marked by the fates. Remember the grand old geezer of a toad. You have not fulfilled your destiny yet. The fight is still going on. Kurama's words were true, still it hurt. In a way it was the thing Obito spoke of. The identity that he had built over years had just been taken from him in one moment, and that hurt more than he wanted. He took a deep breath, recalling the words his godfather had taught him during his travels. He used to say that when life placed you in a situation where you don't know what to do, just follow your heart. Even if it went against you. Have ever learned? Naruto had always believed those words, and once more he decided to trust his late mentor. Azazel, I want to know them and I want them to know me. Then I will decide if I want to join you or not, but there is one thing I will need. Naruto took a deep breath. You will have to be completely honest with me. I have lived a life of secrecy and this time I want no more of it. Azazel always knew Naruto would ask for this and he had no reason to deny his request. I will, so long as it is something that will concern you or those you come to think as your family. I will share everything with you. Naruto nodded before holding his fist high. Azazel smirked. It was a strange gesture that the original Hachibi host had designed to share the feelings. The weird part was years later the gesture was famous amongst the youth. He bumped his fist with the host of First Kyuubi, the rightful lord of yokai. Naruto had returned with the enigmatic fallen angel leader to the familiar building once more. He had decided to get to know this Rias person a chance. If Kurama felt there was merit to the suggestion and finally he could have a family, then he was all for it. The first thing he noticed upon the return trip was the life force surrounding the building. There was an aura of happiness surrounding the building now. Azazel strode into the building, motioning him to follow behind. The sun was rising by then and first light of the day filled Naruto with hope. Rias was arguing to her second-in-command and her childhood friend Akeno when a loud noise of throat clearing disturbed her. She was not surprised to see Azazel sitting in the sofa and smiling impishly. The fallen angel governor was invisible to their senses when he wanted it to be, and she had learned to accept it. What surprised her was the person standing behind the sofa. The deep blue eyes and the sun-kissed blonde hair was trademark of the person his brother referred to her as the first nine-tailed fox. She was about to ask the question when eyes beat her to it. Sensei. Why is Kyuubi-san here? Issei was confused and a bit worried. He had not forgotten the display of power earlier and it filled him with apprehensiveness. It is very simple. He is here to stay as a guest and may eventually join you. Azazel's voice was jovial, but unlike others he had not missed slight twitch of Naruto's chakra at being referred to as Kyuubi. That in itself was strange, for he knew the boy was in tune with the beast inside. They were now almost one entity. Rias composed herself fastest. But who decided that? Her voice was hard. She was not sure about the blonde yet, and he had injured her beloved eyes, which didn't make him popular to her. Naruto could sense the apprehensiveness of the person surrounding him. He could sense how the brown-haired boy was gathering energy in his left hand, his sharp eye catching the tensed muscle of the other lean blonde-haired boy and the girl in green mesh. Only one who seemed at ease was the black-haired beauty Rias was talking to earlier. He sighed. This was expected and only proved that this bunch of people were no stranger to fight. Hello everyone, he spoke at last. I am Naruto Uzumaki, the last remaining ninja of the shinobi ages. I possess absolutely no threat to any of you. Then he is an afterthought, he added, as long as you don't attack me first. I hope we get along well, he finished with his trademark grin. Rias could sense absolutely no ill intent from the boy before her. Moreover, the cool control of power that he released reminded her of her cousin. Still, there was one question. Why were underground and why did you attack Aiz-kun? She asked, her voice still impassive. Naruto locked eyes with the busty crimson-haired devil. I don't actually remember why I was there. My memory of those few days are rather faded, and as for why I attacked the boy over there, I cannot be sure really, but I guess in that situation my mind treated them as threat to me and as such I acted so aggressively, Naruto replied honestly. A slow smile spread over Rias' lips. The dialect Naruto used was ancient and only her gift as the devil allowed her to understand his words. Then, welcome to the Occult Research Club. I am Rias Gremory. Please treat me well, she spoke, bowing her head. Following her lead, the black-haired beauty also bowed. I am Akeno Hamejima. Please treat me well. I am Kaneko Toju. Please treat me well. The small white-haired girl spoke, her tone even and emotionless. I am Asi Argento. I am really happy to meet you, Naruto-san. I truly hope we can be friends. The blonde-haired girl in the green robe-like dress greeted him cheerfully. Her warm personality was like the healing jutsu Naruto remembered Sakura or Tsunade Bachan using. It filled his mind with the warm memories. "Kurama, can you feel it?" Naruto thought, but he received no reply, not that he had really expected one. He knew the beast still held much bitterness in his heart. He listened almost carelessly as the next three members introduced themselves. The one who however caught his eye was the brown-haired teen, maybe 1 year younger to him. He was slightly dumb-looking, reminding Naruto of his younger days. Finally he grinned at them. "It was good to meet you, and I really hope we get well together." Page break. The next 2 days had been the most peaceful Naruto had ever lived. However, unfortunately, it was also the most boring time he had ever spent. No missions, no training, and no more prejudice. He felt lighter than he felt in years, and he was bored out of his mind. Naruto never was one to sit and wait something out. He had always been in the thick of it. It was a complex feeling. On one hand, he was tired of the endless fighting, but on the other hand, he desperately needed something motivate him, something that would make him feel alive. He could not go out into the city until mastering the language of the local people and time perfectly. Even now he had 100 clones reading the books Akeno had provided him with. He didn't mind reading the books, at least it gave him something to do, but still he found learning languages to be more complicated than mastering sealing arts. "Well, at least this time I have some human teacher rather than amphibian," he thought to himself. Before pausing in his tracks, he had forgotten about his summons in the confusion. Well, time to rectify the mess, he thought before tearing a small bit of skin from his finger with the elongated canine. The blood splattered on the ground as Naruto moved through his familiar hand seals with blazing speed. Naruto pumped as little amount of chakra he could push into the jutsu. He was a guest in the old building and didn't dare to summon something larger than a pup. While before the war it wouldn't have been a problem, but right now his chakra was at least 10 times more potent than he was before. The design of the seal spread on the ground, but nothing happened. Naruto frowned. This was not supposed to happen. The toads could not die like this. They had been before the sage of sixth path's time the true children of the chakra. He pumped some more of his chakra, at least doubling the amount, but again nothing happened. Naruto felt his hopes dying. He had expected to find one link that tied the two times, something that would be an anchor for him, but all he got was despair. The last shinobi let out a sigh. He had felt the person standing outside the room for a while. "You can come in, Hamejima-san. You know that I can sense you just fine," he called out. Akeno pouted. He didn't want the blonde to treat her like an unknown, but the boy was too stubborn. Akeno didn't know what was about the boy that attracted her, but not only was he cute, he was way hotter than Issei. She still liked the brown-haired boy. After all, he had accepted her despite of knowing her past, making him the second person since Rias to do so, but still in Naruto there was something that turned her on. "Ah. Naruto-kun, that's not fair. I told you to call me Akeno," she said in a seductive whisper. "Maybe you would like to have some more incentive to call me that," she whispered, bringing her face close to the whiskered cheek of Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto shivered in excitement as the voice was arousing him. "This is no good. I am not like my godfather, that useless pervert." Thinking of Jiraiya sent new pangs of pain through his chest. That man was the one who shaped his entire ideology, and Naruto loved him despite of his flaws. Thinking once more of the past, Akeno knew the look in the shinobi's eyes. It appeared in her own eyes whenever she thought of the life she enjoyed with her parents. Naruto didn't answer at first. He was still confused about how he felt in this world. On one hand, he had been given a second chance at life without the constant threat for life, and on other hand, he still felt alone. The club members were certainly good and he loved interacting with them, but still their personalities were too much of a reminder of what he had lost. Yes, sometimes it becomes unavoidable. Naruto muttered, his eyes staring on ahead but looking nowhere. The dream of having his entire team grow up and have families together, becoming the Hokage of the village, seemed so far away. Never again will he meet Yugito, Sakura-chan, or have arguments with Sasuke. Page break. There were many things Akeno could say, but in the end the words meant nothing. "Maybe you should go out in the city, enjoy the day," she whispered, pressing her considerable assets in the strong back of the blonde boy. She was more than aware of the effect her body had on the males, and she enjoyed it. That was the reason she acted dominatrix, because in the end she had never found someone who could match her in every move. Naruto felt the feeling of pleasure spreading through his body. Even when he didn't want to, he was being aroused. "It seems like a good idea," he managed to speak. Now he realized why Jiraiya acted like that. The feeling of pleasure was too much to ignore. Page break. Naruto walked along the streets of the city, Akeno hanging from his left arm. "So why were you here this time? Should not you have classes like others?" he asked after a while of silence. Akeno smiled sweetly at the question. The boy was just too naive. "Don't be such a spoil sport. Can't I want to spend time with my favorite shinobi?" She spoke, concealing her laughter and batting her eyelashes. Naruto blushed a deep red. Is it just you or all of the devils are like this, he asked. This girl was breaking through his shields like they even weren't there, and he was trained by one of the greatest pervert to ever live. He had designed the sexy jutsu, for crying out loud. He was the closest damn thing there was to immune to the lure of flesh. Akeno pretended that she didn't even hear the question before quickly steering Naruto towards the mall she frequented. However, she had barely taken 3 steps forward when she had the sense of being watched over. Do you sense it as well, she whispered. The slight nod of Naruto's head confirmed her doubt. But still, that left the question of who it was. For one thing, it was neither fallen angel nor devil in nature. Akeno-san, you should get away from here. I recognize this power and things are about to get messy here. Naruto spoke. His tone of speaking changed into a much more determined and dangerous one. Akeno shivered, the commanding tone of the voice and the inner confidence turning her on. I am staying, she said in a determined voice. I am the queen of Rias Gremory, not some weak human girl you have to protect. The passion in her voice stopped Naruto's rebuttal. In a way, it was similar to the females he was familiar with. A small thin smile graced his lips as he closed his eyes, storing nature chakra in his pathways. His pupils changed to resemble that of a toad's, an orange color forming below his eyes. During the war, his mastery of sage chakra had reached a point never imagined before even by the toads. He focused on the countless number of life forces present in the area, filtering the humans from supernatural beings until he had zoned into the very being stalking him. Akeno froze as she felt the energy signature of the blonde shinobi changed significantly. In a way, it became nearly untraceable. Still, the outpour of the energy increased at least by multiple folds. She followed him as he moved through the busy street like an arrow released from the bow. While not nearly as fast as a knight, his speed was still formidable, and Akeno was having a hard time catching up with him. I was right, he is impressive even without using that power, she thought. But her musings came to an abrupt halt when she saw the said boy dodge a strike from the scythe that would have taken his head clean off. Naruto had sensed the incoming strike of the scythe from afar, and just a slight lowering of his head allowed the deadly weapon to pass over his head harmlessly. He had already formed a Rasengan in his hand and thrusted his deadly sphere of chakra forward, but he found the attack blocked by the staff section of the scythe. He only had a brief glance of the hooded skull that marked it as a Grim Reaper before it disappeared from the place. Appearing behind him, already the blade in mid-swing, the servant of Lord of Dead felt he was about to win. Akeno pushed her demonic power forward, forming spears of ice, forcing the Grim Reaper to dodge. She didn't let go, however. Thunderclouds formed in the sky before striking down repeatedly. She snarled in frustration as the Reaper dodged or blocked her attacks with relative ease. Naruto sighed in relief as the sure fatal strike never came. One cross-shaped hand seal later, 4 more clones appeared by his side. However, he could sense the rapidly incoming sources of power. Many more Grim Reapers, all in this amount of power, drew closer. Boy, you need to end this soon. Kurama's loud voice confirmed the conclusion Naruto had reached. He could not afford to elongate the fight, not when Akeno had been dragged into it. He scanned the area, his sage mode pinpointing the movement of the Reaper in spite of his enormous speed. Gotcha, he thought with fierce satisfaction as the Reaper, in its attempts to dodge the endless attacks Akeno sent at him, came closer to him than before. Akeno felt the familiar and terrible energy once more. She could no longer see the skull head, but she didn't dare to let her attacks cease. Out of the corner of her eyes, she saw a golden flame-like aura wrap around Naruto's body. Black seal markings spread all over his body, and the power she identified as that of the Kyubis saturated the air. She could not dare to take her eyes off him, but he vanished from his spot. It was pure speed, that much she was certain, but in the very least it matched that of Kiba, and that boy was the fastest knight she had the chance to know. The only thing she saw was a golden flash, and the next thing she heard was an explosion of immense power. Naruto didn't hold back this time. A large Rasengan formed in his hand as he dashed with all of his speed. The agent of Lord of Death didn't even have a clue when the much more powerful attack hit him. The Rasengan that broke through rocks without an effort had done its job. Naruto was about to let the power fade away when he had to freeze, his body wrecked up with incredible pain. Pain unlike anything he had ever known. Page Break Azazel was in the process of lecturing Eyes when the tracking charm he had placed on Naruto wore off. Fuck the fallen angel, Governor cursed out loud in a way that didn't suit his character, but this time he was desperate. Issei, gather others and meet me in the park. You were stabbed. Do it fast, he growled out loud, before vanishing in an explosion of speed. Akeno could not believe her eyes. She was surrounded by Grim Reapers, and judging by their levels of power they were all stronger than her by a large margin. Naruto had already taken out 2 more. But his energy is dwindling with time, as if the wound he sustained fed on it. She just hoped help was on its way. Naruto crumpled down the chakra cloak, vanishing without a trace. He was weak. Even after all the years of training as a shinobi, he was no match to this Reaper's. All it took was 3 shallow scratches and already he felt worse than he had felt against fighting pain, and these new lot used something like jutsus to block most of his attacks. In the end I die without doing anything, he whispered as the pain brought him to his knees. Page break. Naruto's POV. When I opened my eyes again everything was so peaceful. I didn't hurt anymore. Standing up from the couch I was surprised. This looked like my apartment. The place I lived for the entire life of mine. Was I dreaming then? No, the memories seemed vivid enough. I tried calling to the fur ball, but for the first time in my life I was alone in my body. Maybe this is afterlife. Then is this paradise? But I don't think I am worthy of that, not with so much blood on my hands. I walked forward guided by the instinct to where the door was, but before I could go there I had to stop cold. There were 2 doors in the place of one. A sound of singing was filling my mind steadily. I remember this song, it was our song. It was the song I used to sing with Yugito in the nights of full moon. I still remember the urge. We were happy. We were tired of the bloodshed. We dreamt of having a family somewhere far from the feud of the shinobi business. As if controlled by some divine power I turned back. There she was, wearing the same white clothes she loved wearing so much after our love-making. Her eyes glittered with unspoken mirth, her hair flowing behind her. She was the goddess, who changed my life. Who taught me to live instead of just surviving. Harem, the words slipped my mouth before I could think. That was what I called her, for she was princess to me. My feet guided me to her even without my thinking. There was so much I wanted to tell her. Tell her I was sorry for failing to saving her. Tell her I was sorry for breaking my word to her. For leaving her alone, but I could not. As she opened her arms to embrace, my shame melted away. This was the only reality. Her scent was the same, her warmth so familiar to me. Is this dream, or am I dead? I whispered in her ear. If this was a dream then I didn't want it to end, and if I was dead then it made no difference to me. It is what you want it to be, her voice, the same melodious one I loved hearing so much. You can go back to finish the job you left unfinished, or you can move on to the afterlife where I wait for you, her words so soft yet felt so heavy. I wanted to be with her, but for the sake of my loved ones, for her sake I wanted to try to bring peace once more. With the curse of the shinobis over with me there was a chance I would succeed. Also Akeno was there surrounded by the numerous grim reapers. I could not leave her to die, not when I could go back and save her. I had failed to save the ones I care about in one life. I didn't want to repeat it, and just like always my princess knew what I was thinking even without me uttering the words. Go back, Naruto. I will always be here waiting for you, my love. I will be here, my time is over but not yours. Live it to fullest. The way you taught me to live, she whispered. I knew my time was running out. I am sorry. So sorry I could not be there when you needed me most. I couldn't save you from Akatsuki, I whispered to her. She only smiled before placing her lips on mine, her love pouring off her. I understood everything from just that kiss. She didn't blame me, but most importantly her love continued even beyond the grave. I stood there as she faded away. I was not worried, for I knew I would see her every time I needed her. Her memories would guide me, but for the time being I only had one thing to do, that was to live. Kaneko looked at the unconscious blonde lying nearby. It was her shift to look after the boy. As she looked on with her usual inscrutable expression on face, she tried to come in terms with what she had witnessed yesterday. There was no mistaking it this time. The unassuming person before her had summoned the power of the strongest yokai. She doubted it even after getting confirmation from Azazel. Call it her innate stubbornness, but she had grown up hearing the tales of her ancestors, but it was supposed to be only a myth. The arrival of Naruto Uzumaki shook the very foundations of her belief. The boy had survived even after being sliced by the scythe of a reaper, and even Azazel was baffled to explain it. However, these concerns only came in secondary to the main feelings that rose in her after sensing the power the boy used. She always had nightmares about the day when her sister, drunk on the power coming from sage techniques, rebelled against their master and forever doomed her. She remembered the lonely days and nights. Only recently she started learning how to live, rediscovering herself. Now this came as a huge shock. She needed to know more about the boy. Page break. Azazel was curious. He had studied the ancient Greek magic for a long time, and as far as he knew there was no way one could survive the wound of a grim reaper scythe. The weapon carried the essence of Hades himself, and any mortal would be torn apart of his life essence. How did you survive, Naruto? The blade was supposed to reap your very soul. Not even a god is immune to their power, yet you survived. How is it that you have a way to escape the mark of death? Is this your gift or your entire race's? There were so many questions yet irritatingly few answers. The questions plagued his mind. He had seen his lieutenants falling victim to the scythes before, but now out of nowhere a mortal survives it. Things were not just adding up, and as a being made of the curiosity of the creator, Azazel hated not knowing. Azazel stood up. He needed to check up on the history archive. Even then he needed to find a way to convince Naruto to join the occult research club. Sometimes it felt wrong that his kind could not recruit other people like this. I am growing old. Thinking of the sappy stuff, nah. Nothing good shag want cure. Azazel smirked at his own lecherous thoughts, his carnal desires flaring up. Page break. Naruto was having the worst time of his life. In front of his eyes his failures flashed again and again, reminding him of all the loved ones he had failed to save, his mistakes coming to haunt him after so many days. He had never felt so helpless. His strength was failing as he saw the rakery of his sensei pierce Haku. Saw the limp body of Asuma sensei dead from fighting against the Akatsuki. Dead to save him. He tried to yell as he saw Nagato tear Jiraiya sensei's body apart. He had failed them all, and now trapped in this nightmarish world he didn't want to witness it all. Bestial fury and panic gripped his mind as he tried to force to unleash every single ounce of his chakra. Kaneko was shocked as the room started suddenly filling up with the massive chakra, and power of the yokai race flooded the room. The power was suffocating her, but at the same time there was a strange calling filling her from within. Even before she had realized, she had begun morphing. The chakra of her kind coating her body, forming the Nekomata form she was born with. But then something even stranger happened. She felt her consciousness slipping through a torrent of power before she emerged in a forest. Alarmed at the new incident, Kaneko tried to teleport herself back, but nothing happened. She could not feel her demonic powers or the chakra she had released a moment ago. By all likeness, she was now a specter in a different world. The world, it was green to say the least. Tall trees, mountains marked the terrain, and she was in a small village-like place. No house was more than 2-storied, even the red wooden building, the tallest one, was less than half of the school building. She didn't get time to check the surrounding for long as a loud howl from afar drew her concentration that way. There it was, the being she had heard about in myths and folktales, tall as a mountain, fur as red as the dying sun, and 9 tails flowing in the air. There was no mistake, she was watching the true 9-tailed fox. She watched in silent fascination as the men fought valiantly to protect their homes from the wrath of the Kyuubi. They were strong, there was no doubt about it, but against the power of the 9 tails it was like fighting the tsunami with umbrella. The death and the destruction was making her feel sick. She didn't want to watch it anymore, she wanted to return. Suddenly the scene shifted and she was watching a young boy of 6 years with messy but beautiful golden hair sitting on a bench all alone. She could feel his grief and anger as if it was her own. She could sense how he resented others for having a family, for hating him. His rage and hurt was strangely similar to the pain she had felt long ago. She willed to move past the scene, not wanting to watch it anymore. The scene changed once more. This time she was watching the same boy, but he looked to be near 12 years old. There was no mistaking the boy now. He was the same one she was watching over. So I am in Naruto's memories. Suddenly Kaneko was feeling much more interested. She watched as the boy crouched beside the limp body of another boy with black hair. Grief, loathing and rage was boiling inside Naruto like never before, and Kaneko could feel the power of Kyuubi surging inside, but something else happened when everything went dark. As the light appeared once more, she found herself in a round room, red water covering up to her ankle. It's not good manners to intrude on one's memories, wouldn't you agree? The voice sounded neutral, but the power in it almost brought Kaneko to her knees. She turned around, trying desperately to use the demonic power, but just like before there was no demonic power to call upon. Kurama looked at the girl who dared trespass on his domain. He could feel fragments of Matabi's soul inside her, and it was the only reason he didn't destroy her in the first place. You carry the soul of my brethren, and that's why I'll give you this chance. Leave and never return. His voice was like the roar of the thunder, and Kaneko could not say anything but nod. Page break. Azazel was in the streets when he noticed the aura stalking him. The aura bore the stench of death but no hint of antagonism. It was an aura Azazel had not felt for more than half a century. He increased the speed of his walking, crossing the busy streets into the dimly lit alleyways. Slightly ahead of him he could see the darkness solidifying, and in a flash he was reminded of the grave that was here a long time ago. Show your face, Anubis, he whispered, knowing that the death god will hear him. For a few moments nothing happened, then out of the darkness a young boy came out. Azazel looked at the young boy before him, dressed in the black leather jacket and denim. You look young as ever, god of death. The fallen angel's governor's words were ignored as the image faded for a second, revealing the jackal head of the Egyptian god. You are confused, lord of the black wings. Anubis' voice was soft, almost melodic, but Azazel knew better. Anubis had no concern for the land of living, only guiding the spirit of the deceased to the final resting, serving only the king of afterlife, the great king Osiris. What's it to you? Azazel kept his tone level. Egyptian myths were one of the most ancient and most powerful. Even after eons of the fall of the civilization, their myths survived, and he knew better than to raise his voice against them. You are wondering why Hades' servants failed, are you not? Anubis displayed no emotion, his cold black eyes looking in the ground as if seeing the souls of deceased still trapped here. His words were not question, only statement. Azazel spoke nothing, even he was nothing but a young child when compared to the primal god of death. All his experience was nothing but mere pond compared to the sea of knowledge that Anubis represented. That boy is no mere human as you first believed. Find out what he is and you shall have your answer. Only know this, Azazel. He is the strongest weapon we have, and we shall need him against the four. The words of the jackal-headed god echoed even after he vanished. Azazel was left stunned. The insinuation was clear to him and he was scared at the implication. In the early days when the Eden was open for the angels, he had faced the gravest threat ever. The war that destroyed Eden and slain a host of strongest angels and devils alike. Even archangels had fallen against the Nephilim like common foot soldier. Nephilim. That's what they were called. The product of unholy union between forces of creation and chaos. It was the first time the deities of different myths worked together. But the war was won and the last four was sealed, guarded by 7 seals. Even implying that the seals can be broken seemed so far-fetched. Yet if the Egyptian Lord of Dead believed so, then he needed to check it out. Azazel removed his jacket as the 12 raven wings spread from his back. His aura concentrated, forming the obsidian black armor. This was the true form of the governor of the fallen angels, and now he needed his form. He raised his hand, concentrating his aura, his lips chanting the words of a forgotten tongue. The air in front of him started shimmering and solidifying. Page break. The chain of nightmares had finally ended for Naruto. But even awakened, he was feeling shaken. Don't dwell on it, kid. You have been given a new chance in the life, don't waste it thinking of the past. Kurama's voice echoed inside his mind. I know, Kurama. Trust me, I do, but I don't think I can. Naruto thought in between the rugged breaths. Watching all of his loved ones dying one after the other really took everything out of him. He felt tired like never before. Kurama stayed silent as he saw the boy fight against his own depression, the turmoil of his heart reaching through the seal. Thinking of the seal made the great beast pause. There was something different about the seal now. He could actually feel his power growing by the minute, as if the seal was absorbing chakra from nature and converting it to his own. Don't give in, kid. If anyone can do it, only you can. I trust you. Kurama thought before closing his red slit-like pupils. Are you alright, Naruto? A familiar voice from behind broke Naruto's chain of thoughts. Hello. Akeno-san, how are you? And I feel good, thanks for your concern, he spoke, bowing slightly. Akeno sighed inwardly. This boy was still trying to maintain cordiality even after fighting beside her. Cut it, Naruto. We just fought against a legion of the god of death and you still try to maintain the cordiality. This doesn't suit you in the first place. Akeno was getting irritated. She always had boys acting like puppies around her, but this boy refused to give in to the temptation like others, and that drove her to the wall. Naruto cringed inward as he thought of the times he had been beaten to learn cordiality and he pretended to never learn it. And when he applied the little cordiality he had managed to learn from the novels, he still managed to put woman cross. Akeno frowned as she studied the whiskered face. Although the boy had always been reserved, he carried brightness in the body language, and right now she could not find the slightest trace of it. You are not thinking of past, are you? She asked, her tone softening at once. My past is not something I can forget, Akeno-san. I am trying to begin anew, but I don't think I can. Naruto didn't want to share his distress with the members of a cult research club who he barely knew, but still there was something about Akeno that forced him to express his feelings. However, he didn't expect the warm hug he just got from the black-haired beauty. You'll never be able unless you try to, Naruto-kun. Don't ignore your past, but don't let it control you. I have gone through this phase and believe me, I am better for it. Naruto didn't listen to what she was saying. Her warmth was actually easing the distress and the pain in his heart. This is not right. I am betraying the memory of Yugito-chan, but this feels so good. I don't want to let go. Kurama smirked as he listened on the feeling of confusion within the boy. Being the mass of chakra he was, he never knew anything about the human relationships. He didn't understand it when the brat was involved with the host of Matabi, and he didn't understand it now. Akeno was enjoying the hard muscles that adorned the body of the blonde shinobi. It felt good and she didn't want to let go. However, the wish just remained unfulfilled as a certain red-headed devil decided to interrupt. Akeno forced a smile on her life as she glared at her master. Rias stifled her smirk. It felt good to see her childhood friend enjoying herself, but she had to interrupt. Azazel was in the other room, and for once the fallen angel governor seemed tense. Sorry to interrupt the romance, but Sensei is calling. Rias spoke, her eyes dancing with the light of mirth. Akano groaned. She knew the teasing she was go on a face for the next few days. Let's go then, Rias bucko. Come on, Whiskers, she spoke, not letting the teasing affect him. Naruto arched his eyebrow at the nickname Akano just gave him but spoke nothing, simply continued following the two beauties. Even before entering the other room, he could feel the tension emanating from within. Page break. A few hours ago, Eden was the greatest creation of the god. A land full of raw energy and endless prosperity. The angels guarded the land while the land's energies healed them. After the demise of the god, this was the only source of his power of creation. But the land was lost now. The traces of the energy remaining there had been twisted beyond recognize, and yet this was the place Azazel had to visit again. As he flew on the sky that once had been so beautiful, he felt the residual memories calling out to him. Too many had died that day. The blood had painted the whole place red, but even then they had failed. The Eden had been destroyed. The tree of life had to be burned. Right now it was to the tree of life Azazel was heading to. Azazel could almost see the images of splendor and beauty this place once had been. Overlapping with the images of destruction, he could visualize the days when the bright blue sky had been filled with the flying of birds and the green grass fluttered in the wind. It was so easy to lose oneself here, but Azazel was familiar with the tricks of the land. He was afraid of the land, true, but desperation drove him. He needed to find the tree of life. The tree whose fruit gave Adam and Eve the forbidden knowledge. The legions of Nephilim warrior charged through dimensions for the search of this tree, for this tree held the secret of creation. Older than even God, this tree was imbued with the first energies of creation. Mixed with the power of chaos, this gave birth to Ophis, the first dragon, and then to Nephilims. Azazel knew all that, but his goal was something else. No one had figured out what he learned during the days of peace. This tree was more than just a tree. This was a doorway to past, present and future. The scientist in him knew that there was more to it, but he never dared to test the theory. Even now he was not sure of what he was going to find there. He remembered the day like it was yesterday. It was the one time angels and fallen angels had fought together as one. Azazel paw of the sky had turned black and sounds of thunderous hooves could be heard from afar. I was with Abaddon, the mightiest of the angels, the angel of destruction. 3,000 angel and fallen angel soldiers stood behind the two leaders. It was a host that could charge up to the throne of the Dark Prince himself, but this time the army had fear in their eyes. From afar the cries of the dying angels hammered at their resolve. There is nothing to fear, Abaddon roared above the din of the dying angels in the warfare, but his words soothed nothing. The angels knew what they were facing and they had accepted their fate. The distant explosions were drawing closer with every passing moment, and then suddenly the moment came. The angels standing as the scout could see them, at least 3,000 strong, some with bodies like demons and others like angels, drawing closer on their monstrous steeds, horses born out of the first smoke of the chaos, now serving as the rides of the greatest threat of the universe. The Nephilim army drew closer, but still Abaddon didn't allow the angels to attack. I looked back at my subordinates, my comrades and my friends. Barakiel, my strongest lieutenant and most trusted friend, I left in the underworld. If today I died, I needed someone to take my place and lead them. I was afraid, and I knew I should be ashamed for being afraid, but when you face an army that has crushed the entire strongholds without losing more than 10 warriors, you have no other option but be scared. I watched as they drew closer. Their king Absalom flanked by his strongest 4 warriors. No one would have believed that these 4 were related, so vastly different they looked. Strife, fury, war and death, these 4 were called mightier than archangels and demon lords. Finally Abaddon roared, fire, and 3,000 arrows made of concentrated light particles blocked the sky, raining death on the approaching army, or it was plain. The arrows found their mark, some fell, but the army never stopped. Ahead of them the 4 blocked as much arrows as they cloud. I saw sword, scythe and whip wielded as I have never seen, and had I not seen it I would never have believed it possible for a single moment. Absalom locked eyes with Abaddon, and in a same breath the 2 warlords called the armies to crash against each other. I called upon the power of the Gigantes dragon Fafnir. Draconic aura wrapped around me, forming my battle armor, and I launched myself against the vilest creatures of all the creation. What followed could only be expressed by one word: carnage. The angels and fallen angels alike died in hundreds, cut into shreds by scythe or sword. I didn't know what or how many had fallen. My golden armor dyed with blood. 1 second Abaddon was by my side, his body filled with scars, one arm ripped off but still fighting. We have to fall back, this battle is lost, I yelled at him. I don't retreat, traitor, Abaddon snarled, his sword cut an enemy in half. I admired the general. In spite of our differences, I respected his prowess, but now I was at my limit. I could feel my balance breaker hitting the zero, and that forced me to do something I am still ashamed of. Naruto hadn't seen Azazel so serious before. Even when he fought against the man, he could feel excitement and fun the other person was having, but right now there was only deadly seriousness in him. He sat facing fallen angel governor. "What's the matter, Azazel? You seem troubled." He spoke leaning back against the sofa. Azazel didn't care about levity at the moment. The revelations he had from the remainder of the tree shook him. If he didn't know for a fact that the tree never lied, he never could have believed it. Not in 1,000 years. He glared at the ageless shinobi. The man out of time. A secret long lost to the mythos was just revealed to him by the tree, and he didn't like the secret. "Naruto, can you show us your seal?" Naruto was shocked by the next words of the enigmatic man. He hadn't told anyone about the seal yet. It was a very personal part of him, and he didn't want to trust the devils just yet. "Kurama, what should I do?" Azazel knew that the words came out rather hastily, and knowing the shinobi as well as he did, he knew he had to gain his trust back. "Naruto, please trust me. You must understand the fact you are still alive even after being wounded by the Reaper's scythe is the first one I have ever witnessed, and I have seen angels dying by that weapon." Naruto cut Azazel's speech. "But what does it has to do with my seal? If you know me, then you should know I don't trust others with this." Naruto was feeling edgy. He was already in a bad enough mood. He had stood up, Kurama's chakra already pumping through his system. Ria's side, this was getting nowhere. She could understand why Naruto may have problem trusting others. She had seen it far too many times for her liking. "Naruto, please, we mean you no harm, and I can swear if it helps any way that none of my peerage will ever tell anyone what we see here today." She put a bit of the demonic power, tweaked the voice to make it more soothing. For a moment she wondered if it would even work, but thankfully it did as Naruto relaxed visibly and the oppressive aura vanished. Azazel gave her an almost imperceptible nod of thanks. "Naruto, it has nothing to do with your companion for the matter. No other tailed beast host of your time could survive the attack. It has everything to do with the technique your dad used for the sealing." Finally the light of understanding shone in Naruto's mind. In the light of his new knowledge, the dead demon-consuming seal seemed much more powerful than he had learned. He removed the t-shirt and channeled chakra over his body, intent on drawing the seal to open. Azazel watched in fascination as black ink spread over Naruto's torso, forming intricate sealing design. The ingenuity of the human mind never ceased to amaze him. To trap something of enormous power such as the tailed beasts behind just some specific formulas, in a way it was undoubtedly the prototype artificial sacred gear. Naruto seemed confused. The seal's design had changed from the one he remembered. "Kurama, how is this possible?" He asked, for every bit of the sealing design affected his partner more directly than it would to him. "I don't know, brat, but I feel stronger than before," Kurama replied back. He was now almost as strong as he used to be before the splitting had occurred. Azazel was astonished as his powers finished the scan on the seal. It undoubtedly bore the mark of the Shinigami, and now it bore traces of draconic power as well. If he had to guess, then he would say the way Naruto had come out of the ground had a lot to do with it. He knew of the warriors who could absorb the power of the nature onto themselves, and it seemed that day Naruto had unwillingly absorbed some of the powers of Diedrich and Albion. However, he was not interested in that. Now his interest chiefly lay in the true power of Shinigami's essence in the seal. He concentrated his power on that, calling on to the spirit of death. Eyes fidgeted nervously as suddenly the air around him grew colder. He could see his breath condensing right before his eyes. "Prez, what's going on?" He questioned Rias, hoping that she might be able to explain what his senses couldn't. However, Rias herself was not really faring any better. All she wanted to do was trust the enigmatic leader of the fallen angels. Page break. An hour ago Azazel watched on as in front of him the endless power world around him. Power that once gave life, but now it was only a mockery of the word creation. Strange monstrous figure popped out of the torrent of power before being dissolved once more. This place affected him much worse than he would have expected. His past mistakes reeled around him, taunting him, mocking him. The remnant of the tree showed him paths to change his past for once and all, but despite the attraction, Azazel knew the dangers that this kind of action would bring.
It was his decision to burn down the tree, cause its powers to implode around itself, and that decision haunted him to this day, for that one decision destroyed ages of knowledge. He moved slightly closer as from the swirling tides of the power a solid figure rose. He knew the person. "Azazel, I knew you would come." Although the figure was of Abaddon's, the voice was anything but his. It held no trace of the legendary angel of destruction, only coldness and bitter hunger.
"Abaddon," Azazel whispered in spite of himself. "Get a grip. He is only an illusion. A trick to distract you, his rational side warned, stopping him from taking a step forward. Why did you stop, Azazel? Is it not the secrets that you seek here at the tree? The shade of Abaddon spoke. Yes, I have, but your tricks don't work on me, Azazel whispered as he kneeled down. Fingers drawing runes and symbols on the air, ancient words of power shimmered in the air. The magical energy was creating a web that covered surface of the twisting chaos reaching deep within. Azazel was feeling drained as he poured more of his magical energy, but he needed to find the truth. As moments passed on, sweat drops gathered on his temple, and still he held on, and finally the moment came. From the murky depths a clear smoke rose. This was the answer he sought. Within the smoke was the clues he needed. Page break back to present. Azazel knew at once he had succeeded. The stench of rotting flesh and the coldness, it only meant one thing. Hail, Lord of Death, I was hoping that you would come. He kept his tone level as the spectral appeared in the heart of the room. Horned head like a demon's, a bloody knife clenched between teeth, robed in a tattered white robe. This was one death god no one wanted to piss off. Why did you summon me? The voice was as hollow as Azazel thought it would be, but he was not deaf to the underlying power. I needed some things answered. Things that have links to you, he spoke as the devils present in the room adjusted to the presence of Shinigami himself in their room. However, it was not them who were most affected. It was Naruto himself. Azazel could feel sadness pouring of the shinobi in waves, and he knew it was only likely when taken account of what Shinigami did. Naruto watched as the spectral figure showed him faces of his loved ones all dead so long ago. Get a grip, kid. He is playing with your head. Kurama's booming voice reverberated around his head, breaking him out of the trance. However, soon he felt another voice ringing in his head. You have grown mature, young one. It seems I have chosen the right shinobi as my champion. The last word sent fiery rage through Naruto's mind. What do you mean, your champion? How did you enter my mind, and for that matter, who are you? Naruto snarled inside, but before he could continue his tirade, Kurama cut across. Watch it, kid. It is Shinigami himself you are talking to. I recognize his aura inside the seal growing by seconds. Kurama's voice was like an anchor for Naruto to concentrate upon, allowing his rage to fade away. What do you mean by being your champion? Shinigami-sama, Naruto spoke aloud. This discussion was something that Azazel needed to know. Smart choice, young one. Shinigami's voice was filled with mirth. Yes, you were selected to be my champion, and from your childhood. I manipulated your destiny to mold you into the perfect champion. Have you never wondered why it was you never died from all the battles you got into? Azazel was astonished. While the statement answered all the questions he had from the death god, he still wanted to know why Naruto of all people, and why now was he brought back to the surface after so many years. I don't believe it. Why me? Naruto was bewildered. Scratch that, he was beyond bewildered. Because it was foretold. That time would come when the forces of chaos shall collide with order, and for the balance to be maintained everyone will have to choose their sides. But when the Shinto gods were organized, we took an oath to never meddle in the business of the other mythos. I am the spirit of death. The unfulfilled promises and pain fill my domain, but chaos want nothingness, absolute darkness, and I had to make it stop. Still, I have to admit, you moved beyond everything I had hoped. You changed destiny of everyone you touched, proving me again and again that I chose the perfect one to represent me. Now my involvement ends here. From here it is up to you how you chose your path. Doing anything more will be breaking my oath. And you, governor of the Black Wings. Yes, my essence in him makes him immune to the power of the Grim Reapers. The smile in the ghostly eyes was unmistakable. Azazel smiled on as the figure vanished. Page Break Eyes managed to regain his composure soon enough. Wow, that was shocking. Rias couldn't deny that undoubtedly Naruto Uzumaki was already an enigma, and now this revelation pushed that boundary. Naruto-san, are you alright? She asked, more out of courtesy than any real concern. I don't know, came the whispered reply. I think I need time to think. Naruto was confused. The revelations were shocking to him, and it suddenly put him in the spotlight. He hated the spotlight. It was hard being the child of prophecy, watching as the men died around him in dozens, believing that he would change their world, save it. Here I am in a new time, in midst of a new plan of some other forces that I don't really understand. He felt tired, as if feeling all the age that he was supposed to be living by now. Kurama stayed silent, watching his partner wrestle against the confusion that gnawed in his heart, and yet he stayed silent because the fight was not his. All he could do was give support when Naruto needed it most, and that was something he could do with ease. It was time once more to show the world who was highest in the food chain. Sharp teeth bared in a blood-chilling smile as Kurama kept on absorbing chakra from nature. Page Break Akano flew on, honing on to the place where she could sense Naruto's power. It was a vast output, far more than most devils and other supernatural beings were capable, and it aroused her like never before. She accelerated her flight. The energy output was calling her like a fire calling a moth. The lure was too much for her to ignore, and soon enough she came within the viewing distance of the blonde shinobi, or to be accurate, shinobis. There was at least 300 of him. Akeno pushed her senses wide to see if there was an elaborate illusion about, but she could hear the heartbeats of every single one of them, and it took great skill to fake that. However, all those things just went out of her mind when the fight started. It was undoubtedly the best experience of skill she had witnessed. Naruto was frustrated. Even after so many years, he had to be a pawn in someone's game. It didn't matter that it was gods who were playing the game, he still was pissed. He knew only one way to blow off the steam. Chakra swirled around him in maelstrom of energy as 500 shadow clones appeared by him. 5 of them moved on to set up seals to stay hidden from the common people. The lessons that Jiraiya had given him still filled his memories. Once the seals had been set up, finally it was time for the battle royal to begin. He stood in the center as the clones lunged at him as one. What followed could only be expressed as pure and utter carnage. He moved with lightning-fast reflex, destroying clone after clone in a mad dash. Wind jutsus flew around the surrounding, destroying everything he could reach. Kurama's chakra covered him as several chakra arms erupted from his back, each holding Rasengans, pulverizing the clones it could reach. He felt a Rasengan hitting him in the back, sending him skidding forward, only for him to use the momentum and cut the clone down with a wind blade. The ground around him was cracking from the endless outpour of the destructive chakra. 10 minutes later, when the clones were destroyed, all that remained was a spent and panting Naruto, his body full of broken bones and numerous injuries, all of which were mending already. Akeno floated down to the ground level. "Like what you saw?" Naruto spoke in between the panting, taking long gulps of oxygen. Akeno was hardly about to speak. She had seen devils fighting, but never before she had seen skill of such level. Naruto was not as fast as Kiba, but then Kiba was a devil and a knight at that. Speed was his gift, but she doubted even he could have reflex of this level. She was beyond impressed, but there were other things that had greater priority than that. "Are you all right, Naruto?" she whispered. She was not going to say words of consolation to him for what he had experienced. No words could ever be enough, but she would give the one thing she could and which might help: her companionship. They stayed silent as moments passed on. Naruto drinking in the silent presence of the black-haired beauty, the warmth of her body slowly seeping through the cold barriers of his heart. "Let's go. It's time I made my choice," Naruto spoke at last. He had already made his choice. Page Break Azazel explained the facts to Rias Peerage as they waited for Naruto to return. The operations of Chaos Brigade that even they didn't know had to be told now. Azazel knew this. It didn't matter that Sirazech wouldn't approve of his choice, but there was hardly anything he could do about that. The young Lucifer may not know of the ancient prophecy, but he did, and if Anubis believed that meant the return of the Nephilim, then the creation needed Naruto fighting for them. He had just finished explaining the things to Rias when his senses alerted him of the arrival of Naruto and Akeno. "Hello Naruto, I hope you found what you had been looking for," Azazel spoke, looking closely at the calm face of the last Jinchuriki. Naruto smiled. He didn't know what he was looking for or what he was supposed to be searching for, but yes, he found something. Something he had never hoped for. In this unknown world he found friendship, something he never hoped to find in here. "Azazel, you asked me of something. A decision that I needed to make," he spoke, his voice calm, for at last his mind has found a small path for what he wanted to do. "I am ready, but I won't take orders from anyone. I am and I will always be a shinobi of the village hidden in leaves." Several days had passed since Naruto had made his decision, and although still a human, he was as much a part of the occult research club as others. He had carved a niche for himself in their hearts, warming up to them. He still had the nightmares, and still parts of the last war were a blank to him, but all things considered he was happy. Yawning slightly as the first ray of the sun hit him in the eyes, Uzumaki Naruto rolled down from the bed, stretching the sore muscles, and his regular ritual of morning exercise continued as his brain slowly rebooted. The girls had almost dragged him to the new home of his. Actually, it was that Issei kid's home, but given that Rias' dad had almost turned a small house to a freaking mansion, she probably did have a say about who will stay and who won't, and for his side, Naruto loved the small family. In a way, the life they led was something he would have loved to have, but as far as he could see, he couldn't have. Now fully awake, he made his way downstairs, where in Iz's room Rias Peerage would gather, and she had asked him to attend this particular meeting. Naruto didn't attend their meetings. Usually he felt it was not right, given he actually didn't serve her. Standing in front of the sliding door that led to the unofficial meeting place for the last few days, Naruto focused a little bit, allowing his senses to filter the presence of the persons present inside. Apart from the expected presence of eyes, Rias and Asia, he could also sense Akino's presence inside the room. Rias and Asia always slept with eyes, so their presence was a given, but the confusing presence was of Akino. Unlike the first two who obviously liked the boy, Akino was someone Naruto could not read even after trying. One moment she would be acting like Anko trying to seduce both him and Eyes, and the next she would be a different person, a calm presence of comfort and understanding. Shrugging off his mind from the disconcerting thoughts, he opened the door wide. Page break. Rias had been glaring angrily at Akino for what she considered was trespassing in her domain. When she heard the door opening, the unenthusiastic greeting that symbolized the arrival of the blonde enigma followed soon after. "Good morning, Naruto-san. How's the shoulder?" she asked, referring to the incident of last night when he had accompanied them to a hunting mission. The rogue devil was strong, far stronger than she had expected. Lured into a false sense of security by its weak appearance, she had taken it lightly. But this individual devil was far stronger still. Naruto had smiled and asked them to stay back. He had dealt with that with relative ease, first drawing it close, allowing it to be overconfident by drawing the first blood before crushing its head off with a strong blow. Naruto grinned. The wound he picked up last night was nothing he had faced in his time. "Where are the others?" he asked, dodging the question. He no longer showed much diplomacy with them, as was his norm for anyone he considered close. "They will be coming soon, Naruto-ni-san." This time it was Asia who spoke. She had insisted on calling Naruto brother ever since he started living here, and to be truthful, Naruto liked the title. He grinned at her. "How are you, Asia-chan?" "Aiz-kun." He spoke, deliberately omitting Akino's name. If the raven-haired beauty believed only she could play with minds, then she was in for a shock. Akino puffed her cheeks when Naruto outright ignored her. Why play hard to get Naruto-kun, she thought in her mind. Although she still liked Eyes, she knew what she felt for Naruto was something much deeper. Their sorrows bound them together, their masks bound them together. Soon the door opened once more, allowing Kaneko, Zenovia, Kiba and Gasper to enter. "Morning, Prez," they greeted before settling down in couches or in the bed itself. Only Gasper entered the cardboard box he carried with him all time. Naruto was glad to see he was not the only one who was confused by the young vampire. Eyes also looked confused. Once everyone had gathered around, Rias took charge. "Yesterday elder brother had contacted me. This summer vacation we will be spending it in my home in the underworld. I hope you all are fine with that. It's time you know about my home." Rias spoke. "This will be first time for many of you, so I thought that I should inform you ahead of time." She had an almost regal aura around her. "I get that the others are part of your peerage, so certainly they will be coming, but what about me?" Naruto spoke, feeling bored already. Even when he was in Leaf, he was not much for the briefings. Rias handled the interruption with remarkable ease. "Yes, I was coming to that, Naruto. Brother had asked specifically for you. I hope you don't mind." Naruto grinned at the question. What really he had to do? "Kurama, remember when the civilians used to call me devil and now they are inviting me to hell?" It was ironic but not bad. "I am okay with that, not like I have anything other to do." Eyes seemed torn between happiness and confusion. "But Prez, I have some plans for the holidays," he began, and Naruto tuned him out like Jiraiya-sensei. This boy was perversion incarnated. He wondered how different will Underworld be from the one he recognized so well. Will it be full of fire, lava, exhaling lands, or something more chaotic? Page break. Naruto had to admit he was impressed by the technology of this time. In his time only Land of Springs had trains, but in this time the technology had outdone that by at least 100 times. The cell phones, cars, everything was so strange. All in all, this was a world he couldn't even imagine in his fantasies, but he still couldn't understand why this world was bereft of chakra. Still searching for traces of chakra, Naruto. Azazel's voice broke Naruto out of his reverie. A shadow of pain flashed in his face. "No, not really, just thinking how far the world has come." Azazel could relate with Naruto's grief. "You know, there is something I have learned about being immortal. You can never change as fast as the mortal time change. That's just the way the world is." He spoke, his eyes fixed in the horizon, watching the only thing that was eternal, the setting sun. "How do you cope with the change?" Naruto whispered, feeling the breeze play with his hair. Azazel paused. This was a question that had no answer. How did he handle his immortality? The true answer was undoubtedly visible to his eyes, but he didn't want to acknowledge the fact. With passing centuries, the time he spent in research and designing increased. In a way, if the vein continued, then soon he would be consumed by the very same thing that kept him from being consumed by grief. He did the only thing that was sensible, changing the topic. "You know, kid, the thing you search for is not extinct. Chakra still exists in the world, and maybe in time you will meet them. Tell you what, you do me one favor and in return I shall lead you to them." Naruto froze. If chakra existed, then maybe I can find some link to my past. Don't be obsessed, Naruto, it doesn't matter anymore. It will not be what you hope for. Kurama's voice echoed in his head, but this time Naruto avoided it. He wanted to find it, a closure that he needed. I don't know how the war ended, I don't know if our dream succeeded. If the chakra survives, then so will the tales of the shinobi. No matter if only legend, but still I want to know it. Naruto always was adamant when he felt strongly about something, and then nothing mattered. Advices, orders, it was all same for him. Kurama knew it better than anyone, and he curled around. Waiting and supporting Naruto was all he had to live for. What is the favor? Naruto spoke, still looking at the horizon. Teach them Rias, Akano and the others. They are the future, guide them, let your dreams live on through them. The fallen angel governor's voice was full of passion, and that impressed Naruto. In a way it was the perfect solution. This was his mission. This was his tribute to his godfather. I will do it, he said at last. Azazel felt a wide smile appear in his face. This boy exactly as he remembered him to be. You're going to the underworld with us, aren't you? Naruto spoke after a while of silence. Azazel didn't bother replying, for he was quite sure Naruto knew the answer even before asking the question. However, he hadn't expected the innocent question that followed. Deep bellyful of laughter escaped his throat as he understood the most important mistake they had been making all along. If someone took the years of life and death fights of Naruto, then he was no different than any other teen, not at all different from Aiz or the many other boys who he taught in the Kuo Academy. He had seen the boy letting his mask of the confidence, if slight arrogance, drop in the seclusion of his home. He had seen the boy desperately fighting to hide the tears that threatened to drop as the message of his godfather's death was delivered to him. He had seen the boy become tongue-tied when he had met his lover for the first time, and still he had mistaken. Why do we all keep confusing with the ageless yokai that he keeps inside? Azazel thought sadly, but instead of answering Naruto, he just used a teleportation circle of leave the place. Damn, he still didn't tell me what was underworld actually like, Naruto muttered as the immortal being beside him vanished in the thin air. Page break. In the Scandinavian legends there is a tree called the World Tree Yggdrasil. One of the creations of the sons of Bor, something that would live so long as the world lived. In the roots of this great magical tree sat 3 women. They were one of the ancient powers, as old as the creation and chaos. Fate they were called, and fate they decided. But the interest was not in the ladies but in a person standing in front of them. Fiery red beard and hair covered his face, but his figure was of a true Hulk, a giant of a male bearing armor that any lesser being would have been crushed underfoot. This was Thor, son of Odin, Lord of Thunder, one of the strongest gods of the entire creation. By his side hanged his trusty war hammer Mjolnir, he hammer that was forged in the heart of a dying sun. What is it you seek, Odin-san? From fate, relief, or absolution? The voice changed with every word, like 3 distinct voices speaking at once. Neither of those things, fate. I am Thor, Lord of Thunder. What do I have to fear? Thor's voice was proud and yet beautiful, like thunderclouds rumbling deep from afar. Then why is your heart restless? Why do you come to the roots of Yggdrasil? The voices were flat even in tenor, and yet Thor could sense the mocking hidden in the words. For any other being in the 9 realms this would have spelled doom, but not to these. Fates were something beyond gods. He reined in his temper and swallowed his pride before he spoke at last. Ragnarok is approaching closer, he said, not a question but enough to get the fates' response. Oh, it should have been God of Thunder, but it doesn't. Thor was confused at the response. Omnipotence was not really his forte, the All-Father was more suited to that. Speak plainly or hold your breath, I don't beg for riddles. Thor's voice echoed in the root chamber. The course of destiny has been diverted, but be aware of this, Odin-san. A new Ragnarok will come and the palaces of Asgard will shatter. The voices almost were laughing, and Thor did the only thing he could do, return back to the palace where Sif, his bride, awaited him. Odin sat in his golden throne, the ancient armor that protected his body during the countless wars covering him still like a second skin, but a thick robe hid the warrior king from the view, leaving the only illusion of an old man with a taste for finer things in life, or immortality as it was. It was with this face the angelic emissaries were greeted. Their golden armor was dimmed in the presence of the grandeur that adorned the great palace of Valhalla. Here the brave and mighty found their peace in the afterlife, brought from the battlefields by the Valkyries. The bravery and might marked the warriors different from the common men brought here for the end war, when the enemies of 9 realm would ride upon the Bifrost. But that fate has changed. Odin could sense it. With the eye he gained from Mimir he could see through the threads of fate, witness the time changing, but never before had the fate changed. Past, present and future had been as if set on stone. He knew about the arrival of Nephilim even before it happened.
He knew and he restrained his sons from joining the war against the vile creatures, rather concentrating themselves for the time when the inevitable attacks from the children of Ymir would rain upon Asgard. But now his eye only saw faded images of the future, as if the future kept on changing endlessly, and that was not supposed to happen, for some things were supposed to be set in stones. Out of the murky cloud and images only one word came out to greet him, a name that even he didn't recognize, Uzumaki Naruto. The name rolled on the tongue of the father of the Aesir. And that name interrupted the speech the angelic emissaries were making. "My lord Odin, how came you by this name?" the leader of the angelic emissaries asked, curious at the sudden mention of a name that by all accounts wasn't important enough to know. However, the All-Father didn't bother replying, his silence urging the winged messenger of Gabriel speak on. He knew the angel believed the Uzumaki person to be of relatively little importance, however omnipotence was the gift of their god, not of the mere foot soldiers of a dead god. His curiosity piqued, however, when the angel described Naruto to be from the elemental countries. This was a land Odin knew well, for a lot of his heroes in the Valhalla came from that land. It was a land of warriors, of heroes, and if Uzumaki truly hailed from there, then he could know why the man had such a power to alter even the course of fate itself. His visible eye locked with the fair-haired Valkyrie standing to his left. The signal had been given and the battle maiden left to bring the first soul she found that once hailed from the cursed land. Kakashi Hatake stared ahead in the distance. For eons he had been in this golden hall of Odin, brought here as the reward of his bravery. What bravery was there in killing without resorting to reason? With so much blood on our hands, how did we come to heaven? He still wondered to this day, and like every time, he knew this time as well he will be answered in the same old answer, that in Valhalla the reasons didn't matter, only your valor did. Maybe that's why he had his friends and enemies here for company. Almost all the shinobis he knew personally was here, but surprisingly the person who was supposed to be here above everyone else. Often he thought of Naruto. The boy had saved them all, sacrificed his own self to do so, but did it with pride and honor. He remembered it all, and how he could not, for even eons had not been enough to erase the memory of the war. Here he could have every single luxury he could dream of. The only thing to do was to defend the palace when the numerous trolls and monsters marched upon this world. He sensed the arrival of one of the beautiful women that guarded and served the residents of this paradise. He turned back to face her. A thing of utmost beauty, body more beautiful than the wildest dreams of men can conjure. Her pale golden locks hung by her sides. She bowed before Kakashi, who also bowed lazily. "My lord Odin requests your presence. I was told to fetch you." Her voice was melodious and seductive, able to tempt even a hermit. Kakashi didn't ask any question, for indeed he was familiar with the requests of the world. In spite of being a god in many ways, Odin had been just as the cages in his world had been. He entered the main throne room guarded by Aesir soldiers in golden armors. The first thing Kakashi witnessed inside the large hall was the three beings standing in front of All-Father. They all looked incredibly beautiful, worthy enough to make any sculptor jealous, but the most interesting perhaps was the large feathered wings that came out of their backs. However, he had no time to dwell on the creatures, for as the custom suggested, he bowed his head to the old king sitting in his throne. "You sent for me, my lord." His voice was completely calm. Sometimes he missed his old face mask, but in the soul what use did he have for hiding, as the Valhalla proved the dead don't bear grudges. Odin looked at the man bowing before him. He didn't know the man personally, but his armor bore the medals of bravery he had displayed in the defense of the Golden Realm. "Tell me, warrior, do you know of Uzumaki Naruto?" The question startled Kakashi. Whatever he had expected from the Lord of Asgard, this was not certainly included. He nodded, still startled. "Look me in the eye," Odin commanded. The eye he got from Mimir glowed in his empty eye socket. The father of the Aesir didn't need the spoken words of a deceased soul to know about the past. His eye was enough, as he maintained his eye contact with the shinobi of ancient days. For the first time the name found a clear image. Page break. Naruto wondered how they were going to the underworld. Rias had led them to the rail station nearby. Although these trains were much advanced than the ones he had witnessed in the land of snow so long ago, he didn't think they could take train to hell. Maybe it is a train for the dead, he wondered. Technically the members of the Rias peerage were reincarnated, at least Eyes was, and so his theory made sense. He followed Rias and the new members of her peerage to a small cubicle-like thing that by his estimation could hold about 5 people. "What is that thing?" Naruto asked. He had not yet seen lift in his short stay in the 21st century, and his confusion was evident. "It is a lift, Naruto-san. Haven't you seen one yet?" Eyes was excited as he always was when Rias was with him, and his enthusiasm brought a smile to Naruto's lips. "Naruto-san, you will come with us." Kiba, bring the others with Azazel. We will meet by the train, Rias ordered. Before she led Asia, Aiz and Zenobia in the metal cubicle. Prez, want the space will be too small with the entire heavy luggage, Aiz asked, watching all the heavy bags they carried with them for the journey, all except for Naruto, who only carried a large scroll tied to his back. That question only made Naruto grin wider. He pulled the scroll from his back and furled it open. In the center of the scroll was a lone seal-like symbol. The members of the Rias peerage was astonished. Did you just manipulate the space itself? That's unbelievable. That's so cool. Naruto smirked. Rias always attempted to be regal in front of others, but for someone who was trained for infiltration, trained by the best, she was an open book. He felt the same warmth grow in his chest as he felt when he taught his legacy to Konohamaru. When he woke up in this time, he had only the memories. His only refuge was the silence of night, but now he wanted once more to enjoy. The occult research club has become precious to him. Isn't this what you wanted from me, Yugito-chan? The thoughts went unspoken, but the small pang of pain accompanying him proved true. The nostalgia of the friends he had in life held their sway until he felt the barrier of reality snapping away. Once he had used Kakashi's Kamui on himself, and this sensation was pretty much close to that and yet different at the same time, and it prolonged for a while. What's happening? His question was mirrored by Aiz and other newcomers. They looked positively frightened, but Naruto didn't suppose there was anything to worry about. After all, he couldn't sense any negative emotion around, but he still stayed mum. Soon enough, Akeno explained the reason and the functioning of the veil that separated the dimensions, and as usual Naruto didn't pay any mind and once more concentrated on watching the change of scenery. Traveling in high speed was nothing new to him, and yet never before had he a chance to enjoy the change of nature like this. The calmness of the trees and grasslands was filling him with tranquility, but his concentration was broken almost immediately, for a warm body sided with him. Enjoying yourself, Naruto-kun, she whispered in his ear, sending shivers running through his body. Naruto didn't understand why Akeno had to be such a tease, but still, what had he to complain? The shivers were very much pleasurable. You certainly are, aren't you? He retorted, still keeping his eyes fixed determinedly to the scenery. You know, everything that you are watching is but an upper surface of the underworld. Akeno suddenly spoke. Watching the confusion on Naruto's face, she continued on. Underworld is same size as the surface world, just without the ocean, so you can think yourself how vast it is. The nature is eternal. It was before creation and it will be after the end war, for it had the gift of adaptability. It changed itself to suit the time, but still, even then, one thing remained true. The nature always held power in her bosom. Naruto was feeling strange. The power of the underworld was intoxicating. Same and yet different at the same time. While on the surface his sage mode healed him, empowered him, here it was eating within him, but even restrained he could sense the madness and the destructive power lurking just beyond. Unbidden, the memory of a person floated to him. He didn't remember who he was, but only that he had to be someone important, a giant of a man, with a mane of spiky orange hair, but another face overlapped that, a monstrous, hideous body. But inside, Naruto knew it was the nature's destructive powers that changed him. Still, this chakra felt good, and Naruto didn't think he had a reason to fear. You are taking too much risk playing with power you don't understand yet. For a moment it appeared that Kurama was nervous. Are you afraid, old friend? Naruto mind pulsed back to the titanic creature. If I do, then that's because I am wiser than you. Kurama was in no mood for jest. He could feel the whisper of power and corruption this new chakra carried. And you are determined to underestimate me. You know me more than any other being. Do you think the promise of power is something that can hold influence over my will? You tried that trick, didn't you? The doubt was irritating Naruto. He knew what his weaknesses were, and it wasn't part of his weakness. I care not for power. I never did, he thought morosely, remembering faces of old friends who died as a victim of the power-hungry fools. Orochimaru, Madara, Danzo. The names and faces changed, but the true motivation didn't, and he had ever stood against men like them. In this land, in this new time, he knew he was like the young genin once more. In spite of all his powers and will, he was merely a mortal, and what hope did he have against the Eidretic forces? And yet here I am. Have I found redemption, or merely traded one war for another? Self-doubt plagued him, and still his face showed no sign of the inner turmoil. He looked on, the scenery changed, and then the train grinded to a stop. Ah! Finally we have arrived, Akeno said before leaving her seat and giving the blonde warrior a seductive wink before she led the rest of the pawnage after her king. Stretching his muscles, Naruto made to follow her, but before he could cross the door, an elderly devil stepped in. What's the matter? He asked. He sensed no ill intent from the devil, but as it stood, he was blocking his path. Lord Cerezich has a request for you. Will you follow me? The devil's tone was courteous, and yet Naruto knew this was more than a request. Sighing slightly, he nodded. Lead the way. When Azazel had transported him, he wasn't ready and as such was unable to study the seal array, but this time he noticed as red blazing words of an unknown script covered the area around his feet. Already he could feel the demonic magic filling the air around him. He watched on as the small place guarded by the circle slowly detached from the place and appeared elsewhere. He could feel it similar to the reverse summon and yet subtly different. The place that he was summoned to was undoubtedly the grandest building he had ever seen. The light rippled of the walls like liquid. The ceiling was higher than he could jump with the chakra cloak, beyond the reach of his chakra claws. The walls were adorned with beautiful pictures, all of them enough to make a saint blush and have a massive erection. Naruto noticed with a fascinating look that the candle holders were all gold. As if for Cerezich money was the least trivial thing he could dream of, he walked ahead to the door, opening it silently. Two devils in black coats came forward bustling. They bowed in unison before him. Please come this way, one of them said. The two servant devils led him to a door higher than any fucking door had a right to be. Naruto was impressed even without wanting to be. Beyond the door he could hear four distinct voices talking. For a while he considered knocking, but then when did Naruto Uzumaki opened a door after knocking? A grin spread along his face, and with flexing of muscles built after hours of gruesome practice the door crashed open. It felt good to see the startled faces of what was evidently the richest of rich devils, but at the same time Naruto felt disappointed to see the red-haired king sitting calmly among the three bewildered others, blue eyes locked with the blood-red ones. You asked to see me. It was a statement, but Naruto knew his words held the unspoken question in them, so he wasn't bothered. Of course Naruto-kun, I did, although it would have been polite to announce your presence before opening the door. Next time you may not live to see the aftermath. Cerezich kept his tone level, but he needed the threat to be understood. The ones present here were kings, and as such they demanded the respect that was their right. He waited for Naruto to respond, or at the very least lower his eyes, but the blue glacier-like eyes remained fixed on his own. With a heartbeat Cerezich realized a very simple fact. The man in front of him was immune to the fear of death, and in the hindsight it should have been obvious the power of the strongest tailed beast didn't trust just anyone. He changed the strategy, choosing to play the role of the gracious host instead. But where are my manners? Let me introduce you to others present here. On my left is the current Beelzebub Ajuka, my oldest friend. By my right the beautiful Seraphal Leviathan, and by her side is Falbium Asmodeus. We are the current leaders of the underworld. Naruto bowed his head, giving a minimum required bow, getting the same in return from the two males, while the female squeaked excitably. It's so good to see you awake, Whiskers-kun. She was grinning, displaying her assets unintentionally. Her energy was like a miniature sun glowing in the closed room. Pleased to meet you as well, Seraphal-chan. He grinned at her. Cerezich watched as if a new person stood in the place of the jaded shinobi, someone as happy-go-lucky as Seraphal. However, as soon as he blinked the persona vanished. He caught the eye of the current Beelzebub. The eyes communicated their words, and Ajuka gave a small nod. Clearing his throat, Cerezich spoke. Naruto-san, you must be wondering why I have called you here. I am sorry, but I think I must ask a huge favor of you. Naruto raised his eyebrow in an arch in amusement. He knew they were trying to tie him with the fate of their cause. However, he didn't really dislike the notion. He had nothing to lose and as such had everything to gain. Go on, he spoke, leaning against the wall. Page break. It had been a while she had arrived in the Grimoire Castle, but Akeno was feeling restless. Naruto was supposed to be behind her, but he was nowhere to be found. Dragging the attention away from the irritating blonde, she tried to focus on the ongoing discussion. However, she failed again and again. She knew Rias would have noticed her discomfort and knew the teasing will be merciless, but she couldn't care enough. What the hell is wrong with me? I am acting weak and foolish. Damn you, Naruto. Damn you for making me so weak. She was feeling deep anger bubbling within her soul. She had sworn never to depend on a male person. She wanted to have absolute control over men, and here she was feeling lovesick about an almost unknown boy. Page break. A few days had passed and yet Naruto was absent from the group. Almost all of them could feel the void of his presence. They were now gathered around in the garden waiting for the arrival of fallen angel governor. Azazel stood in the top of mountain nearby. Standing by his side was Naruto. You know what you have to do, right? Azazel spoke. He was counting on Naruto to help where he would have been useless. Let's go, the shinobi spoke. Rias was the first one to notice the arrival of the two. Welcome, sense. She had opened her mouth to welcome Azazel, but her eyes widened to see the familiar figure of Naruto beside. Quickly gaining her composure back, she shot a warning glance at Akeno. She knew her friend has confused feelings about the human shinobi and it was not her place to comment on it, but as the king it was also her duty to guide them. Uzumaki-san, where have you been? She asked Naruto, her eyes cold and hard, but Uzumaki Naruto didn't flinch away. Ask your brother, he was the one who called for me, he replied flippantly. Azazel sighed before intruding on the argument. Don't be so hasty, princess. Naruto has been asked for a very important job by your brother and he had to be away. Right now, however, the main concern should be on the rating game against your friend in 1 month's time. I have drawn up a training schedule for all of you. The words gave Rias and the others pause. Thinking about the rating game should have been their first priority instead of doing the other stuffs. They all knew when it came to training, Azazel could be a mean slave driver. Azazel smirked inward, knowing exactly what they were thinking, however he didn't let the amusement show on his face. Rias, as the king, you need to have a very good grasp on tactics and strategy, but above all you need to learn the will of never giving up. Is it all right for you to lose once more? Can you handle it? The words had the desired effect as one the entire peerage roared. No, we will not lose. Now then, the training method is aimed towards producing immediate result. However, remember, in long run this may not be the correct method. He paused for a moment, gathering his thoughts. Rias, that's why I want you train in the basics, until they have become a second nature to you, and also train your mind. Strength of body can only take you so far. Rias' face was grave, her thoughts locked tightly behind the mask of proper aristocrat. Azazel had moved on to the next one on his list. Kiba, for now, you have to familiar yourself with the strain of the balance breaker. I think maintaining it for a day will be enough for now. When you finish it up, brush up your sword skills a bit and I will show you how to properly use a sword-type sacred gear one-on-one. Zenobia, you are next. I think you are not yet properly able to use the full abilities of Durandal. Yes, sensei, that is correct. If it's a broad target I am attacking I have no problem, but else I have trouble to stop the collateral damages, the green-haired girl replied, shamed slightly by the confession she was forced to make. I have given good deal thought on this topic and I believe having another holy sword will be enough to compress the destructive power of the holy sword. Azazel's eyes were almost gleaming in the perspective of the research. Kiba interrupted, however, but sensei, any other holy sword will damage her as well. Azazel nodded sagely, but his smile didn't falter. I was thinking a very special holy sword. This wordplay had no meaning whatsoever to Naruto. In fact, he was getting bored. Suddenly his neck hairs stood in alarm. As he whirled around, Naruto witnessed something he never would have imagined in his own time or in the world above. A large shadow covered the skies, blocking light. It was like a bird, but not quite. Naruto's experienced eyes figured out the total size. It was undoubtedly as large as a tailed beast. It was the kind of creature he had been hearing for a long time. So this is what a dragon looks like. The voice of Kurama was tinged with excitement and what seemed like mild respect. The creature landed by his side. The earth cracked under its weight. The dark violet dragon held the tiny human figure in his yellow reptilian eyes before nodding in respect. Naruto watched as Azazel led a weeping Eyes to his position. He could guess why. Eyes was a dragon and stronger than most of the dragons at that, but he needed to be trained, and who better than the huge monster beside him. Azazel bowed his head slightly in front of the awe-inspiring dragon, but Naruto guessed it was to appear polite rather than true fear. You have nerve, that's for sure, Governor of the Crows, standing here in front of me still confident. The voice of the dragon was like the roar of a thundercloud, but Naruto knew while it may scare someone like Eyes, it wouldn't even flinch the eternal warrior like Azazel. Let go of the rage, Tannen. I am here officially and Cerezich had requested my presence personally. However, let me introduce you to the new host of the Red Heavenly Dragon, Pawn of Rias Grimori. Eyes, please teach him the way of the dragons. Azazel's voice respectful as he spoke to mighty dragon. Eyes gulped once more as the dragon considered him with one of his eyes. He was quite sure he was going to die, but he had no other choice. However, the name Tannen was familiar to him. He didn't need to ponder long on why. Diedrag's voice echoed in his soul, telling him what he wanted to know. Tannen was one of the 6 dragon kings, also called the Blaze Meteor Dragon. One of the strongest ones as well. However, I didn't know he had become a devil. This is a delightful reunion. However, the boy shared none of the optimism of the beast. He was trembling from fear. Naruto watched on, amused, as the dragon took off, taking the boy away with him. Get with the show, kid, the fallen angel governor whispered from his side. Naruto nodded and strode forward. Akeno, Kaneko, you two will be training with me. His words found different reactions than he hoped. Akeno looked mad while the smaller girl only nodded. Pausing for a moment, Naruto spoke once more. We will train away from here. Pack for 2 weeks. He didn't let any familiarity show in his voice. The feels will come later, but strength was the first task he had to achieve. Azazel promised he would lead him to the remnants of the chakra users, but first he would have to accomplish the task set before him. Page break. Akeno was surprised at the place Naruto led them. Even after coming every year in the underworld, she wondered how it never caught her eyes. It was simply beautiful. Green plants, trees and small ponds filled the place. She absolutely loved it. So are you ready for the toughest training you have ever faced? Naruto was grinning from ear to ear. The mere thought of such a training was like a blessing to him. With a single cross-like hand seal, he created a shadow clone to stand beside him. Okay, Kaneko-chan, follow me, the clone said while the original retreated a few paces and started going through the exercises to loosen the muscles. Akeno watched on as the shinobi continued the exercise without glancing at her, and it enraged her. What am I supposed to do now? She spat the words like a venom, but Naruto paid no heed. Her fury rose once more. Even without the conscious thought, she summoned a fire dragon to lunge at the boy. She watched as it appeared as if the attack would score a direct hit. Naruto rotated on top of his toes, allowing the attack to pass unhindered at the last moment, the smirk on his lips even more visible than before. Naruto weaved and dodged as Akeno sent the fury of the elements for him, the attacks never hitting him, until at least he found what he had been waiting for. Akeno had resorted to the use of thunder, her strongest forte. Naruto grinned wider. His hands blazed through the seals, wind style. Great breakthrough. His gust of wind broke through the thunder attacks Akeno desperately summoned. Akeno felt despair. Her attacks, even with full strength, was hardly enough to cancel the furious manipulation of the wind element. She wondered how many surprises did the man had in his sleeves. It hurt her pride how effortlessly she, Queen of Rias Grimori, was being beaten back by Naruto even without resorting to the power she had witnessed that day. Why can you beat me so effortlessly? She yelled at last, sweat running down her face, her hair undone, clothes bearing numerous cuts and scratches bearing witness how many times she had been bested. Because you are stopping yourself from reaching the full potential of yourself. The voice came from behind her, very close to her body, so close that his warm breath tingled on her neck, raising the hairs on her neck. She whirled around, intent on wiping the smirk off his face, but all she hit was thin air. Too slow. Naruto's voice was now at her right, but she no longer had the will to fight the inevitable. I give up, she spoke at last, swallowing her pride, but that was all she could do at this state. Page break. Kaneko felt her senses overwhelm as she felt the nature's chakra seeping through the meditating body of the human shinobi. She felt the terrible urge to run away, but at the same time the dreadful power was like the most addicting drug. Her inborn instinct was yelling at her to accept the power, but she had seen what the power could do. What you think you saw is not necessarily the only truth. Naruto spoke from his position, finally cutting off the wave of power. It's your prejudice that's binding your arms. The power of the sage chakra is not evil. Yes, it's difficult to control, but because the user is seduced by the promise of power. Naruto spoke, finally rising from his place. This power grants a normal mortal strength akin to a devil rook, so imagine what it will grant you. The words were all known to Kaneko, and right now she desperately wished to have such kind of power, yet her past was holding her back. I don't want to resort to the cursed power, she spoke stubbornly. Naruto nodded. I will of course respect your wish, but know this: if you cannot defeat my clone by the end of the training time, I will ask Rias to remove you, and she has no need for a useless baggage, so think on that.
1 week had passed since Naruto took on duty of training Kaneko and Akeno. They had advanced in the week, but not as much as Naruto wanted. They still stubbornly refused to open themselves to their true potential. It's pure stupid. I expected better from them, Naruto grumbled for the umpteenth time as he oversaw the two devils battle in unison against one of his clone. You should be shocked. You know the mistake far more closely than others. Kurama's voice scolded him, and truly Naruto was supposed to know more than others in this kind of blindness. He lived his life trapped in the prejudice. Now what right did he have to judge others? And yet here he was facing the two persons who needed his help. He had been asked for help by those who had accepted him, and he wouldn't fail even if it meant revealing his past, showing what blindness and bigotry could do to them. Stop, Naruto commanded, and the two devils stopped, both panting. Despite of their much greater stamina and strength, they were no match for the pure skill that the ninja possessed. Naruto gazed at the two girls. almost the inverse of the other but both stubborn. For ages he never discussed the life of a Jinchuriki with anyone intent upon carrying the secret to his grave as the last of his kind, but it seemed that he would have to. 1 week and still you two cannot beat a thing that would be defeated with one proper strike. You have improved but not enough to help in battles that would follow your master. Naruto took a deep breath. There are certain things I should and could tell you, but you have to trust me for this. Akaino listened on as Naruto told the story of a boy, whose very survival was not sanctioned, hated and feared by all, whose very life had been a war to dream. He told the story of a boy who hid himself in the mask of normality, who denied what he truly was to gain acknowledgement. He told how he watched as his loved ones died just because he was too weak. Then I understood it's not fate or anything else that makes you strong. Only you have the right to decide how strong you can be. If the boy had accepted what he truly was, he could have been happy. Don't make the same mistake. It doesn't matter who you are or what you are, all that matters is how you have used it. Trust me, any drawback can be made in strength. Naruto's voice was haunted watching his past flash by him, reminding him of his mistakes, wrong choices. You were the boy, weren't you? Kaneko broke the spell first. She knew what Naruto was talking about. That day in his memory she had seen it. Akaino was slightly startled when she heard the story. It was so similar to her life. Will I also make the mistake? Could my stupidity cause harm to Rias? She didn't have to think long, for the memory of the defeat against Kokabeel and Razor was still fresh. She knew she had to look forward now, and standing in front of the mortal with the scarred soul seemed the right place to begin. Page break. The training was over for the day after that, but Kaneko was feeling restless. She had forcefully buried the memories of her encounter with the Kyuubi. Those flaming trees dancing in the winds, that wanton death of the night. She could not imagine how Naruto might have felt bearing that burden, but now what changed how he viewed the Lord of the Yokai. She was bone-tired, yet sleep eluded her. The vision of her sister killing her previous master was etched to her memory like inscription on rock. A knock sounded on her door, disturbing her train of thought. She rose from her bed, still obsessed with the memory of her past. She didn't really notice the tall blonde figure. Still couldn't sleep, Kaneko-chan. Naruto kept his voice mild, slightly amused. Sensei, why are you here? Well, certainly because I knew you couldn't sleep. Not when your world was coming crashing around you. Naruto's eyes were looking past the tide of time, looking for another younger sibling haunted by the decisions of the older one. In the world's all there is just choices, some good some bad. I never believed no one is beyond redemption. Naruto spoke gently. I knew boy like you once. He was my best friend and my worst enemy. He had treaded through the darkness and yet he was not unlike you. Kaneko's curiosity was piqued as the tale continued. She learned to feel sorry for a boy she had never seen, his life so like her own. For the first time in her life she had the seed of doubt planted in her breast. If that boy could be wrong, then why not she? Why are you telling me this? She asked at last. Because you needed to understand that you could have been wrong. To learn that holding grudges never end well. A life is too short to live with regret, even your one's. The answer was much more mature than the looks of the speaker suggested. A while both sat in silence, thoughts raging through their mind, until Naruto rose up, turning back to leave the room when Kaneko stopped him. Sensei, I want to learn the senjutsu. I don't want to live in fear any longer. Tomorrow 9 a.m. The training field. The reply came as the door swung shut. Page break. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. It wasn't possible. Millennia have passed since he had felt the resonance of his soul. It couldn't be happening. His twin was killed long ago. He killed him and it needed to be done. But why then so many years later he could feel the resonance? Indra, the king of Vedic gods, was worried, and it didn't bode well. If the Asura were returning from the pit as the omens suggested, then it would mean an endless bloody war. He moved to stand at the balcony of his palace overlooking the lands lying below. There were the homes of the people who worshipped him, and who made him strong. The memory of the bloody battle flashed in his mind's eye. The titanic forces of the two siblings had collided. Only the arrival of the three primordial gods had set the balance in the favor of Devas. Indra had never forgotten the haunted look in his brother's eyes as he stood alone in a field of his dead friends. It had been necessary. His ideals would be destroyed. The balance, Indra thought, and it was what he wanted to believe, but he knew better than that. Page break. The rest of the training period blazed through. Finally the day had come for Rias Peerage to assemble to once more. The day had passed already in celebration and reunion, and the night was upon them. Okay. Everyone, we will be visiting the party that is held to welcome the guests from other mythos, so everyone be at your best behavior. Rias spoke for the 10th time. She was nervous herself. All her life she had heard the stories of the gods like Odin, Horus and Zeus, but tonight she would be meeting them. It was exciting but at the same time scary. Relax, Rias, nothing would go wrong. Don't be like a mother hen, Akano chided slightly, her revealing black body hugging outfit making her look like an aristocrat beauty. The red-haired Gremory princess only nodded in return. The hotel where the banquet was held was marvelous, better than almost anything eyes had ever seen, and yet his attention was captured only by the ladies present inside. His overactive imagination trying to dream the feel of flesh touching flesh took his mind away when Naruto slipped from his side. However, Akano did notice his quite disappearing act. For a moment she thought of following him, before shaking the thought away. In the training period she had come to know him better. It was strange to see the endless shades in his soul. The mortality had given him a hunger to excel, a deep embedded thirst, and in the deepest of all emotions, Naruto longed for company and yet strangely afraid of it at the same time. Why, Naruto? Why do you affect me like this? She thought once more, watching the blonde hair disappear in the crowd. Naruto was tired by the first 10 minutes. The pretentiousness of the aristocracy didn't change even after coming to hell, it seemed. He needed to get away, get some fresh air. However, his refuge in the balcony was short-lasted as soon an old man with an odd eye patch and a beautiful young girl joined him. Sighing in pure disturbance, Naruto made to leave but found his path barred by the same old man. What's the matter, old man? His irritation grew but he kept it in check. Just wanted to talk to you. The voice was laced with power, a person who was familiar with being obeyed, which deserved to be obeyed. However, Naruto never obeyed someone just because they had power and authority. Sataki spoke, feigning indifference. The piercing eye that could be seen from the mane of hair on the old man glinted with amusement. Do you know who I am? Don't you? Naruto replied cheekily. He expected the man to get mad, but instead he was greeted with the full-blown laughter. The follies of the young. Of course, brat, I know who I am. You can call me Wallfather if you like. The man was grinning openly, and I merely wanted to be of acquaintance of you, my young friend. I have a hunch that you will be playing a very vital role on days to come. Naruto brushed past the man and the beauty in a swift move and entered the main fray. He didn't understood what had just taken place, but somehow, it left him a bit disturbed, but he continued shrugging, only for catching a look at Rias and eyes dash out from the hotel. Slightly disturbed by his own feeling of protectiveness, Naruto followed them. No sooner had he exited the hotel, the neck hairs bristled. The chakra was saturating the air. He could feel the barrier around the place. His skin tingled with the chakra saturating the area. The power of the sealing arts was reminding him of the days of glory. Fuin Jutsu was his heritage, his bloodline, and the barrier, although empowered by sage chakra, opened before him. He darted through it only to feel a dizziness creep in. Poison mist, his tenant supplied before the tailed beast's chakra, purged his body of the poison. His eyes closed for a moment before opening to reveal the toad-like pupils of the sage mode. He was surprised to find two more nature chakras signature, one directly before him, the other upon the air. He dashed up the tree to gaze at the man in an odd-looking dress and holding a staff over his neck. Come on, boy, introduce him to the power of true sage. He may know something that would benefit you. Kurama's voice whispered in his head. Why do you think so? He asked, incredulous. Can you not feel the essence of Son Goku whispering? He is the new generation of my kin. Kurama's voice was eager and his need palpable. Naruto dashed up closer, sure in his abilities as a sage. He was not surprised when the yokai failed to detect his chakra. Suddenly he was gripped with the strange uncertainty. On one hand he could talk, but on the other, he still owed something to Rias and her group for accepting him in the way they did. Thankfully his dilemma was solved soon enough, for a surge of aura dispersed the mist below and eyes had changed. His body was covered now in a red-scaled armor. The whole armor radiated pure power, something that touched even Naruto. The ape yokai dashed in to join the fray only to find the way forward blocked. Naruto enjoyed the widening of the teen's eyes. It always felt good. Who are you? The voice was hostile, but Naruto could feel the hint of shock in the voice, and it widened the grin in Naruto's face. Someone who can elude your senses. I think Naruto was having fun acting all mysterious. He knew very well how infuriating it felt. Naruto didn't want to fight someone who probably was akin to the old monkey. However, the choice was soon thrown out of the window as the descendant of Sun attacked him first. Naruto dodged the overhead strike from the staff like it was nothing. Several more swift strikes followed, each one dodged with the same effortless grace as the first. He dashed in, finally throwing a punch. Bhikkhu could swear he had dodged it, but still a monumental force hit him, throwing him back. This is going to bruise. The petulant tone was enough to make Naruto smile. He liked this guy, and however he didn't expect when the staff suddenly shot forward like a javelin. Only Naruto was much too experienced in the chakra use for that trick to succeed. He dodged the staff before vanishing from the spot in a blaze of speed. Bhikkhu felt his eyes widen in the display of sheer speed. Even his senjutsu abilities were useless against this opponent. That didn't make any sense. Bhikkhu loved a good fight as much as anyone in the team. However, he knew exactly when to bail out. It would have been better if he could just take Kuroka out with him, but that now seemed impossible. Bhikkhu jumped high at the same time, calling his cloud. He had half expected the blonde enigma to follow him, but thankfully the oddity just stayed there, standing on top of the tree as before, glaring at him with his odd toad-like eyes. Page breakdown. In the ground level, Kuroka was faring better. Although her physical or magical attacks did nothing to even scratch the surface of the armor, she still had more techniques in her sleeves. Illusion magic was a gift almost every single devil had, but few tried to master it to the level she had done. Thus it was she still managed to elude total defeat, but she was realist. She knew very well this will not last much longer, and thus she started gathering her power to weave her way through the barriers of space. Most of the times all she did were to open a barrier in one place and enter a new dimension, but this time she needed something more. The portal would need to be bi-directional. She entered the portal just as a powerful dragon aura passed through the place. However, something in her calculation went haywire, and instead of her base she found herself crashing into an unknown boy. The boy was beautiful, with a mane of wild blonde hair. However, it was mainly his eyes that drew her in. The toad-like iris looked much too familiar. The images from the ancient scriptures showed creatures like that, the original sages. She didn't want to think what it could mean. She still remembered those old stories grandma used to tell. She always thought the old cat was silly to believe that someday the great sage will return, but those eyes could only mean one thing. Those stories were true. She felt her hopes soar. No longer would she be a slave to the powers of the nature, but will command it instead. Naruto was still in his sage mode, and as such he could feel the presence of Matabi's chakra. It was so nostalgic. For once it felt like he was back in his time, before the war went wrong, sharing beds with Yugito. But he literally froze as he sensed the underlying current of the human chakra. It was unbelievable, and yet there it was, the faint trace of human chakra imbued in it. In that moment his goal became clear. He needed to find the others. Kaneko, that descendant of Sun, and now this girl. They all had chakra. They didn't know exactly how to use the powers like he did, but that could be taught. Once I have taught Kaneko to properly use the senjutsu, I will find the others, he thought wistfully as he made his way to the three. He didn't have to walk much longer when he saw them. He had to admit the armor Ai's wore was absolutely impressive. The power it radiated was staggering, almost equal to Isobu, and that was an astonishing amount. Naruto had to admit his life would never be boring even in this time. Page break. The party had been cancelled as the direct effect of the attack by the terrorist group calling themselves the Chaos Brigade, and as such already the young devils were being evacuated. Naruto himself had enough for the night. However, his night was far from being over. Page break. Sirazech sighed. This meeting was going nowhere. With the presence of gods from Norse, Greek and Vedic mythos, one would expect the meeting will go swiftly, but here he was trying to keep peace among these overgrown babies. He glared at the man who gave him the idea to host the meeting. Azazel was listening to the inane chatter like no other thing. However, he soon forgot the boredom, giving one look at the man out of the time. The blonde shinobi was just forcing a straight face. Indra kept the unease, was feeling at bay by his will. He would soon have Arjuna check the threat out. No one other than the true threat would be able to beat the demigod. He really didn't need the added pressure of return of Nephilim and the minor nuisance like Chaos Brigade take up his time. How foolish of them, but then none of the present are a match for him except maybe Odin. He knew very well neither he nor any other gods will ever agree on jointly working. The ego clash will be way more terrible than any plot the Chaos Brigade could cook up, but the Nephilim, they were something else entirely. Indra still remembered the war. It was fierce. Thousands of celestial warriors fell, the balance of the battle hanging in the balance. His Vajras might challenged again and again. It was then he had been reminded of his inferiority to the Trimurti. The inferiority was still eating him up. Coming of Shiva changed the course of the war. The eternal dancer destroyed the main body of the army effortlessly, his trident the eternal jaw of death, and since then Indra had vowed to gain greater power than the primal god. The legions of Anubites kept on slaughtering, swords flashing as the hordes of demon soldiers kept falling under them. It was far too easy, and that bothered the fox-headed god of death. The ordinary demons spawning from the sea of chaos could never reach the numbers, and neither can they fight like an unit, so who would use them and why? However, already the battle was going tougher. Different types of demons entered the fray. Faster, stronger than before, demons not of his world. Anubis snarled as he resumed the fight with renewed fury. He was one of the oldest gods, and a few spawns of the pit was nothing to him. He allowed his bestial side to take control, and like a hurricane he drove within, slashing and hacking one moment, biting the head of the enemies the next. Gray aura of power flew out of his body, destroying large numbers of enemy. Yet the numbers kept on growing, the tidal wave of enemies as endless as before. By now he knew the target had always been him. The attack was meant for him. Someone wanted to take him out, but how was fucker planning on killing a god with mere foot soldiers? Unfortunately, the question was answered soon enough. Terrible pain tore through his body, bringing the mighty creature to kneel. He focused on his powers changing shapes, merging with the element, and soon he was away. Anubis focused his bestial eyes on the lone human figure in the midst of the demon ranks. Even in the chaos he could see the golden ichor staining the Longinus. Snarling in rage, Anubis launched every bit of magical power upon the rushing horde of the demon soldiers. His fury tore through the ranks of demon horde, pushing back the tide. However, his wound was sapping away his strength, and irreversibly the forces began moving forward. Just then something happened that no one expected. An invisible power shattered the approaching army, followed by a blinding flash. Standing before the wounded Anubis was a man with dark skin and bald head. Every inch of his body screamed warrior incarnate. The man gazed at the Longinus Wilder. The blonde swordsman, to his credit, held his ground, glaring hatefully to the newcomer. However, before he could cross his blade with dark-skinned man, the air rippled to reveal another player. A man wearing a white body armor appeared out of the portal. His entire posture radiated power. "Arthur, your mission is over. It's time to return," he ordered before glaring at the black warrior. "Valley Lucifer. So it was you, boy. You have chewed bigger than you can swallow. Daring to challenge us, the offspring of Ra, you are stupider than you realize." The voice was ice cold, filled with hate and contempt. "That we shall find out later. Right now I have something more important to do." Horus watched but didn't attempt to stop them. The dragon had more important roles to play, for better or worse. Turning back, he saw Anubis standing now in his human form. "My lord, I am sorry. I failed you." The attack was unexpected and the Longinus bites deep. Horus shook his head. No, it was not a Longinus. It was Caliburn, the strongest holy sword in existence. Do you remember why it was crafted in the first place? Do you remember about Chaos Eater? Indeed, Anubis remembered the name. The dreaded giant sword of war, slayer of gods. The Caliburn was forged to counter it by archangels and seraphims, wielded by the greatest angel warrior Abaddon. Before his death in the last sword was as strong as any Longinus. Later the sword was retrieved by the Druids of Britain and given to Arthur. To think that enemy controlled such a sword didn't sit well with the fox-headed god. So the Chaos Brigade actually know how to construct the Armageddon blade. How is that possible? The knowledge was destroyed. Horus mused aloud. The sword needed blood of 4 mythos to be active, and they already gained 1. Anubis warned other gods, "We will have a war soon enough," he ordered before returning to his palace. The union between mortals and gods will have to be opened once more. Page break. Naruto sat in his room, awake still. Not even the comfort of the palace-like room could satisfy the turmoil in his heart. Shinobi were no more. Of this he was certain, but if the descendants of the tailed beast remained, then it was his duty to find them. The way of Ninshu couldn't be allowed to vanish from the existence, but for that he would have to find them first. He doubted even his sage chakra will be able to trace everyone. "Kid, you need to try. Use my powers to mix with the sage sea chakra." Kurama spoke from his mindscape. Naruto nodded before getting up from the seat. He needed a clear space to attempt it. "Do you think it was wise?" Keeping the truth from him, the voice forced Kurama to open his eyes. Yes, it was. His memories need to return on his own, and soon it will, for the earth remembers. The giant fox responded, looking at the 8 pair of eyes before him. Naruto closed his eyes, calling forth every bit of the chakra in his body, mixing it with the nature's own chakra. His body glowed brighter than ever as his chakra created a coat around him. His body glowed like sun's rays while black seal marking ran along. The toad-like eyes merged with the slit-like eyes of the Biju. The power covered the area, slowly moving forward, covering the earth in a shroud of pure chakra. Still Naruto could feel the deficit of power. It was not enough, and he wasn't ready to let it go. He desperately called for greater power. The call was soon responded as a greater surge of power rose from deep within. A terrible scream tore through his vocal cord, his body accepting the familiar rush of power, and with it finally the veil of his memory parted. Page break. He couldn't take it further, sitting in the cave while his friends fought on to protect him. It didn't sit well with him. All his life he had fought to protect his friends, and now in the most dangerous fight of all he was sitting behind like a helpless puppy. He spent day and night training harder every day. Improving upon his techniques had been the first thing he did. It was easy enough with his clones. The mastery over his tailed beast had given him with enough information to create newer versions of Rasengan. However, the harder test was to fully master the power of Kurama. The beast was undoubtedly the strongest and mastering the power was complicated. Even with Yugito and Killer Bee, this kind of mastery took years to accomplish, but Naruto knew this day was the last he was going to suffer in silence. Tomorrow he would join the war. He was unlucky, however, for that night the war found him, an endless wave of white Zetsu with two of deadliest shinobi to ever exist at the helm. The Shodem Tsuchikage and Shodem Mizukage attacked the place, slaughtering the guards. The noise of the clashing jutsus awakened Naruto. Wave after wave of clones collided with the white Zetsu army, tearing through the humanoid copies. He was feeling good about himself when searing hot flames dispelled his clones. Naruto dashed ahead to combat the undead Kage, who unleashed another wave of fire. But this time Naruto had cloaked himself with Biju Shroud. He dashed through the fire without a problem, but the first Tsuchikage had expected the move. As spears rose from the ground, Naruto found himself lacking a proper foothold. 3 shadow clones he used to keep himself from being skewered, but finally his patience wore out. With an animalistic growl, he extended his chakra arms, forming a huge Rasengan within. The old undead was incapable of showing emotion, but the haste he created the stone wall was evidence enough. The huge sphere of chakra tore apart the wall with ease before grinding into the body of the Edo Tensei. He watched in horror as slowly but surely the body started repairing itself. But before the process could be complete, a blob of ink fell on it, covering it in an instant, and freezing to become that Killer Bee had joined the fray, already in his preliminary chakra shroud. The strongest Jinchuriki smirked, looking at his young protege. "Uncle B, where is Yugito?" Naruto asked, surprised not to see the other host there. The careless shrug of B's shoulder only made Naruto fear for his love. Focusing on his senses, he dashed to intercept the nearest evil emotion, but again and again he drew blank. His fear kept on mounting as he failed to find Yugito. It had been only 5 minutes since he began the search, but already it was feeling like an eternity. He didn't want to switch to Sage Mode, the fear for confirming his dread. However, he was running out of places to look and his fear was growing. Soon enough he faced the one conclusion he dreaded above all. "Uncle B, that's it, we are joining the war." For the first time since Jiraiya had died, Naruto felt true rage. He was out for blood. Page break. "Lord Odin, I am surprised that you stayed back after the grand failure of the meeting." Sirazech greeted the Old Norse god with a bow, who returned it in kind. "Being the All-Father gives one a greater wisdom than being just a warrior god, and unlike the others we had always enemies on our doorstep. We are strong, but strength has its limitations. The Ragnarok is fast approaching, but strangely its course has been altered for the first time." Azazel interrupted the speech. "Are you saying that even the Ymir's eye is failing?" "Yes, and it somehow involves the mortal you found. That in the 4 remaining Nephilim." Odin didn't show his displeasure even though he felt it. "But there is more to it, isn't it?" Sirazech asked. He was sensing some discomfort on the old god's part. "I want to take him to the Valhalla for some time," Odin admitted. "You will have to ask him that yourself." Azazel spoke. "He doesn't serve anyone, so we can't make him do anything he doesn't want to." However, the meeting stopped from continuing further as a huge power source made appearance. A power that seemed older than the gods. A power of Earth itself. "What hell is that?" Sirazech muttered. The power outstripped his own and was growing. "The battle sage is back and he is calling." Azazel replied, familiar with the power already, his own instincts clawing at each other for respite. As a warrior he was apprehensive, while as a scientist he wanted to study the power. The senjutsu the new users used were nothing compared to the power Naruto was calling forth. The great Sun Wukong himself couldn't match the power. "This power resembles that of the world tree, as if a part of Yggdrasil is coming alive here." Odin whispered, sitting up straighter. His old man persona discarded as a battle god, he witnessed a man capable of earning his respect. Odin could feel the power rising. He could sense the sweet allure of power and the hidden terror he himself helped build. There was no doubt it shared the same origin as the world tree. He wondered how this could happen. He needed answers of questions of the very beginning. Azazel narrowed his eyes. The output of power Naruto displayed was staggering. It wasn't just Kyuubi feeding his strength. It was the combined power of all 9. "How did you get it?" Naruto he was surprised at the fear blossoming in his chest, but so his relief. He remembered the deadly nature of the Nephilim. War, death, strife and famine, 4 horsemen of apocalypse, the last and the strongest of the Nephilim. The herald of destruction made flesh. These were the children of gods and the succubi of chaos. They controlled the power of both light and darkness. None but the chief gods could even dream of besting them in combat, but now things changed. Naruto commanded that kind of power. but the rigid rules that governed the gods didn't bind him. So immersed in his thoughts, Azazel missed out the chance to think what exactly was he throwing the power around for. Sirazech was the one to draw his attention to the point. What exactly is he doing? He was tense, the power of destruction bubbling near surface. He is calling to the earth. He is seeking the last remnant of his people, and if my hunch is right, then he will find more than he can hope for. Odin's voice was steely with realization. The war between Aesir and Vanir had reaped the result he saw today. Twisted by Loki and his lies, the earth gods had raged against the Aesir led by Odin, and in the bloody battle that followed broke apart the Norse lands. In the heat of battle, when the Vanir leader Nord fell, his children surrendered, but no trace of God's consort could be. Goddess had sworn bloody vengeance and fled the Allfather's domain. The sorcery of Loki blocked even the sights of Odin's ravens. Now 4,000 years later he witnessed what the tree chorus goddess wished to do. Although tainted by the dark elven sorcery, the power of the tailed beasts undoubtedly generated from the world tree. There at last he understood what had happened eons ago. He could feel the call echoing in his very core. Infused with the power of Yggdrasil, the call was like a siren song for him, but this was Odin, the All-Father, not some weak-minded fool. His control cancelled the lure without any difficulty, but he couldn't help thinking, who else would the call attract? Page break. Gaara was pushed back further, his sand-style attacks barely holding back the might of the resurrected Third Raikage. He had already drained himself in fight against his father. Death appeared ever so close to the young leader, but emotions of fear didn't cripple him, but it drove him harder. The sand of the desert swelled like an angry tidal wave, smashing onto the dead body of the Third Raikage. However, like a black javelin, he broke the sand wave, heading to pierce Gaara's heart, but the hand encased in black lightning couldn't find its mark. If it was possible for a mindless zombie to show surprise, the dead Raikage would have shown so, as a fiery chakra arm held his arm back and another landed a solid punch on him. Naruto flashed into the fight, appearing between Gaara and the deceased leader of Kumo. Everywhere around him bodies of shinobi lay strewn like dried leaves, many of them from the village hidden in cloud. It was horrible to think what kind of creature would delight in setting the shinobis against their own cage. For the first time in his life, Naruto felt relieved that his father had used the Dead Reaper seal on himself. The Raikage charged once more. Everything about him screamed the iron will determination of the current leader of Kumo. It was the same way they moved, the same kind of jutsus they used. A feral smirk appeared on Naruto's lips. Lightning chakra was what he trained to neutralize. 2 Rasengans formed in his palms, while 2 chakra arms added wind chakra to the spheres, growing it in size until it resembled a large shuriken. One after the another he threw the Rasen shurikens at the Third Raikage. He wasn't surprised when the undead dodged the first one, but as expected ran into the second. Thousands of wind blades cut through the lightning armor, shredding the figure within. For a moment it appeared the fight was over, but then a shrill cackling of electricity shattered that thought. Naruto was unable to believe his own eyes as the Third Raikage stood up, his body shrouded in the black lightning. The armor seemed weaker than before for a moment before the armor regained its former power. Naruto crouched in his battle position, ignoring the laughter from his tenant, the mighty being Kurama. As the Third Raikage drew closer, Naruto focused on his chakra, intent upon unleashing the strongest attack in his arsenal. The attack, named after the motion of planets, the planetary Rasengan, was an engine of devastation. 3 smaller Rasengans rotated around a larger Rasengan in opposite direction. He vanished in an explosion of speed, unseen to the naked eye, only to appear behind the charging undead. The skills that made the Third Raikage a legend had been lost in the reanimation, leaving behind only the strength, and as such he attempted to turn back instead of push forward or use substitution. The power of the jutsu ground past the lightning armor. The opposing rotation of the spheres threw him aside. The body tossed aside like a ragdoll, but still it continued to rise. Fucking Kabuto. I will never forgive you for making me do this. Naruto spat as the corpse once more rose. He didn't have proper control of this technique, but he doubted anything else would even do the trick. Everyone get away now. This attack will destroy everything around it, Naruto yelled as started forming a technique no man had ever been able to use. The shinobis scattered as they sensed the titanic proportion of chakra gathering. Even the earth trembled beneath their feet, but the Raikage charged his chakra focused on the point of his finger, much like the Raikiri of Kakashi. For a while it seemed Naruto wouldn't make it, but the sand rose to make barriers. As the last wall of Gaara's sand fell, Naruto was ready. With a yell of blind rage he launched his technique against the undead Raikage. The 2 attacks collided, but the might of the tailed beast is unmatchable for all humans save one. The black lightning folded onto itself. The combined might of the 2 attacks completely obliterated the enemy. All around him the shinobi cheered, but he didn't. The fight was far from over. The enemy would pay in blood for his crimes. Already his clones rushed to different battlefields. If it was him the fucker wanted, then he would have to come and get it. Page break. Kuroka was already tapped into the nature's energy when she felt the call. It was intoxicatingly powerful. The call was like that of her first heat came upon her. Even as she tried to resist, her Nekomata transformation began. Her choice was gone from her as she went on to find the source. Kaneko felt exhilaration as the raw power of Sage Mode filled her from within. The essence of the first Nekomata Matabi sang in her blood. "Hello child," a new voice spoke in her mind. A voice filled with so much power and age it was unbelievable. Kaneko felt fear blossom in her chest. It was not every day one heard the voice of the first of your race in your head. "Is it you, Matabi-sama?" she said, trying to mask her fear. The laughter that followed her answer only proved how futile her attempt to mask her fear had been. "Yes, it is I, Matabi. There is no need for fear. I wouldn't hurt you." The voice was full of mirth, and Kaneko wondered if the ancient being was enjoying the fear she inspired. "It has been millennia since I was broken. It feels strange to see fragments of my soul in front of me. I slumbered in the endless sleep while the world around me changed. It was your presence that awakened me." Kaneko was surprised. She had no idea how she had awakened or what it would mean. In her childhood she had been taken before the throne of the Nibi, but even the power of the Nekomata Queen was no match for the power she could sense from the mere fragment of the two tails. "How did I awaken you, my lady?" she asked, timidly afraid despite of all the assurance from the majestic being. Page break. The flaring of chakra continued spreading all over the underworld before finally merging with the world above, and around the globe resonance flared as latent chakra flared in contact with the potent chakra of the last remaining shinobi. Kurama grinned as he felt the chakra awakening. All around him echoes of his brethren resonated. Before being devoured and demolished, they had entrusted him with last remnants of themselves so that one day he may bring them back. "I believe in you, Naruto. You will bring them back," he whispered, but suddenly he felt a block. Curious, he attempted to break through, but the block held. It was strange, for the power felt as familiar as it was alien. For a moment Kurama thought of pushing harder, but his connection shattered in that moment. Naruto opened his eye, his mind whirling with images and memories of far off. It seemed huge burden just lifted off his soul. "Kurama, what did I just feel?" "Welcome back, Kit." The booming voice that replied wasn't that of Kurama. "Son, is that you?" Naruto couldn't believe his ears. He expanded his senses inward. The nexus where his chakra merged with the chakra from the tailed beasts was same, but no longer was he with only Kurama. 8 more figures surrounded him. The last duty that he was given before the last fight echoed in his head. The sacrifice that allowed him to fight against powers of the 10-tailed and gods reverberated in his soul. Yes, it was who he was now. He is Naruto Uzumaki, the last shinobi and the guardian of the tailed beasts. Naruto opened his eyes, calm and happy after a very long time. He had succeeded in finding the chakra. It was there all over the world, scattered. He would gather them all. The will of fire that his people believed in must be carried forward, but his mood darkened a bit as he sensed the fear and apprehension coming in waves from the figures in front. While he had next to no idea about Rias' brother except that he carried dangerous amount of power, but Azazel, he considered the fallen angel a friend. Their fear reminded him of the childhood when it was all the people thought about him. It drove him crazy back then. Now things had changed. He had matured enough to ignore shits like this. However, the old man stumped him. That guy was unreadable even for someone with his skills and experience, and for some reason he felt uncomfortable around the guy. A distinct feeling of being scanned. Not even the tailed beasts or the grand old toad could inspire such a feeling in him. It seemed all his life was exposed to the lone cold blue eye of the gray-haired wanderer. The man smirked at his discomfort. "Uzumaki Naruto. A pleasure to meet someone like you. When I first sensed you, I didn't know I will find you to be quite so powerful. I would cordially like to invite you to stay in Asgard." Something clicked in his mind at the mention of the place. In the numerous books that Akeno made him study, he had come across the name somewhere. It was something important, but for the life of him he couldn't recall what that might be. This business with all the gods and demons were confusing him. He couldn't be sure if the next person to meet will be some god or not. Funny how when he had first heard about Hidan, the immortal shinobi worshipper of the deranged god Jashin, he had thought it to be a lie. Still, he had things to do. The chakra users must be found first. "Sorry, old man. While I would love to go with you, I can't, not now at least. There is still too much for me to do," Naruto replied, keeping his old boisterous nature in check. Even with the losses he had suffered, the life was far from over. The words of the Shodem Hokage echoed in the depth of his soul. What was lost could be built again and he would do so himself. Azazel noticed the change in Naruto. The aura of the sorrow that he wore like a badge was no more. He had no idea how, but somehow the boy had reconciled with the past, something an immortal being like him never could. A brief nod of understanding passed between them, and in a bright flash of light the boy disappeared. What just happened? Rias had just arrived there with all of her peerage following closely behind. Everyone was there except Kaneko, a fact that Odin noticed before he too vanished, returning to his palace in Asgard. Page break. Naruto used to love the full moon. From the top of the Hokage mountain in Konoha he always watched the moon with great admiration. The beauty and calm of the moon made his heart soar, but ever since his awakening he was disturbed, unable to really be himself. However, it all changed tonight. He could feel the old feelings surge in him as he sat on the roof of the house. He came to think of his own. I knew I would find you here. The voice broke Naruto of his reveries. He hadn't even sensed her coming there. Akeno was dressed quite differently from her usual way. Instead of appearing as the classy mature beauty like she normally did, a casual t-shirt and jeans made her look quite different. Naruto had to admit she appeared astonishingly young and fresh, and it just made her innocent beauty shine more. Without speaking another word, Akeno popped down beside him, her slender fingers touching his rough calloused ones. He once thought of drawing his hand back, but his body acted on its own. He felt his walls shatter one by one as the warm body leaned comfortably on his own. His body screamed in desire, but he controlled it. There will be time for love, but not now, not when he was weak. Tomorrow we have our match against the student council, my first official rating game, Akeno whispered to the knight and to the man sitting beside her. Naruto could taste the fear and eagerness mixed in her scent, and it made her look vulnerable. It made her much more beautiful. For the first time he realized how similar they were. He wanted to know more. The fragments of past shall always be with him. The days of future unknown. It only left the present and the girl. The woman beside him was the present. Are you afraid? He whispered back. No, it's not that. Akeno was determined not to make eye contact, and her body radiated her shame. Come on, girl. I can smell your fear in the air. You consider me a friend, right? Naruto kept his voice gentle and silently. The girl beside him nodded. Rias depends on me as her queen, but I think I will let her down. Being afraid isn't a wrong thing, you know. In my life I have been afraid many times. My teacher once taught me it's alright to feel fear. You just have to make sure you are in control. When I went on my first mission as a ninja I was nothing more than a kid. A very stupid kid at that. But in the mission I learned a really valuable lesson. Do you want to know? Yes, Akeno whispered. It is only when a shinobi fight to protect what is precious to him, he gains true strength. I may not know what the fuck a rating game is, but I know so long as you play to keep Rias' hopes alive you can't lose. Akeno took a deep breath. The match was about to begin. She above all understood the meaning this particular match held, not only for Rias her friend but also for Rias her master, the younger sister of Lucifer. But above all she knew the meaning this match had for her. As she put on the special silver bracelets from Azazel, she knew there was no going back. A part of her mind still wanted to keep away from the power. Why did it have to be so complicated? She groaned, feeling irritated. Still she couldn't openly show her irritation. As the senior member she had responsibility. Rias' call soon came as the team gathered to wait for the arrival of their transport. However, Naruto was conveniently missing. Akeno didn't really expect him to be there. What happened last night changed many things, and she knew the boy was conflicted. For a moment she wondered how did she feel about it. Surprisingly, she was not the least bit sorry. Page break. Naruto watched them leave on the head of the gigantic dragon. Eyes had asked to come. He wanted to go with them, help his two charges. Both of them had potential to go beyond ordinary if only they could harness that potential. Naruto wondered if he himself had attained what could truly be attained. Fate always seemed to have fun setting him against powers beyond his own. However, he tensed as he sensed the chakra behind him. Whoever it was using Sage Chakra, and Naruto noted offhandedly that the control was much better than what Kaneko now had, but even then he could taste the individual chakra of the person, and that was enough for him to understand who she was. It was a brief moment, but he remembered the flavor of this chakra, a blend of Matabi and Yugito. So what are you waiting for, Kuroka? 10 minutes have passed and you stood there watching. What is it that you seek? He kept his tone neutral as if discussing weather. I may be here to fight you. The figure finally came to light. To anyone watching she would seem human, until one would notice the two small cat ears poking out of her hair. Naruto, however, knew it would be there, but he was surprised that the tail that accompanied the change wasn't there. He always saw Kaneko with both tail and ears and imagined that was the sage transformation. Kuroka pouted a bit at being ignored. You know that I really could attack you, she spoke in a petulant manner. There was something in the manner of her speaking, something so familiar and close to his heart that it caused pain and brought smile to his lips at the same time. It felt only yesterday when Konohamaru would pester him with some stupid reason. It seems as if nothing has changed even when everything is different. But, you are not. I could sense your intent if you had. Naruto spoke, keeping his tone level. He felt funny teasing others like this. Not too long ago the third Hokage would treat him like this. Kuroka was feeling irritated by the behavior of the mortal. She knew by all means she was an effective fighter. Already the hunter squads feared her. However, the man showed no care whatsoever. Her shock only increased when suddenly the man vanished. His entire trace was lost. No transportation magic that she knew could do it. Intriguing. Perhaps I shall stick on after all. Page break. Akano took a deep breath. Marching on the right side of Rias, she once more couldn't help but think what would happen if she failed today. Naruto was right. Power is not good or bad. Power is just power. He tamed the great beast of destruction. A being who condemned his whole life. Maybe I can do so too, her mind resolved. The arena for the raiding game was familiar to all of them. After school they spent hours in it, but so did the C-Tree team. That leveled playing field with both teams having equal number of fighters. However, her mood darkened immediately as the new rule was announced. It affected all the stronger members of the team, Aiz, Xenovia, and herself included. Rias also seemed a bit tensed. It was only in sheer power that they had the odds in their favor, but this rule tipped balances the other way. Naruto appeared in a flash in the VIP box. He had already given a dagger holding the Flying Thunder God seal to the fallen angel governor. He felt relieved to see the seal working properly. Time-space jutsu was a complex matter at the best of times, and he couldn't really understand all the tiny details anyway. As he took his place beside Azazel, the match began. At first it seemed quite random to him, but a few moments later the tactics became apparent. This was again one of his weaknesses. He could think 100 ways to fight someone on the fly, but he couldn't plan a full-scale battle. He realized how much he depended on others for such instructions. Be it Kakashi or Shikamaru, he always had someone who could point him in the right direction. However, here he recognized the value of someone like them would be much greater than it was back in his time. He watched as Rias divided her team in two, sending them in. It was a sound strategy, but for one thing she had expected her opponent to think in a set way. Naruto could see that the C-Tree heiress expected such move. She wasn't aiming to strengthen her team, rather weaken the opposition. Still, if she had some ulterior motive when she raced to the roof, Naruto couldn't say. With Kaniko's senjutsu she would find her in an instant. However, his mind soon stopped wondering about such stuff, for the fight had started. In the multiple screens before him, he could see fighting in both places. On one hand it was Clash of Dragons, and elsewhere the swordmasters duked it out. Naruto was no stranger to high-speed battles and fought enemies who mastered the way of swords, but never before had he witnessed such skill. For in Kiba the sword and he were almost one. He didn't use any fancy movement, using the least amount of movement to evade any attack. He knew that the boy was quick, but this was more than what he expected. The way his sword moved told him that it wasn't just speed but reflexes as well that sped up. On the other hand, Xenovia, while packing a lot of punch, lacked the easy grace that allowed the gaps in her movements. Gaps which would be lethal when facing experienced enemies. A quick noise alerted him to the other fight in the mall. Kaniko had already went in Nekomata transformation and her body was poised to strike at any moment. However, Aiz was in trouble just taking the attacks of the other boy head on. It was a testament to his training that could take such punishment and not crumble. However, it seemed odd to Naruto. The way he had been hearing about Aiz suggested the boy was something special. A hard-working but foolish boy with a heart full of love. Like you once were. Before the war, Kurama spoke. Naruto sighed but didn't reply. His innocence had burned to ash in flames of war. Longing for those days won't get them back. He saw as Kaniko destroyed her opponent. Her body still needed time adjust to the strength bonus from the natural chakra. As she announced her will to become the Hellcat to help her team, the last shinobi felt a smile play in his lips. Page break in the battle zone. However, things were not going too smoothly. I still had 15 seconds left before the balance breaker could be utilized, but Sagi was gaining ground. He conjured a sphere of destructive magic in his palm. While it wasn't large enough by scales of other magic users, it was however remarkable for someone like him. Look closer, partner. The voice of the red Welsh dragon echoed in his consciousness. Aiz knew better than question the judgment of a thousands-of-year-old entity with serious anger management issues. Soon he found what Diedrich meant. A cord was connected directly to Saga's heart, feeding the magic sphere. So you have finally noticed, Sagi said, his face flushed in sweat. The exertion of holding the sphere. I traded my life to power the magic. You understand, eyes, what it means to have our dreams laughed at. I who hold only a fragment of the great Vritra was nothing but a hindrance for my master. I will erase that. I will defeat you and create the path for my master to win. For her dreams my death is a small price to pay. The words resonated within eyes. He never knew how his friend felt, but if betting one's life was the rule, then he was ready. As the orb of certain death floated in towards him, eyes thrusted his left hand out. A white gauntlet shining there. Divide, a disembodied voice announced before the magic orb was halved before hitting eyes. The pain was still excruciating, but for the sake of Rias Gremory, eyes could bear it. In the stands, Naruto was impressed. Skilled or not, the two-pawn had something much more important. The raw passion that burned within was the most precious weapon a fighter could have. Memories flashed in his mind. A deep pain rose from within his mind. Raindrops splattered on the broken land. Beneath the red glow of the cursed moon, three figures stood. On one side was the legendary shinobi who had single-handedly brought the shinobi world to its knee, Madara Uchiha, wielding the power of God of Shinobi, and on the other side, wounded and battered, stood the last defenders of the entire shinobi world. Naruto ignored the numerous injuries in his body. They would heal, but he was running out of steam. The combined power of the nine-tailed beasts in sync with the power of his sage mode had got him to the point, but even so the fight would cost him his very life. He could feel it in his soul, and one look to his right told him Sasuke knew it too. Sasuke was bleeding profusely, his stomach still leaking blood from the sword wound Madara had given. His vision was blurring, the strain of Rinnegan tearing his body from within, but still he had to fight on. Death would be acceptable than to slavery. Sasuke Uchiha, with the Rinnegan and Naruto Uzumaki, the ultimate Jinchuriki. You two may have the powers of Asura and Indra, but I have both of your powers. I will bring forth the new age of shinobi. My infinite Taisukumi will be complete soon, Madara yelled, gathering a large amount of chakra in his palms. The power was staggering, but Naruto held on. With a single thought, a whole battalion of clones appeared. Page break, are you all right? The voice and the shove on his shoulders brought Naruto back to present. The new Leviathan was looking at him with a mixture of childish curiosity and worry. He relaxed, forcefully pushing back the urge to attack. Immersed in another fragment of his memory, he was losing his grip. Present. Yes, I am now. Thank you, my lady, he rasped out. The mannerisms of this time was quite different from his own, and the few books he had managed to learn during this short time suggested this would be a correct response. The devil, however, was anything but predictable. She shook her mane of hair and poked out her tongue. Call me Levi-tan. Whisker-chan. She was like the innocence of a child given form, and for a moment Naruto felt his mood lighten. His brief trip down the memory lane had caused him to miss quite a few minutes of the game. The advantage was very much in favor of the Sea-Tree House. Kiba was alone and outnumbered, facing three at once. However, the dynamics of the other fight had changed. The red armor of the Heavenly Dragon had arrived, and with it eyes had gained momentum. However, it was the resilience of the other boy that touched Naruto. Battered and bloody, he still came forward, his knuckles bloodied from futilely hitting the armor. Again and again a punch from eyes will knock him down, but he will rise again. Naruto was touched. He had given up on the lessons of his past, but the will of one devil proved him wrong. Is this not how he himself stood against the rampage of the angry Shukaku? How he defied a man with godlike powers? This was the reason the third Hokage, Pervy Sage, Asuma Sensei, Kakashi Sensei stood alone against powers so great and terrible. The will of fire of your ancestors burns brightly still, the voice of Kurama echoed in his mind. Naruto had to agree with his partner, and he smiled. It gave him a feeling of home. He was disappointed when finally the boy fell. On the other side also something strange occurred. Kiba pushed his sword into ground and thousands of sword bloomed from the ground. This was something Naruto had never seen before. The attack Kiba called Swordbirth was truly a fitting name for the technique. The swords pierced the two girls even before they had chance to be shocked. For first time Naruto saw the true power in the night. Like Kakashi, he lacked the raw power, but just like him he was much more dangerous for it. The rating games showed him much and taught him about those he now lived with. There was depth in them he failed to see, and plus the game was exciting. Reminder of the Chunin exams of Konoha. He was hooked into the game as it reached near climax. As the Sea-Tree heiress explained her plans to weaken Rias by taking down the Red Heavenly Dragon, Naruto whistled. The plan was fucking awesome, just like something Shikamaru would think of. Use of misdirection to the absolute. However, he was stunned when Aiz revealed his trump Z. Naruto wasn't a prude when it came to crazy techniques. He had used a 10,000 years of death on crazed Shukaku, for crying out loud. However, to develop a technique that communicated with breasts, it seemed too vile even to him. Still, it worked. Kaneko was surprised to hear the trick pulled to stop her senjutsu. It was flattering to think that even someone like Kaichu would take measures to stop her. It felt gratifying to be recognized such, and she was fine the power unable to corrupt her like her sister. She concentrated even more and the world responded in the trickery pulled to fool her senses faded. Right before her eyes senpai sank to his knees, eyes watered without her wanting it. She disliked the perverseness of the boy but at the same time she found her nature endearing and she knew just how much pain he could endure for sake of those he loved. Asia couldn't bear it anymore. She gathered the aura around her letting it flow. In the aura she poured her love. Her faith in the green aura poured out of her like flood. It touched everyone around her. For a heartbeat it seemed she might save eyes but then suddenly the opponent bishop stepped inside her aura. Reverse, she whispered. Akeno was furious as the reverse sacred gear took out Asia. Eyes disappeared as well. Their side was spent. Kiba was tired. Eyes and Xenovia taken out but that didn't matter. Her rage burned bright now. Black raven wings spread out from her back. From the faith in their lord her father merged light with thunder to create holy lightning. She was a devil and thus bereft of the faith but her rage, her hate opened the door for her and the blood sang free. Naruto couldn't take his eyes off. Akeno was glowing with power and her already exceptional beauty glowed with the ethereal glow. At that moment she looked like a goddess of war, intent on her wrath and by God he had never seen anything sexier. He had tried convince her to accept her as it was and looking her like this only made him satisfied with the effort. In the battlefield Akeno smiled a smile that was equally cruel and seductive and a spear of lightning ran at the opposing bishop. She cried out for her reverse ability but it failed. The sheer power of the attack nullified her ability, and instantly she was out of the fight. Akeno fixed her stare now on the Queen of Student Council. Shinra Tsunami held her naginata in defensive guard. If she felt fear her body didn't show it.
Akeno-senpai, let me handle it. I owe Xenovia that much. Kiba's voice was still soft but the sheer intent behind it was clear enough. The opponent hoped that taking out eyes would snap the Grimoire team's will to fight but the plan backfired. The grief turned into rage and now they were out for revenge. Kiba dashed at the opponent queen. The holy demonic sword appeared at his side. He cut at her pulling the momentum to use a diagonal slash but the naginata blocked the blade but Kiba did not pause for a second. He pivoted putting his weight on the left foot and came in from another angle but this time a magical shield appeared in unprotected side. It blocked the momentum before fizzling out, so she had already created shield charms over places she couldn't block easily. Kiba had barely time to think when Shinra-senpai brought out the bottle of Phoenix Tear and threw it at him. Kiba knew exactly what she meant to do and with a moment's focus he changed the blade. The watery sword mixed with tears and even as she called out reverse it failed to deal damage. But the attack had been a feint. She stabbed with her naginata but Kiba expected it. He instantly created another sword on his other hand pushing the naginata down even as he threw his body out of the line. The tip of the naginata cut a line along his side but he had the other sword swinging for a severing slash on her body. Desperate she summoned the mirror Alice, her trump card but Kiba was ready. He let the sword hit the fragile mirror but as weakly as possible. All the while he began the chant to summon the mighty holy sword Durandal, Xenovia and he trained for days to be able to do just this. It was his way of fulfilling his partner's debt. Rias ran to the roof, flanked by her queen and rook. She was barely there when the disembodied voice of Graphia rang. C3 Group's queen retires. She smirked the last of C3 Group down. This battle was her for taking. She could play safe but her rage at losing eyes to Sona's trick made her reckless. She wanted face her friend in battle to make her taste her own medicine. President, you don't have to do this, we can take her together. Kiba's voice screamed in her ear. The knight was on his way. Still she wanted it this way. Sona C3 smiled as her last prediction became fulfilled. She concentrated and every water line in the building exploded raising a huge curtain of water behind her. Rias smirked and in front of her innumerable small orbs of power appeared, every single one of them lethal, as she shot them like bullets from a heavy machine gun. In reply the water took the shape of a wall. Every single part the bullets touched the wall evaporated then it simply reformed. Well, that was interesting, Naruto said as he watched the infinite wall of water versus power of destruction stalemate continue for a while. It was like fighting against Gaara's sand, but this wasn't an ocean. As powerful as Sona C3 was, at least one shot would eventually get through. As if following his line of thought the two kings paused for a moment before unleashing their attacks at once. All the water rushed at Rias forming different shapes without wasting a moment. Wolves, birds and even dragons rushed to intercept the orbs of destruction. Naruto left the stadium before the results were even out. His body flicker took him to the door of the infirmary. As much as he wanted to congratulate Akeno, there was one person, no, two persons he needed to talk to. However, the infirmary was almost a full-blown hospital-sized, and searching for two particular patients seemed like searching for a needle in the haystack. He closed his eyes and tapped into the powers of the nature. Once connected to the lifelines of the nature, he could sense everyone, and finding someone this close was easier than he expected. However, what he didn't expect was the amount of damage they had sustained. Now he understood when the boys talked about using life energy, they meant it literally. Sagi had all but severed his lifelines. It was like when Gai-sensei used the 8 gates. He was just like this, dying from the tear in the chakra pathways. Sagi may not have chakra normally, but he just busted the main chakra pathway of his heart. Sighing, Naruto put his hand on the wounded boy's chest and started slowly sending in his sage chakra. It was going to be a long night. To be truthful, Naruto couldn't blame him, but this world didn't work the way he was familiar with. Akeno said in the Society of Devils this kind of things were usual. He truly hated the underworld. Selling a friend for power is the worst thing in his mind, and he was upset as well. Asia was a girl no one could dislike. The thought of her being just a tool for trade was really hard to swallow. In hindsight, he was mistaken in his belief that the world that dwelt below would be free of bigotry. Still, on the bright side, Rias refused to play by the rules. He turned back, leaving the boy to his misery. He wanted to help, but the fight wasn't his. Page break. Indra sat in his throne. The strange visions kept on coming. The prisons would fall. He had watched it again and again. Sooner or later the Danavas would break free and the chaos will follow. The Vedic gods have weakened as their faithful dwindled in number. None but the 3 now retained their power of the early days. Many of the lesser gods now had vanished in the whole. Only he, the Lord of the Sky, retained power. With the demigods to help him, he stood strong. Father, you called for me. The voice of his most beloved son disturbed the chain of thought of the thunder god. Arjuna, the greatest archer save maybe the Lord of the Hunt himself, stood before his sire. He wore the garment befitting one of the Indian warrior prince. From his back hung one of the greatest bow in existence. Gandiva the bow was called, made of the bones of a male rhino and blessed by Lord of Fire Agni himself. In the hand of a good bowman this was a weapon to fear, and Arjuna was beyond just good. What message do you bring, my son? The plan is in motion. The heroes don't suspect me. Still, father, I don't believe someone like Cao Cao can be trusted with the ultimate weapon. You worry too much, Partha. The weapon cannot be used by anyone. Only the man with the desire and will to truly change the world can wield it the way it is meant to be. What about new plans? Where will they strike next? Indra knew he was playing a dangerous game here. Even the Vajra cannot harm the infinite. Ophis, the only true blend of chaos and Cretan. She was absolute power. He didn't know who controlled who inside the organization, but when someone dared to manipulate a being far stronger than gods, it always meant something terrible. They are going to launch a strong attack. 2 days from now in the Devil's World. They intend to kill at least one of the 4 Devil Lords, but I doubt that's all. Their generals are cunning, and Cao Cao seeks to kill off the gods as well. Indra had already anticipated the move, and he had his plans for that as well. He was now alone. The age of the Vedic gods had all but ended in the passing years. Their memories replaced by the one who wasn't even alive. The very idea was ludicrous, but what else could he do but bear it? Page break. It was getting tiring seeing eyes brood continuously. Naruto understood the kid was hurting, but in the end it seemed only selfish of him to hurt others. He remembered when he had gone through a phase like that. It took serious ass kicking from Jiraiya to break him off it. That's why he was seriously contemplating giving the brown-haired pawn a royal ass kicking. It's not your place to judge them, Kurama's voice interrupted him. Why the hell not? If I am to stay here, then I should help them, and the kid needs help. Eyes froze in midst of his rampage. The presence of a new threat pierced even his rage-filled haze. He barely got the chance to duck as a solid kick connected with his jaw, throwing him against the wall. The coppery taste of his own blood filled his mouth. The young devil recuperated quickly. He glared at the one who attacked him so brazenly. Naruto stood glaring at him. His eyes were locked onto his own. The cerulean blue pools of the ninja was gone, replaced by red animal eyes. Flaming aura covered his body. Slowly he raised his hand, signaling, "Come hither." Eyes could hear Didrake roaring in delight in his head. The dragon was eager for a fight. To be truthful, he too longed for outlet for his rage. With a yell he summoned the red dragon's armor, his every pore thrumming with raw power. Even an elite devil like Kuroka was afraid of his power, but the human only smirked. a pure animal roar, and Eyes launched himself at Naruto. Rias was with rest of her peerage when she felt ground shake beneath her. The massive overflow of aura that followed was so very familiar. Eyes, she whispered as the others looked at her for lead. With a thought she activated the transport circle to the training field. Others stepped in and they were away. The teleportation circle put them just outside the training field, which now resembled a wasteland. She could see Eyes in his balance breaker form, but surprisingly he was struggling. Engulfed in his fiery aura, Naruto was toying with him. He was talking something, but even her keen ears failed to pick on any sound. Eyes was panting. He had lost the sense of time. All he did, the ninja just dodged or shrugged off. The red dragon armor was almost shattered for the 10th time. He didn't get it why he couldn't even touch him. The gap in power and skill was too much. He collapsed on the ground, the draconic energy spent. His vision was blurry as the shinobi knelt beside him. What you are doing is not something noble. You are hurting yourself and you are hurting them. You are acting just like a self-centered spoiled brat. Asia cried all day today, but did you care? Rias is worried even though she tries to hide it. Are you happy? Think on it, Naruto said before vanishing in an orange flash, and the world just went black. When Eyes woke up again, he could feel the comforting aura of the Asia engulfing him. His wounds healed swiftly, however he was startled when the salty drop of water touched his skin. She was crying. He remembered the shinobi's parting words. What a fool he had been to hurt those he loved. Asia didn't deserve to cry, not today, not ever. Neither did Rias for that matter. He lifted his hand to wipe the tears away. Asia gripped his hand tightly, kissing it gently. I am sorry, Eyes. I did not realize how much I hurted you. I am not going to leave, Eyes. I want to live by your side forever. Eyes wondered just how lucky he was. Here he was acting selfish, and yet not only was Asia forgiving him, she took the blame on her shoulders. This just proved the truth in Naruto's words. He gripped her hands back. I am sorry too, Asia. I didn't want to hurt you. I was selfish. It won't happen again, I promise. He couldn't even start expressing his remorse. Page break. Rias was fuming when she found the blonde shinobi. Hear me out, Naruto spoke even before Rias could speak her mind. The sentence made Rias stop in her tracks. The voice was tinged with sorrow and she knew it was genuine. I know you and others are mad at me for beating up Eyes, but there was no other way. I know how addictive the unlimited power can be. I have been there. Grief or hate, it doesn't matter what or why, a berserker will always be a threat to everyone, and Eyes was berserker then, so to get to him. Rias bit her lower lip. What Naruto was saying was true, but that didn't make it feel better. She wanted to yell at him but at the same time knew she couldn't. She turned back to leave, but Naruto called her back. I don't really know if I am the best person to tell you this, but you are too easy on him. Your feelings are blinding you. He needs you, but you are not ready, not yet. Rias didn't acknowledge him this time. She had a lot to think. Naruto remained there even after Rias left. He was deep in thought. On one hand he was sure that he and Akeno had a chance and wanted to stay, on the other he had to look for the users of chakra. That was his responsibility. Why do you deny yourself what you truly want? Kurama's voice was tinged with irritation. He hated this aspect of Naruto's character. He of all the existence knew that boy deserved happiness and love. I don't know what you are talking about. The giant fox chuckled. You do realize I live in your mindscape. I know your every thought. Still you would attempt to lie to me. I am not even sure what you are saying. I am not running from anything. Naruto spoke as he went on packing his things in the ceiling scroll. He wondered what he was going to say to Akeno. Azazel had already told him where to find the yokai. He was just about to leave by the window when the door to his room opened. Why are you running away, sensei? Kaniko's voice paused. Naruto. He had not counted upon being discovered, but she was not a senjutsu user for nothing, and she had improved by leaps and bounds. Soon she would be able to draw out the essence of Matabi. He hadn't expected such advancement. The impact of natural chakra revealed her cat girl form, unlike his own change in eye. On top of it, tapped in the nature's chakra, she had shown her affinity for learning the justice he knew. With all the knowledge of the jutsus now Naruto had thanks to the tailed beasts, he was slowly passing it on. Maybe one day she will inherit the Rasengan as well, but so far he thought her only the moves he felt she had claims to. The moves that every Jinchuriki of Matabi had. It was only fitting given that she was descended from her. He thought of ignoring her question and were teleport away, but that didn't suit him. He wasn't a coward, nor was he wrong in his desire, so why flee? To find the rest of the chakra users. Kaniko nodded, but her face fell a bit. She didn't show much emotion, but she really enjoyed having Naruto around. He was like an elder brother. For the first time since Kuroka left her, she wasn't afraid that one day she will become evil like her sister. Naruto noticed her change in emotions. He knelt down before her looking in her cat eyes. I am not leaving forever, you know. I will be back, but before that I have to do this. I don't believe that humanity as a whole has lost chakra somewhere. My people must survive and I have to find them. My world was ripped from me, their legacy is all I have. Kaneko nodded silently, absorbing her elder brother figure's back. She believed him, he would be back. Naruto left via the window. Old habits he loved to keep alive. He had merely taken 2 steps when he felt her presence. Just as he knew he would, he smiled, turning around. I was thinking when you would show up. Do you have to leave? Let the past lie, walk with us to the future. Akano was hard-pressed to keep her longing away from her voice. You know I have to go. There are people out in the world now having the first test of the chakra. I will have to find them, teach them how to master its power. This is my duty to ensure that the legacy of the elemental nation survives, but I will return. His words were cut off as Akano kissed him full in mouth. She put all her feelings in there. She had decided she wanted him. Eyes may have accepted her past, but no one could really understand her in the way Naruto did. He helped her accept her heritage and opened his heart to her. She wasn't going to let go. Come back to me as soon as you can. Naruto only nodded before she went back to the house. Naruto observed the boy before him with keen eyes. For 3 days now he was tracking the child. An orphan street urchin, but with chakra flowing through his body. One of the only humans he had been able to find with chakra still present. He watched on as the kid from the shopkeeper chasing behind. He was caught stealing today, not that he seemed to mind the chase. If anything, Naruto suspected he enjoyed it, but the intention of a petty thief wasn't his interest. What interested him was the fact that the boy displayed feats that required a good control of chakra. He watched impressed as the boy jumped well over 20 feet, crossing the wall that blocked the alleyway. The chasing shopkeeper stood there gawking, surprised how the thief had fled. The boy stood on top of the roof laughing heartily at the misfortune of the pursuer. That was not very nice, Naruto spoke as he landed silently on the rooftop. It was amusing to watch the kid panic. He smiled as the boy shrieked in fear before started running, jumping across the roofs with ease. The shinobi grinned. It was funny seeing the kid panic, reminded him of old days, but his task needed doing. That was freaky, Joey thought as he finally came to stop on top of another building quite far. He didn't like when others snuck up on him, it made survival tough in the street. You wound my heart, kid, Naruto spoke, leaning against the railing from opposite him. Before he could run again, Naruto raised his hand in a gesture for peace. Don't run, it's meaningless, I just want to talk.
Naruto watched impressed as the kid faced him with every muscle tensing to jump in action at once. It appeared that life in streets had preserved the instinct of shinobi in the boy. I don't know how to sugarcoat things. To put it bluntly, you are one of the few able to tap in the power of chakra. I want you to come with me so I can teach you to master the power instead of being just a thief. Joey was surprised. The man sounded honest, but the story was too far-fetched. And what does your chakra do? Make me fly like Superman or walk on the water? Naruto smirked. He had already seen the water fountain in the distance. If the audience demanded spectacle, then they shall be provided one. He vanished in an explosion of speed, appearing on top of the fountain. Joey was gaping. The man had just teleported right before his eyes and now was standing upon water like it was cement floor. This definitely had crossed into the world of madness, but he was seeing this with his own eyes. Impressed yet? Or want some more demonstration? He was shocked out of his skin as he saw another identical man standing behind him. Is this magic? Joey stammered nervously. No, just chakra, Naruto answered. Now he knew why Jiraiya used to show him the attacks long before teaching it to him. This was the bait to bring out his best. So are you willing to learn from me this time? Joey didn't hesitate. He wanted to learn. These were the acts of someone who had moved beyond human. He wanted to be like that, like the heroes of comics. Nearly 1,000 km away from there, another Naruto groaned. In many cases the chakra coils were so underdeveloped all he met with was disappointment. Now near in Kyoto he was sensing perhaps the largest gathering of chakra since the Fourth War. But there was a small problem. He couldn't seem to find it. It was there but strangely hidden. 15 days had passed since he had left them. Yet his heart constantly ached for her. He missed them all, for even without his notice they had made place in his heart. He needed, however, to continue. Only 3, that was the number his search yielded. It was from there he dreamt of building a niche for them. Kid, you must get back. A tensed Matabi spoke in his mind. Why? Naruto asked even as the new world unfolded right before his eyes. Resonating chakra of Matabi had pierced the veil. He summoned Kurama's power, not enough to create any visible change like the chakra cloak or coat, but simply the blue eyes changed to blood red. A new hidden world, he muttered, but his thoughts were scattered as Matabi spoke once more. They are in danger, Kit. My soul fragment that I left in the little descendant of mine has been called into effect. No more words were needed as with a yellow flash he vanished from sight, appearing right in the midst of a fight. His eyes widened as he noticed the barrage of fireballs coming at him and Kaneko. She certainly looked worse for wear, but this wasn't the time to think about that. Within the fraction of a second a shroud of orange chakra covered him, making him glow like a miniature sun. Arms sped out of the shroud, blocking the thousands of fireballs. It was then Naruto locked his eyes with the enemy. There was something about that enemy, surrounded at all sides by some of the strongest beings of the universe and yet smiling a smile. Then it looked him in the eye. Naruto had locked eyes with evil before, faced the personification of hate and still came on top, but this eyes chilled him to the core. These eyes held endless madness, promise of death and terror, but no reason. Who is he? The question escaped his lips without meaning to. Loki, the god of chaos, mischief and lies, Rias said, her voice trembling with fear. Naruto saw even Odin tensed as if waiting, and dare he say it scared. He saw eyes in his dragon armor. His aura of power had changed from before. It was not the swirling maelstrom like before, rather now it was vast like ocean, calm but terrible all at once. He was stunned as eyes released a huge sphere of pure draconian power at Loki. The mad god simply laughed before blasting the energy attack with ease. Be careful, Naruto. The power of a god is beyond what you have faced. He is stronger than even Obito with Jubi. Kurama warned as Naruto raced ahead. He knew he couldn't take it easily and thus summoned his full power to the front. His toad-like eyes merged with the vertical slit of the tailed beast power. 9 swirling sphere of pitch-black chakra appeared behind him, creating a halo. The might of all 9 beasts resonated within him with it merged power of nature. Loki stopped in the middle of his laughter. The arrival of the new power was something he hadn't predicted. The power of World Tree and the primal fire both merged in one. This could only mean one thing: the tree bore fruit. He quickly summoned layer upon layers of defense as the new fighter appeared right before him. Naruto let out an animalistic roar as he slammed the tailed beast bomb towards the god of lies. His power came in contact with invisible barriers of the god, tearing through them before exploding, the sheer energy of the attack pushing him back. As the smoke cleared, he saw Loki standing even after taking a full-powered tailed beast bomb. The god looked damaged, but nothing compared to what should have happened. His mad eyes now held another emotion: fear. Odin was the only one not surprised. He alone knew the extent of power Naruto commanded. Unbelievable. Even my strongest light spears hardly phased the nutter. Azazel commented his 12 black wings were smoking from blocking endless magic attacks. He supported another fallen angel. The other fallen angel was bleeding from his various wounds. Azazel, this fight is way over our capacity at the moment. You need to summon the balance breaker, Barakiel wheezed. However, the warning came too late. Loki smiled at the gathered warriors opposing him. It was so much fun for the chaos born to pass. His eyes flashed with flame born of chaos. Come forth, my child. Your father has need of you, he called, ripping the fabric of the dimensions with ease. A dark void hung in the air and a blood-chilling howl came from within. Naruto felt his hair stand on the edge. Be careful, Naruto. This opponent is strong. If I am not wrong, it is close to me in power. Kurama warned his host the opponent was a pure monster, that much he could tell. A huge wolf stepped out of the portal. Rias gasped in horror. She couldn't believe the beast she was seeing. It was malevolent energy given form. A living Longinus. Even Odin was horrified. The words of the fates echoed in the Allfather's mind. The teeth of your favorite animal will end you, father of the Acer. Loki smiled to see the fear in them. He relished the fear, mainly the fear bubbling off Odin. However, the ninja didn't seem afraid. If anything, he looked more serious. That suited him just fine. This power would come in handy in the Ragnarok. Loki summoned the strongest magic attack he was able to. The magic circle blazed with different characters swirling too fast to be seen. Too bad for him that the main target was nowhere to be seen. The attacks passed through the blank space, aiming for the others. Naruto appeared behind Loki in a blaze of speed, throwing a punch with full power. Loki felt the attack coming in close, but it was too fast to be dodged. Like a blow from Mjolnir, it hit, felt his own ichor in mouth. Ever since his binding to Odin, this was the first time he felt it. Elsewhere, a howl of pain drew the ninja from him. Naruto saw Rias support Eyes, who was bleeding dangerously while the wolf was readying for another attack. But Loki stopped the wolf. The god was looking murderous, but soon his rage transformed into a grin. It was fun fighting with you. I will be back soon. 3 days I will give you. Prepare all you can. Loki said, his flaming eyes on Naruto promising a fate worse than death. Then just like that he vanished. For a while the only sound was from the labored breathing from eyes. Why did you do it? Rias asked him, tears in her voice as Asia put her everything to counter a power enough to kill a god. Naruto stood a bit further close to Azazel and Odin. However, his ears picked up the words without any difficulty. I don't know, Prez. My body reacted on his own. Eyes wheezed in between. The words heard across millennia and yet able to convey the same feelings. For a second he could easily see the raven-haired Uchiha, the arrogant boy who would become closer than any other friend, a brother in all but blood. This raised the worth of the young devil in his eyes. However, there were greater issues that need to be addressed. Odin stood with head bowed low. He knew Loki was getting stronger lately. The rune binding him to the Acer was fading, the chaos in him growing with the passage of time. Why didn't you fight? Odin didn't expect this question, or any question. No one questioned him. This was the way for the gods. Not even other gods of different mythos questioned him, so the question was kind of unexpected. He turned to face the person who dared ask the question. It was Naruto to ask the question. It was your problem and yet you just stood behind. When you drag your mess beyond your home, you should at least have the balls to stand beside us. Naruto was furious. He disliked cowards and the way Odin acted was cowardice of first order. The Valkyrie, who was standing behind Odin, approached aggressively, but a shadow clone blocked her path. Answer me, damn it. Why didn't you stop him? It is for you. Others are suffering now. For eons you had Loki under your thumb and you allowed him to grow. Why? He yelled, his fury leaking in the form of killer intent. How dare you to address Lord Odin as such? The Valkyrie tried to get past the shadow clone blocking her. The power rolling off the ninja froze her with fear. He is right, you know. Odin spoke in a low voice. He hated to admit mistakes, but mistakes he made. I brought this upon myself and my kin. I was hungry for power. The rigidity of absolute order stifled me and I sought to make power of chaos in my tool. It was then I found the Fireborn. In exchange for his knowledge I gave my blood and the rune forged our bond. Even if I try I can't kill him. My essence will protect him. It's my fate to die by the fang of Fenrir. Odin felt his age for the first time. The burden he carried seemed unbearable. Bullshit. Naruto was still angry. He knew leaders made mistake, that was normal, but to believe in the rigid lines of fate is stupidity. There is no fate, it's nothing but an excuse of the weak. Flashes of his friend's plight came unbidden, bringing tears to his eyes. Neji, the name he could never forget, fated by birth in a life of servitude. The Hyuga changed it all. Rock Lee, born in the world of shinobi without the ability to mold chakra for ninjutsu, only through hard work became stronger than most. Now a god who shaped the world was shying away from fight with excuse of fate. It didn't sit well with him. Azazel touched his shoulder gently, slowly drawing the ninja away. For millennia I carried the fact that Ragnarok will come.
Helpless in the knowledge that the stolen chaos that I used would break once, but now the fates are blind. Even all my eye sees is the constant shifting of future, as if a whirlpool has thrown the swift currents of fate in complete disorder. Yet all of the ripple come to merge on the ninja standing before me. The All-Father was feeling a new hope. 3 days Lokabrenna had given. In his pride the Chaos-born neglected the power of the warlord of Aesir, and he would pay dearly. 2 days later, Naruto sat watching Aiz and Kiba practice.
They blazed with extreme speed, trading blows. Their speed was extraordinary, easily on par with the 4th Raikage in his lightning armor.
However, their fight style needed a lot of work. Kiba was fine as long as someone attacked directly and from the front. The tricks of a shinobi expert in misdirection like Kakashi or his father would tear him apart. That meant fighting against Loki will be suicide for the swordsman. For 2 days he had studied the lore related to the trickstar god. He even talked with Odin to understand the extent of the Norse god's powers. The god never ever fought fair. He was known as the shapeshifter. That actually disqualified most of the fighters, but of all of them only Aiz could kill the trickstar. He was the only Longinus available to them. How to accomplish that was the question. He felt Akino's life signature moving close. The last 2 days were wondrous for him. It felt good to have another body beside him at night. The shared warmth of her body eased out his nightmares. He didn't know if it had any future. He was just immortal while she was a soldier of hell. Immortality was her birthright. However, ever since his return he felt her different. He thought of asking about it again and again, but always the greater good came in consideration. All those thoughts fled from his mind as the soft flesh of his lover hugged him from behind. "Hello. Naruto missed me," Akino whispered in his ear. She enjoyed the slight shivering that traveled through his flesh, however her mood shifted remarkably for worse as she heard the voice of one person she hated above all came from the doorways, one of the war leaders of the Grigori, Lord of the Holy Lightning Gajeel. Naruto felt her tense up. The rolling wave of sorrow and hate hit him in the gut with the force of a punch.
He followed Akino's vision to land on the two lords of the fallen angels.
For a while it seemed confusing to consider why Akino would hate them, maybe because the other one is her father. Remember, she is half fallen angel herself, the voice of Kurama supplied. For 2 days he had listened, but all the while his mind returned to the vicious power of the wolf. Then he hadn't faced it, but this time he will fight it. His pride demanded it. The wolf may be god killer, but that was irrelevant. He was no god. Akino felt Naruto gently hold her hand, his warmth providing her with the anchor holding her to the reality. Memories of fire and pain still haunted her. The smoke that choked her mother to death all too fresh in her mind. Yet beyond all the pain she could feel his warmth. It called to her, it called her back to reality. She followed it home.
He felt Akino's life signature moving close. The last 2 days were wondrous for him. It felt good to have another body beside him at night. The shared warmth of her body eased out his nightmares. He didn't know if it had any future. He was just immortal while she was a soldier of hell. Immortality was her birthright. However, ever since his return he felt her different. He thought of asking about it again and again, but always the greater good came in consideration. All those thoughts fled from his mind as the soft flesh of his lover hugged him from behind.
"Hello. Naruto missed me," Akino whispered in his ear. She enjoyed the slight shivering that traveled through his flesh, however her mood shifted remarkably for worse as she heard the voice of one person she hated above all came from the doorways, one of the war leaders of the Grigori. It was Lord of the Holy Lightning Gajeel. Naruto felt her tense up. The rolling wave of sorrow and hate hit him in the gut with the force of a punch.
He followed Akino's vision to land on the two lords of the fallen angels.
For a while it seemed confusing to consider why Akino would hate them, maybe because the other one is her father. Remember, she is half fallen angel herself, the voice of Kurama supplied. For 2 days he had listened, but all the while his mind returned to the vicious power of the wolf. Then he hadn't faced it, but this time he will fight it. His pride demanded it. The wolf may be god killer, but that was irrelevant. He was no god. Akino felt Naruto gently hold her hand. His warmth was providing her with the anchor that was holding her to the reality. Memories of fire and pain still haunted her. The smoke that choked her mother to death all too fresh in her mind. Yet beyond all the pain she could feel his warmth. It called to her, it called her back to reality. She followed it home. When she opened her eyes again she was sitting in her bedroom. "How did I get here?" she asked aloud. She didn't feel the demonic magic utilized and Naruto couldn't teleport her. "I didn't think it was wise to leave you there. You were losing control," Naruto replied nonchalantly, rotating a 3-pronged blade casually on his fingers. Akino felt her face heat up, but then the words registered on her mind. "How did you teleport me here?" She knew Naruto couldn't use magic circles and thus it was logically impossible for him to teleport. The ninja, however, just grinned roguishly. He vanished from his place in a flash of yellow before appearing behind her immediately. "This technique is called Flying Thunder God. One of my father's moves. It's probably the one heirloom of his that I have. It's odd to explain, but you know this move, whenever I use it I feel a bit closer to him." A wistful look appeared on him before he forcefully shrugged it away. Kissing her on the cheek he poured it again. It was time for his own training. With a flash Naruto appeared in a wide field where Cerezic waited for him. "Hello Naruto. I must say I was surprised to find your clone waiting for me in my office. As you requested, I have given you the largest and most isolated field in my realm, but what makes me curious is what you wish to do with the place. It must be something you couldn't do in front of others." The crimson-haired devil spoke. He had long wished to see the legendary nine-tailed beast in action. He had heard how the shinobi single-handedly held Loki off. While he didn't expect to see all the secrets the ninja possessed, even a rough estimation of his powers would make the plans more viable. Naruto knew that fact as well. He never was content to be just a spectator. He was someone who fought in the front line, and the Occult Research Club had already made place in his heart. He would willingly fight any opponent who would dare threaten them. He took a deep breath before immersing in the flow of nature chakra. He was yet to master the power the underworld nature brought to him. It was much more destructive and he reveled in the power it brought to his attacks. Then began his next phase of training. He immersed himself in the flow of tailed beast power. It was huge even when compared to the power he held from harboring Kurama. "Welcome, Kid. We were waiting," 9 voices greeted him in his mind. "I need to master the powers of all of you." All of your Jinchurikis were strong exceptional shinobis. I need to learn their abilities. The war one face in this time is even beyond what we ever faced, you know that already. It makes sense, the gravelly voice of Son Goku said. His sentiment was echoed by all of the others. They had lain dormant so long that any chance to flex their power was welcome. Plus the Rikudu himself would have wanted that. He saw the boy as a second coming of his ninju. Surezich was astonished as he saw the ninja let loose for the first time. The power was unbelievable for a mortal. Scratch that, the power was unbelievable for anyone. It was a power that was comparable to the Morningstar himself. Surezich knew many truths, truths that were denied even to the other rulers of hell.
Truths that only a Lucifer could know. He had often wondered if what he suspected was true, then who was to prevent that outcome? The answer stood before him. The glow of his chakra was no lesser than the light of the sun and thrummed with life energy.
Naruto was deep in the thrums of his own power when he sensed it. He hadn't recognized it before cause it was not normal chakra. It was the incomplete power of Rock Lee and Guy Sensei. To think that deep in the underworld he would sense something like that, it was astonishing. Focus on the first hurdle, Naruto. You can find and teach whoever it was later, but first you need to defeat a god. That is not something you can take half-assed. This time you are the main fighter. Your powers must protect others. Kurama yelled at him as Naruto lost his focus. The blonde ninja grumbled disgruntled but knew that the tailed beast was right. Surezich watched for hours as Naruto went through his practice. The ninja had mastery over all the basic elemental natures, but the raw power behind those attacks staggering, and he shaped the attacks. It was much more than just that his attacks were rapid and unpredictable. The powers of tailed beast as he manipulated were astonishing. The power would be required in the upcoming fight against Loki. With Fenrir certainly set to arrive with his father, no god or the Devil King would dare enter the fray. That meant the ninja had to be the front-line fighter. He needed to stop the wolf, the new Lucifer side he desired for peace, but the fights seemed to follow him, it seemed. Page break. Naruto surveyed the area chosen for battle. They had still some time before the battle began, but he scoped it out. It was an open field with a forest in the right side and a narrow stream of water on the left. He had studied enough about the god of lies to know that the Norse god loved to play with fire. He only hoped that this fire was normal fire, not the black flames of Amaterasu. Are you ready for the fight, kid? Kurama spoke in his mind. He was excited to test his powers against a god. Peace was well and good, but he thrived in challenges. Naruto didn't reply. He was reliving the moments when he faced overwhelming odds. It all began with Zabuza and then Gaara, Akatsuki, Obito, Madara. He grew with each fight. He had faced a god already in Obito, now he faced another. The allies changed, but the fight went on for him. He was immersed in the natural chakra when he felt a tear in the fabric of the reality. A being with tremendous power entered the realm. Kid Loki is here, are you ready? The voice of Kurama brought a sense of power flowing in his soul. Eyes stood nervous. Both the Occult Research Club and Student Council stood guard, but still he felt nervous. Naruto stood slightly to the side. He had been here for a long time waiting for the arrival of the enemy. The powerful teleportation trap was laid in the ground beforehand, designed to be triggered with the arrival of the trickster god. It would sunder the whole area from the space-time continuum just to make sure that the Norse god couldn't flee. However, the confident mentality and the stark madness that was in the god's eyes only made Naruto wonder if it would work. He held back as the spellcasters opened the fight. Even his eyes couldn't follow. The number of energy attacks of varying elements flew at the god, only to be dispelled a foot from his body. Naruto could sense natural energy condensate around Loki, forming a barrier. Scenes flashed before his eyes. A battlefield with corpses everywhere. Only two figures stood facing one another. Naruto was bleeding viciously from his wounds even as the power of his tailed beast went on healing him. They were winning the fight at last. The war was about to end, but one single moment now all was about to end. In a moment of odd gambit, Obito absorbed 10-tailed beast in his body, becoming a Jinchuriki. Why are you intent on destroying world? Naruto asked. He had sent one of the strongest Rasenshuriken only for to disappear into nothingness against the Jinchuriki. Obito didn't say anything as he sent miniature tailed beast bombs with alarming speed. Kurama's chakra covered Naruto only in time to save him from obliteration, but really that hurt. It was impossible to fight against a being that changed the shape of the world at whim. It was only by sheer desperation he had tapped into the nature's power, finally injuring the insane villain. A smirk crossed Naruto's face as he tapped into the natural chakra. His senses expanded, encompassing everything. He could easily sense why the attacks never touched. The god wasn't there when the attacks went through. All there was a condensed form of aura but no life essence. The god's chakra was behind them all. Good move, Loki, but two can play this game. He smirked as he pulled his chakra to use the first jutsu he had learnt. Mass Shadow Clone Jutsu, Naruto whispered, and in an instant the entire place was filled with hundreds of the blonde ninja. Naruto was waiting for this moment. He vanished in a blast of speed, appearing behind the god of lies. Nine-tailed beast powers merged in his body as he formed a tailed beast bomb on his hand. He stayed away, pushing forth his chakra to hit the elusive god. Loki was enjoying despair in his opponents. His trick was working. Invisible, he saw as the young devils tired themselves against the fake target. However, he didn't almost sense the oncoming attack until the very last second. Hastily he released the spell, restoring him to the previous location, now merged with his aura. Eyes now, Naruto yelled. He knew that only the dragon had any chance to kill the god, and the Norse deity was not ready. The brown-haired devil dragon wasted no time as he unleashed perhaps the strongest dragon blast he was capable of. The powerful aura dragged a trench along the ground as it raced to hit the unbalanced god in time. Still, it was too late. To me, my son, Loki yelled as he tore the barrier of worlds, releasing the living Longinus. Fenrir howled at the sky. The draconic aura just vanished as it collided against the powerful shockwave from Fenrir's howl. Loki smirked as he knew this was going to happen, but he didn't sense the sphere of devastating chakra coming from his blind spot. It hit his body with a speed that was nothing but blur. The pain that tore through the Norse god's fury was extreme. It even shook loose the veil of insanity that clouded him. Loki yelled in pain. Chaos flames tore from his body, scorching away the land. Akeno couldn't believe it. The power of the wolf was more terrible than she could have even thought. The numerous holy lightning spears she threw pierced the wolf, but for the beast that could have been a sting of mosquito for all the good did. The sky darkened as a straight flow of holy lightning, much stronger than what she could, hit the wolf for a moment, leaving it stunned. Akeno floated back to stand beside Barakiel, who panted from all power he had just used. For a moment it seemed that Akeno would say something, but then the moment was lost as a terrible scream shattered the calm. She instinctively threw up her arms, creating a wall of water. A wave of heat rolled over and flames met the water head-on. Her eyes widened remarkably as she saw the open jaw of Fenrir loom close. A flash and she was shoved away by Barakiel. The fallen angel in question was bleeding terribly. His entire left side was hanging limp. The man locked eyes with Akeno, maybe searching for something. Asia had already begun her work as her aura glowed green. Loki felt his control slipping. The primal chaos in his body flared as he swatted the annoying ninja. The fire lashed out like a whip, dispelling what was another doppelganger. This was getting frustrating. The ninja was more pain than his worth. Gritting his teeth, Loki unleashed a large quantity of his aura in a flash. Like a cyclone it spread out, devouring all the clones. Naruto braced himself as the fire hit. It was hurting him even through the tailed beast shroud, and suddenly the fire was out, allowing him a sigh of relief. However, it was too soon. As a black wolf slammed on him in that instant, the beast's powerful jaw closed around his shoulder, penetrating the shroud. Desperate, Naruto created a dozen chakra arms holding Rasengans before slamming them all on the body of the wolf. The grinding spheres threw the beast back and Loki changed shape once more. The god's smile had vanished. His body was littered with wounds and chaos blood dripped from it. "You have pushed me to do this, you puny sack of flesh," Loki yelled even as the body healed himself. Dripping his fingers in his own blood, he drew runes in the sky. Odin stood beyond the veil that separated the fight, but Mimir's eyes saw what was going on. He paled as he saw Loki cast the runes on the sky. He knew the command he was giving. "Roseweiss, go," he muttered as the Valkyrie standing by him darted through the veil. Eyes was getting tired. The balance breaker was approaching its time limit, but Fenrir was still strong. The powers of all other members of the occult council barely even dented the great wolf. With Naruto busy fighting the god of lies, the god killer was terribly dangerous. Eyes dodged the bite from the wolf barely, countering with a punch to the face. The force behind the punch shook the monster, but it recovered quickly. If not for a volley of orb of destruction from Rias, he would have died. Kiba attacked the wolf from behind, with a speed far beyond what naked eye can follow. A whole map of scars formed on the wolf's body, but it healed far too quickly to be of any service. Naruto sensed a great gathering of aura in the air where Loki kept riding. He gathered the tailed beast chakra in palm, merging it with the wind chakra till it grew to form a large shuriken with solid core of dark-tailed beast chakra, while the wind chakra formed blades. But it was too late as the sky shimmered and a portal opened, releasing monsters of chaos. Fire giants from Surt's domain entered the world in domains, followed by two timber wolves nearly the size of Fenrir. Naruto threw the Rasen Shuriken straight at the fire monsters. The attack shredded through about 5 giants before it exploded to release all the power, but the 2 wolves had already jumped outside. "Can't you see, foolish mortal? You can't win against me." Loki was grinning maniacally. Already the field was filled with monsters from underworld, denizens from the realm of chaos, but his grin cut short as a barrage of magical energy far stronger than before impacted Norse god. The Valkyrie had joined the fight and was synchronizing her attacks with Akeno and members of Student Council. Loki, however, seemed unperturbed, but his nonchalance soon changed as a black flame covered his body, holding him in his place. Saji was covered almost entirely by a black snake-like figure. Eyes could hear the whispering of Vritra, the Dragon King. He didn't know how, but the Grigori had managed to awaken the essence of the black prison dragon in Saji's body. Eyes ignored it, trying to keep the wolf down, but so far no use. However, 9 tails of pure chakra had wrapped around the wolf, pulling it away from him. Naruto had transformed at last as 2 more clones transformed into the tailed beast form. As soon as the wolves made contact with his chakra, in a bright flash they disappeared. The ground trembled in underworld as Naruto landed with Fenrir. The giant wolf snarled before taking a huge leap with jaw open. Naruto knew this fight was beyond him, as it required a bestial nature he lacked, and so after a long time Kurama came in for. The giant fox simply leapt aside, dodging the wolf while his claws tore Fenrir's flesh. The wounded wolf screamed in pain even as he grabbed hold of one of the 9 tails. With a huge tug he pulled the tailed beast off the ground, throwing it aside, but Kurama was ready. He released a tailed beast bomb directly to Fenrir's face. The power behind the attack threw the Norse monster, allowing Kurama to stand while Fenrir trembled for the first time. His body healed, but it had slowed down. Kurama grinned in a savage pleasure. Fenrir recovered far too quickly. The wolf vanished from the place in a burst of speed. Kurama was unprepared when the pain hit, scratches appearing all over the body. It was a pain almost unbelievable, but he shouldered on. Releasing an earth-shattering roar, Kurama swiped at the air in blind rage, but the wolf was much too fast for such an attack to work. Forcing himself to calm down, Naruto entered the Sage mode, allowing the already remarkable power of the tailed beast increase by many-fold. What use was speed when opponent could track the flow of life force itself? The next time Fenrir drew close, Kurama was ready. He stood straight on his hind legs as the wolf opened his jaw wide to deliver the death bite. The teeth that can kill a god was shining in red glow of underworld, but Kurama was not going to get beaten. His body transformed a bit to be more anthropomorphic type, and with a snarl he held Fenrir's maw closed. It was tough. The raw power of the wolf was easily a match for even a sage chakra-infused Kurama, but of the techniques it had none. The chakra between his 2 front paws formed a sphere of huge vermilion chakra. The power tore through the flesh of the wolf, and with a loud howl it went silent. The tailed beast shroud vanished and Naruto sat down panting heavily. The fight took out a lot from him, even his prodigious reserves running low. He picked up 2 of the teeth that was scattered around him, shattered when the wolf fell. "Kurama, how long till I can rejoin the fight?" he asked. He wondered how the others were coping up. The memory of his clones' fight with the other 2 wolves reached him soon. The other clones had transformed into the other tailed beasts, who had worked in tandem to bring the one of the other wolves down. The other had learnt the weakness of the clones, and even the power of tailed beast couldn't save them. But he frowned as he processed the last image. The image showed a white dragon-like being moving in. He was curious about who would dare to face a being strong enough to kill a god. However, his immediate concern outweighed his curiosity, and as soon as the tailed beasts fed him chakra to recreate the shroud, he vanished. Odin watched as for a time the courage of devils held back the tide of enemies pouring out of Muspelheim, while Loki tried in vain to break free of fiery prison he was trapped in. Even when the Dragon King Tannen arrived, it was too late and too little. Even the power of Blaze Meteor Dragon was insufficient. The All-Father sighed once before he entered the fray himself. "Einherjar to me," he roared as souls of the fallen warriors appeared at his side. 7 warriors chosen if Odin amidst thousands to serve as his vanguard. Thus it was the shinobis of the elemental nation marched on to fight once more. Aiz was stunned as 7 warriors stepped in the fight, flanking the All-Father Odin. Armies of fire giants charged to slay the greatest enemy of their kind, but they were cut down mercilessly as the warriors stepped up. Gigantic figures of pure chakra formed around 2 of them. The figures of warriors swung their blades. Like wheat on fields, the armies of Searcher fell, while the other 4 shot like bullets from guns, slaughtering enemy as they faced. Last one stood silent as 4 giant spears flew at him.
Aiz was about to intervene, but boy wasn't he shocked when the sand rose to be his shield. The spears hit the sand wall, piercing but unable to move past it. Then with a flick of his hand the warrior sent the spears flying back at their owners with double the speed. Elsewhere the huge figures of chakra waved path of destruction around fire that the giants commanded didn't even scratch the towering chakra figures. The other 4 warriors blurred in motion, creating massacre all around. The devil-dragon hybrid stepped back, taking a breather. Other members of the Occult Research Club also stepped back, leaving the Seatree clan to take the center stage. Unlike the members of Rias Occult Research Club, the Seatrees were a group of spellcasters. The power of the fire giant's flames were nullified as the sister of the Leviathan stepped in the front. Water from the river was her weapon and her shield. There was no fire that could breach her. Eyes, gather your powers, this is the best time for us. Rias shouted above the noise of the battle. You must kill Loki for this to end. The battle was still pretty much even still. The momentary advantage that the arrival of Asgardian warriors gained was lost. They fought with skills and fury far beyond even high-level devils, but the giants were numerous, 2 replacing where 1 fell. Kaneko was watching the blonde Ihenjar woman tear through hordes of smaller fireborns like they weren't even there. The power of raw-tailed beast chakra was in her, and that sang in tune with the essence of Matabi. So this is Yugito, Akeno said, floating down beside her watching the blonde woman fight. She was graceful, much more than ever seen in all her ages. In a way Akeno felt jealous. The shinobi complimented Naruto in a way she could not hope to. Her ways of fighting were similar to Naruto. It was graceful and lethal, not like the overwhelming but cumbersome way of her own fighting style. Loki screamed as he felt his connection to Fenris disappear. It was unbelievable that the great wolf could fall. His firstborn, the greatest weapon he created to take his revenge. His rage and grief even increased further as the one he hated entered the fray. Oh, how he cursed the day when he trusted the one-eyed god. The fire in his veins burned hotter than ever, scorching away the flesh he wore. After eons Loki embraced chaos fully. Dark fiery wings erupted from his back. Chaos fire ate away his robe, bringing forth the dark runes of the Chaos Born. He felt power surging through his veins. With a yell he destroyed the barrier of black flames that bound him in place. Saji was thrown back like a rag doll when the barrier broke. It was only thanks to the sheer speed of Sona Seatree's spell casting that watery cocoon formed him from crashing headlong into the ground. Odin gritted teeth. Battle fury upon he was a maelstrom of destruction, but for everyone he slain 2 more took that place. In the far he could sense the arrival of the worm's kin to the dread beast Nidhoggur. Gungnir trembled in his hands as he sensed arrival of yet another being. Surt, Lord of the fiery Muspelheim, was coming, and that had to be stopped. His coming signaled the end of Midgard and the beginning of the end. The portal that Loki had opened must be closed. That was the only way to cut off the army of the giants. The all-seeing eye of Odin scanned the battlefield for the focus of the portal. The search didn't take long, but the way was barred to him as a fragment locust soul stood guard against it, and he didn't expect Fenrir or his children to be far. However, in that instant a yellow flash appeared beside him, revealing a panting Naruto. Naruto opened his mouth to say something but froze as he sensed the chakras in the area. It was unbelievable, but there they were. Sasuke, Kakashi, Gaara, Itachi and Yugito, they were all there as if they were alive, and they retained their chakra, but they were faster, stronger. It was odd, he couldn't sense their life energy, but their chakra still shone like a beacon. They are not alive, kid. This power is alien to me that is keeping them like this. Kurama interjected as he effortlessly destroyed 2 frost giant foot soldier. Somewhere to the side the earth trembled as Tannen crashed, his body pierced by numerous ice spears. The dragon still breathed fire, but it was evident that he was weakening. Naruto, however, didn't care. He knew what he had to do. The army of the Jotun in the breach. The fiery shroud of the tailed beast chakra intensified as he fixed his mind. Already the giants with ever-increasing size and powers stepped out from the breach. He let out a war cry as he charged at the invading army. The mixed chakra of the 5 elements formed blades in his hands as he rejoined his friends. Sasuke was in his Susanoo fighting 2 frost giant at once when Naruto reached him. The Uchiha warrior locked eyes with the man he called brother in arms. The only survivor of their time. Looking good for a 1,000-year-old corpse, Sasuke, Naruto yelled as he slammed a giant lava Rasengan on the giant on the left. The spiraling sphere of burning lava flew straight through the chest as the monster shattered. Show off, Sasuke thought before he lit his Susanoo sword with the black flames of Amaterasu. The giant fell back as the living flames ate him up. You are late, idiot, he told the Jinchuriki. I know, but what do you say? Shall we end the fight? Naruto replied, his grin still what it was millennia ago. Don't you want to catch up to your girlfriend? Sasuke asked as he launched one after another arrow with black undying flames. He was tiring. The strain of maintaining the perfect Susanoo was affecting him, but he still didn't want to show his weakness to Naruto. Naruto glanced back where Yugito and Kakashi fought. The scarecrow Junin had changed his clothing, now wearing armor, but his mask and his skills were still same. He used a spadoni as his weapon, filling it up with chakra of different elements as he needed. Beside him fought two wolf-like shapes of pure lightning chakra. Well, that was new, Naruto thought as he saw his old teacher fighting. Apparently death couldn't really stop the Cyclopean shinobi from being deadly. However, his attention was at once redirected to the incoming blow of a large axe, but Sasuke stepped in with almost a contemptuous shrug. He cut the attacking giant in two. "Get your head back in the fight, Dobi." The words were the same, the situation similar, but across the veil of eons.
Naruto felt a smile break in his face. He was complete even as he fought for his life. The flaming spears of the Fireborn sent cracks on Susanoo's surface. Sasuke stumbled as a pair of hellhounds slammed into him. The flaming jaws cracked the spectral armor of Susanoo, but before it could do any more damage the hounds were pulled apart from it. Naruto pushed two small-tailed beast bomb in their jaws before throwing them aside.
"Sasuke, let's do it together," just like before he said, even as wind chakra started gathering around orb of pure-tailed beast chakra, forming the gigantic tailed beast bomb Rasen Shuriken. Sasuke gritted his teeth as concentrated flames of Amaterasu covered the arrow, matching the balance in Naruto's attack before as one they launched the deadly attacks. Everyone stood wide-mouthed as those two attacks merged with each other to form an attack with astronomical powers. The arrow with the shuriken as a tip plowed its way through every giant unfortunate enough to stand barring its path.
"That's comparable to the power of all four primary devil lords combined," Odin gasped aloud. The concentration of the power was too great to be imagined even without the attributes of a Longinus. The attack would undoubtedly erase a god from existence.
Loki also sensed the threat looming close from the attack. He knew the barrier he had constructed would never survive the attack, and hastily he moved to remove the barrier. That was the exact moment Aiz launched his attack. He put his everything in that attack, and he felt Diedrich roaring in battle fury. The orb of draconic energy was small but faster than almost everything he had ever seen, and the power of the Welsh dragon condensed to almost a solid being as it hit Loki.
The trickster never got a chance to defend as he felt the power of Longinus tear through him. His entire left side exploded in a mist of ichor and chaos flame as he was brought to his knees. He was panting. The pain from the wound was terrible, and the rage of a fallen god was tearing his body to pieces. He tried to teleport, but the path was blocked as Odin closed the 9 realms to him. Naruto watched as the god of lies and trickery died before his eyes. He saw as the dying deity locked his flaming eyes to his own. The swirling madness and pain drove through him, unfolding a different story to him. For a moment everything went black before everything became normal. As his eyes refocused, the first one he saw was Yugito. It was hard to stop him from enveloping her in a tight embrace. He didn't have to think much as Yugito hugged him. Her warmth was just what he remembered, the bond they shared so many eons ago, still just as it was. Then she kissed him. It was searing as passion and grief mixed together. The longing that they shared, the promises they made, all engulfed him. It felt like an eternity when they separated. Naruto saw with tears in his eyes as Yugito moved to take her place among the warriors from Asgard. There they stood, Gaara, Kakashi, Sasuke, Itachi and Yugito, so close and yet they were so far. There was a gap between them that even his powers couldn't fill. Naruto stood in the devastated land long after Odin had left. He knew it wasn't the final goodbye, and still it felt that way. He almost didn't respond when Akeno stepped beside him. It was only when she gripped his hand he came to his senses. Tears formed in his eyes for a moment, but he shook it off before hugging Akeno to his side.
Page break. 1 week later, Joey followed the address written on the note. He knew he was taking a big risk when he decided to trust the weird blonde guy, but it seemed so honest, and now here he was in the place where he was supposed to be trained. The house was certainly beautiful in an old-fashioned way, with a gate that was locked. He wondered what should he do. On one hand he could open the gate without any problem, but on the other he wanted to make a good first impression. He barely waited a few more minutes when several other persons of his age gathered around the gate. "What are we waiting for?" one of the newcomers spoke. "Sensei is inside, right? So let's just open the gate." Joey gave the speaker, and once over, the boy had an aura of arrogance around him that made him feel edgy. Although shorter than him by a bit, there was something about the raven-haired boy that Joey felt was dangerous. "Maybe we should do it. It shows bad manners to do so, and it is just the first day." A female voice spoke from behind, pulling every bit of Joey's attention towards her. She was the most beautiful woman he had seen.
Her pale gold locks framed a heart-shaped face with a small scattering of freckles. Her red eyes were probably the most exotic feature of her face. The others were going to get involved when the door opened silently, revealing a bare-bodied Naruto. His blonde hair had grown a bit, now looking more like that of his father. "Get in, everyone," he spoke with a cheerful voice before vanishing in a puff of smoke. Joey was not impressed. He had already seen this trick before. He was more interested in the amount of scars on Naruto's body. He followed others into the house, a bit scared at the implications of those scars. It was not a game that he was stepping into. Those scars were old and Naruto barely looked older than 16. He took a deep breath before entering, for he had a nagging feeling that he was signing in for much more than what he bargained for. Valley stood on top of the hill overlooking the gathering of leaders of the old Satan faction of Chaos Brigade, the old blood of the underworld nobility, those who had lost their everything trying to hang on to a lie. The fools, they didn't know what happened when the first devils were cast off the Golden City. The true history was wiped clean as no one of the first war remained. They didn't remember what happened and now they were fighting a war for lies. What do you expect from them? The whispering voice in his mind offered. They are fools who seek to be ruler. The four Satan system on the whole is a lie. I was always the king, the others merely my high-ranking subjects.
Joey sat wide-mouthed as Naruto told them the history of a special kind of warrior called shinobi. He could almost imagine their teacher fighting the wars himself. It was as amazing as it was incredulous. Men creating forests out of nothing or manipulating the elemental powers at will seemed impossible, and yet he was sure that Sensei was telling the absolute truth, until of course Sai asked the question. It was the first time he had seen slightest hesitation in the face of his teacher. Naruto had decided to begin the class with a brief history lesson. Only the survival of the skills was not enough, the legacy of the elemental nation must live. So he spoke relentlessly of a world that he belonged to, the hidden villages, the shinobis. His voice almost became choked as he explained their courage, their honor and their sacrifice. He explained their flaws, greed and pride that had stained the land with blood again and again. He told the new generation of the power's shinobis. His monologue, however, got cut off by the question he should have expected. How do you know the stories are true? The question stopped him in his tracks. He looked at the skeptical face of Ishida and the other rapidly turning looks on others. What would you say, Kit? Your truth is not going to help ease their doubt. Kurama spoke in his mind. My family was the last of the shinobis, but now I am the only one left, he said after a while. They believed that the gift of chakra was supposed to be kept within the family, but I disagree. All of you have the latent gift of chakra. It will take a lot of training, but I am quite sure you will be able to carry on the legacy of shinobis. Inwardly Naruto sighed and really hoped that no more questions followed, but his hopes were dashed as a hand went up among his students. Sensei, sorry to interrupt, but are you sure that those kind of powers are even possible? I understand that some are certainly possible, but the way of elemental manipulation you described as impossible.
It goes against the rules of physics, Lily asked. She hated to sound so nerd-like, but she had been brought up in a family of physicists and it was part of her nature to question. Naruto watched the English girl fidget nervously, but he knew this was his chance to get his audience hooked. Ah, you see, that's cause I can do many of the jutsus that I described. Therefore I see no reason to doubt that others were possible as well, he said. Follow me if you want to see the powers at work yourself.
As he strode out to the garden outside, he could hear them coming. He stood in the center of the field and he raised his hand to stop his students from coming any closer. Then he rapidly blazed through the hand seals before slamming them on the ground, earth style, cliff of running earth.
Joey felt his jaw open wide as the earth itself rose high to form a cliff, at least 50 feet high from the ground, but the show was far from over as Sensei slammed his palms on the ground once more, but this time water erupted from the ground, creating a waterfall. That takes care of earth and water. Now on to lightning. Naruto spoke, standing over the waterfall without a care. He closed his eyes as he called on his chakra to flare while he converted it to L thunder.
Remember, Naruto, the elements reflect you. To convert your chakra to other elements you need to synchronize your soul with the spirit of the element. The 9 of us reflect only the elements that we can command. Shukaku is wild, unpredictable and yet steadfast in his own way. That's why he commands earth and wind. Matabi is free, impatient and yet all-consuming. That is why she commands fire and lightning. In the end, remember the spirit of elements. Fire commands all-consuming passion, water commands patience and unbreakable will, earth commands stability and tolerance, wind is unpredictable and lightning freedom. You need your mind and soul to reflect the element you want your chakra to reflect. Naruto recalled the lesson that the tailed beasts had imparted to him. The true nature of chakra manipulation was an extremely valuable lesson that he would have loved to have back in the Shinobi War. However, that was in past, and now he had another responsibility. He took a deep breath before he unleashed a single bolt of lightning chakra that shot through the cliff, creating a hole in the middle. So do you need any more demonstration? He asked, facing the odd looks on the faces of the students. Now let's move on to your first lesson. Taijutsu. He spoke this as similar to the unarmed fighting styles still practiced here, and Uryu here had been trained at it, but the similarities end there. Taijutsu is much more powerful than all those styles combined, for it utilizes chakra. He turned to face the waterfall he had created a while ago. When you consciously push chakra in my body, it becomes faster, stronger than normal. With a chakra-covered fist, he put another hole in the wall of the waterfall. You can increase both your speed and strength, or you may choose to increase either one of them. He spoke, feeling stupid for not really paying attention to Iruka-sensei's lessons, but then he was just a stupid kid back then, and now he had responsibility. Well, sensei, how do we guide the chakra to our arms? This time it was Ishida who asked the question. He was quite familiar with the katas of the martial arts, but the very concept of chakra was alien to him. He knew he could move faster and hit harder than most of the other students of the dojo, but never knew the reason. That, my students, is something you need to figure out. The power of chakra flows from the union of your soul and body. Just an advice: if you seek to find something, first empty all else. With his first class done, Naruto disappeared in an orange flash. That was weird. The thin mousy boy next to Joey spoke, echoing the sentiment they all shared.
Well, all but Joey. He had lived hard on the streets, his supernatural speed his only protection, and he remembered vividly how he had gained the speed. The mind-numbing fear of being caught and the strange warmth that came from deep within his body and soul. He recalled the moment with perfect clarity. Weird definitely, but maybe it will be fun, Joey spoke as he tried to bring the feelings of the power back without the terror of the chase.
Page break. 1 week later, Naruto watched his students run through the different taijutsu moves that he had taught his class. It took 2 days, but finally all of them had managed to summon their chakra with conscious effort. They still missed sometimes, but more often than not they were doing good. Naruto, something is not right. Kurama's loud voice alerted Naruto. He could sense it too now. There was a strange alien feeling in the air, but he couldn't pinpoint the origin of that. The change was subtle undoubtedly, and almost anyone could miss it, but Naruto was not just anyone. With a moment's stillness he tapped into the flow of nature's chakra, and at once the source became clear, but still it was unlike anything he had ever witnessed before. The only word for that was unnatural. Whatever it was, it didn't belong in this world, and its very presence was twisting the world around it. Naruto created a clone to keep an eye on his students as he himself vanished in a burst of speed to appear beside a tall, lanky man in black suit leaning against the wall of the house right opposite his own. The powerful genjutsu put in place over his own by Isobu should have made it invisible to anyone not using sage chakra, but this being seemed at ease as he peered intently at the training ground. Naruto had barely landed on his feet when the being turned to look at him. Naruto felt cold shivers run down his body. It was strange. The being wore the face of a human, but he could bet that this was anything but that. I see you sensed my presence, but then it is expected from the sage anyway. The voice was oily, but it had an aura of strange malice in it. Every fiber of his being screamed to kill the damn thing, but Naruto controlled his urge. What are you? He asked, summoning a few clones to surround the being and hide himself in the fray, but the thing turned its head to look him directly in the eye. I am but a small fragment of the whole, just as you are. I am the messenger of chaos. I speak with his voice and serve as his eyes. Chaos? Fragment of the whole? Naruto was honestly confused. The messenger gave a throaty laugh. You lack so much understanding, young one. The world is much different from your wildest dreams. However, I didn't come here to mock you, nor am I here to fight you. All I came to say is that you aren't like the others. They have been pawns so long that they have forgotten what they were supposed to do in the first place. It suits my master fine, but something has changed now. Why do you think he brought you back? You are the one piece that was not supposed to be there. You break the chains of destiny with an ease that is impossible to ignore, and my master finds it entertaining to watch. Naruto sighed. He didn't know what to think really. This seemed incredulous that chaos, the very essence of evil in the universe, had arrived to talk to him personally. How'd I even trust you? All I can sense is that you don't belong in our world. I should kill you right here. He spoke even as he let go of the clones. Deep in his soul he knew he would lose if he dared to fight against this monster. Don't be a fool, young sage. You have a lot to learn even before you can pose so much of a threat to me. Chaos is primal. Even before there was creation there was chaos, and to think that you can even hope to match the power of something eternal is foolish at best. And just like that he was gone, leaving nothing behind. That was weird, Naruto muttered as he let go of the sage chakra. But before anything he sensed another presence drawing rapidly closer. He could tell that it was human and that it lacked chakra. However, it was interesting to think that someone not with natural chakra would be able to sense the presence of the messenger. A quick camouflage jutsu was enough to bend the light around him, leaving him invisible. It was a small improvement on pervy sage's technique to make himself undetectable. Page break. Cao Cao frowned as he landed on the spot where he was told to come. The place was empty except a small hint of scorch mark on the ground. He looked at that mark closely. It certainly was a strange one, as if a small but intense flame had been concentrated on that point. He came forward to stand near the edge of the roof. In distance he could see just a row of houses but nothing at all to suggest that there was anything of interest nearby. With a sigh he turned back. He had his own mission to complete. The hero squad was almost ready to take out the bunch of hell spawn spreading their taint on the town. The simple fact that the lead two hell bitches were sisters of current rulers of hell was even better. Arrival of two more persons broke him out of his stupor. Georg, his second in command, and Partha, one of the new recruits. Georg controlled the Longinus dimension lost while Partha controlled the sacred gear bow of Gandiva from Hindu mythology, both a vital part of his plans. What are you doing, Cao Cao? You just left the meeting with other faction leaders without any explanation. We didn't even get the snakes from Office. Georg all but yelled at the man standing facing him, looking calm as ever. He didn't get why Indra had chosen this prick to lead the hero faction over him. Calm down, old friend. I was not going to take the power up anyway. We may be allied to the Chaos Brigade, but we will never join them. Remember that once the seals are broken, three kingdoms will wage war upon each other. All we do to preserve the humanity. Cao Cao knew that his decision would not satisfy his main lieutenants and they would seek out the power, but he didn't intend to let it happen. Even without bending the knee to the dragons and devils, the hero squad had killed more demon scum than the others did all put together. It was his team and Valis who had been chosen to collect ichor of the different mythos. Already they had the blood of Anubis and Thanatos, it just left the blood of Vedic gods and Norse gods. The moment broke as the loud ringing from a mobile shattered the silence of the rooftop. Georg pulled out his phone. Enough of it, Cao Cao. Our new recruits are going to launch an attack on the hell spawn and I think we should join them. These Gremari are not like other common run-of-the-mill specimen we have killed so far. Naruto had been confused so far by the conversation. He had been led to believe that hell and heaven were not against humanity. On one hand he was eager to find more. He would always be a human first, that's why he needed to have answers. However, his course of action changed as soon as the last sentence was finished. He couldn't just stand by and let his friends get in danger while he could help, but these three were not evil. He could sense only determination from them and he wouldn't willingly kill an innocent. Those bloody days were behind him. That ruled out all of his stronger attacks, leaving him with only the B-ranked techniques and taijutsu. Cao Cao froze as he sensed the shift under his feet, but that was a mistake as a powerful punch hit him in the gut. Naruto stood at ease between perhaps three of the strongest mortals now in existence, and yet he appeared calm as ever. Cao Cao spit out the bile that the punch caused to float to his mouth. His opponent seemed human by outward appearance, but the abilities he displayed were not certainly normal. If he indeed was human, then he could be a valuable asset, but if he weren't, then he would need to be eliminated. He pulled out the holy dagger of Kali from his belt. A gift from Indra, this weapon bore the sigil of Vedic goddess of destruction. There were very few denizens of underworld who would be even able to stand its bite. On the other hand, he drew the sword of Beelzebub from the sheath on his back. He caught eye of Georg and gave a tiny shake of his head. This intruder was all his. Naruto smirked as he caught sight of the others moving away. This man in front of him had honor, and that was admirable but foolish when dealing with a shinobi. He calculated the stance that adopted by the attacker. He wielded two daggers, but he wasn't ambidextrous. That left a certain weakness to the stance. Cao Cao opened the attack by taking a swipe at the blonde. He was certain that this attack would be dodged, but this was just a feint, as he expected his first slash hit thin air, but what he didn't expect was an iron-strong hand to stop his thrust to halt in its track. He threw himself backwards as his solid kick hit his abdomen. He rolled with the flow to gain his footing after the kick. Naruto grinned at the two standing to the aside. You two want to join the fun? Arjun was waiting for the invitation as he unleashed the power of Gandiva. Arrows flew faster than I can blink. He didn't want to resort to the astras just yet, but to his surprise the blonde dodged his arrows with ease. Even as he jeweled Cao Cao, the strange being could just sense his attacks. Now he understood why someone like the King of Gods would be wary of this unknown threat. Naruto was having fun. He had not sensed the pure adrenaline rush for a long time now. He ducked under the overhead slash from the man he now knew to be Cao Cao. He was good, agile and quite hardy, but what interested Naruto was the weapons. One shone with a blood-red aura and the other was as if darkness made flesh. He jumped to the side as arrows flew in from behind with alarming speed. The archer was perhaps the greatest of his threats. There was more than what met the eye about that one. Then end this game. I am getting bored, Kurama grumbled. He enjoyed toying with weaklings, but this battle had started losing his interest. Very well. Just because you ask so nicely, Naruto grinned and just upped the tempo. Wind chakra covered his right arm while earth chakra covered his left. When Cao Cao attacked next, he blocked the strike with his left arm. A terrible pain shot up his arm. Somehow the daggers had managed to cut his flesh. The protection provided by the earth style was broken. He thrusted his right fist forward, lending a strong blow to Cao Cao's stomach before releasing the wind chakra. Cao Cao rejoiced for a moment as warm blood splattered on the roof from the wound his weapon dealt. He was sure that this warrior was a human and undoubtedly worthy of recruitment. However, his joy turned to pain as the punch hit him in the stomach. A terrible force hit him, breaking his bones and throwing him back. Cao Cao cursed his foolishness as he coughed blood. He had underestimated the opponent, not bringing forth the true Longinus. The raw power behind the last punch could easily have killed him if the man wanted, but the damage may still prove as his eyes started darkening. Arms grabbed him tightly and pulled him beyond. Naruto watched as Cao Cao was pulled into a ripple in space-time. His experience with these type of jutsu told him that the other guy was probably someone like Obito, and that made him more cautious. Soon enough the space-time technique user appeared beside the archer. Naruto gritted his teeth as the onslaught on him increased in intensity. The space-time technique user appeared to be a master of long-range elemental attacks, and the archer was shooting even faster now. He unleashed a gust of wind from his mouth, throwing the arrows off target. Dealing with these two opponents all the while trying not to harm them much was proving harder than he expected. It was time for him to take it up a notch. Arjun was kind of disappointed as he and Georg successfully pushed the blonde on the back foot. This was rather anticlimactic from his point of view. Indra, the ruler of perhaps the strongest pantheon of gods, was afraid of this puny human. This was no way inheritor of Asora's power. He didn't even had to resort to his arsenal of astras. However, he had to rethink his stance at once as a dozen of doppelgangers appeared covering the blonde. It was impressive use of Maya. Only stronger Rakshas like Gatakach could use it in such a large scale, but it didn't matter. He had slain thousands of those damned creatures of chaos. He summoned the Astra known as Mahini Astra. No form of illusion could survive its power, but to his surprise the number of the blondes didn't decrease. That actually complicated the situation. As blades made of compressed air shot at them with quick a grunt of effort, Georg raised a shimmering barrier of magical energy blocking the attack, but intense power behind the attack shattered the shield, leaving deep furrows on the ground. Arjun had seen enough. The time had come for him to use the mystical weapons of gods. He shot an arrow that multiplied 100-fold in the last moment, but Naruto didn't even bat an eye. He quickly moved through the hand seals before slamming his palms on the ground. A wall erupted of the roof, blocking the arrows in mid-flight. Georg unleashed another barrage of magical energy, breaking the wall to rubble, only to see a whole army worth of blondes rushing at them. As a part of the hero squad, he had faced warriors of both hell and heaven, and yet it was something he had never seen. He quickly attempted to summon a shield of fire, but he knew deep in his heart it was futile. It was impossible to completely draw and activate spells so quickly. Don't waste energy on defense. I can handle it, Georg relaxed as Partha spoke. The wielder of the legendary bow Gandiva was one of the newest recruits in the squad, but ease he handled the holy weapon proved that how skillful he was. Arjun concentrated as he evoked the spirit of the undying flames to his weapon before releasing the arrow with a sound akin to thunderbolt. What started as an arrow changed into a raging inferno, surging towards the army rushing at them. Naruto was surprised. He could sense that there was something different about the archer, but he had not expected to see use of powers such as this. The front line of the clones spewed jets of water, but the tidal wave of fire just vaporized the waters. He had only seen fire of this magnitude from Master Kaden users like Madara or Sasuke, but too bad that for them it was merely the tip of the iceberg. He had prepared extensively for the fights against them, and as such fire was merely a small hurdle to him. With sharpened wind chakra he etched the seal array for absorbing fire on the roof. Arjun was shocked as he saw his Agni Astra fail. Before in war he had his weapons countered, but that required water with divine powers such as Varanastra. However, never before had he seen the flames absorb in nothingness. Father was right. This is a tricky opponent. Naruto had enough. The fight was spiraling out of control and he had to end it soon. He dropped his camouflage as the two humans tried in vain to stop his clones. Stealthily he moved up to the bowman, and one accurate hit later the warrior collapsed unconscious. Georg was scared. The army of blondes moved even closer. He pushed for his sacred gear. The Longinus dimension lost responded to his feelings, and fog covered the clones, and at once Naruto felt the horror of his hundreds of clones. They could not breathe. Naruto staggered. He had underestimated the third opponent. He expected it to be someone with Kamui, only much less skillful, but even he couldn't wrap an army to some strange dimension.
He rushed in silently even as he prepared the flying radiant seal on his seal. As expected, his speed was enough for him to place the seal on the magician, but the mist engulfed him soon. The place could only be described as wasteland. There was no air, and soon enough he could feel his lungs stretch, but he was strong enough to sustain himself before he could jump to the location of the seal. A solid punch on his jaw threw Georg back. He couldn't believe his eyes. The blonde had escaped the dimension gap, and that too intact, but before he had to suffer any more, a magical transportation array appeared in the air. Naruto had to admit he was impressed to see Cao return so quickly. The boy had taken the full burnt of his wind-enhanced fist and still returned just as strong as ever. Still, that didn't cause for his alarm. The spear in his hand did. He couldn't put his finger on why, but the weapon was deadly in more ways than one. Keep your guard up. The blade is beyond any other weapon I have ever faced except the blade of six paths, and you know what that blade did. Kurama snarled as he sensed the power in the blade. The blade could easily make or break the world. Even the combined might of 9 of his kin would fall short against this power. Just because a weapon is powerful, it doesn't make the user unstoppable. Kurama, you know that. Itachi taught us that. Naruto spoke, narrowing his eyes. What are you? You survived not only a strike from one of the strongest weapons of hell. You look unscathed. Cao didn't want to get into another fight now that he had the true Longinus in his hands. If there was a chance that this blonde was a human, he could be a trump card in their coming war. Me, I am just a human. Naruto had to smile. He loved this question and the nervousness it brought in his opponents. Then how is it you are this strong? You use skills the like of which I have never seen, and I have seen a lot. Cao could tell that the blonde hid a lot. There are more to the universe than you can ever imagine. Naruto smirked. He missed these kinds of mind games. The words always could determine the fate of a battle. Scenes flashed before his eyes. Facing the dying Nagato, Itachi's last request, all of it, those words shaped his life. Why the hell did you attack us then? Georg spoke from his position on the roof. The punch had knocked quite a few of his teeth out. Because I can't let you attack the Grimoire clan. Cao was surprised to see that a human trying to defend the devils. It went against his experience. For a moment he could smell the sulfur in the air as he hid in the closet, hearing only wet thunks as his family were slaughtered by one of the beasts from hell. He never knew why the Monkey King had saved him from the death, but he learnt how both hell and heaven had used humanity for ages. He learnt the prophecies of the doomsday, the day when 4 riders will ride forth once more to wage war, 3 kingdoms will fight for supremacy, and he swore that when the time comes humanity will be ready. So you were one of their servants. Spineless cur. Cao could feel his rage flare, but he kept his head clear. He had jeweled this foe before, and even with the true Longinus he didn't want to take any risk. Before Naruto could respond, Cao moved into action. The spear tip elongated with tremendous speed, and for anyone less skillful than Junin-level ninja the fight would have been over. But Naruto had surpassed the limitations of ordinary Junin long ago. In his full power he could now easily crush the 5 cages combined. Cao saw the shadow of the shinobi fall upon him as Naruto descended on him. In an instant he allowed himself be dragged forward as the spear shrunk to its original size. Within a moment he was on the blonde again, his calm-controlled fury driving his skills sharper. Naruto gritted his teeth as he blocked or dodged the multitude of attacks heading his way. Even without training in shinobi arts, Cao undoubtedly was one of the best hand-to-hand fighters he had faced. The sheer strength and agility of the warrior was greater than his own base condition. It's not him. The weapon is feeding him with raw power. Kurama spoke. He could sense the flow of power from the weapon. The amount of power being transferred was remarkable as well. It was more than what several of the strongest shinobi like Kakashi could produce. He is good as well. Someone has trained him, and trained him well, Naruto replied as he once more clashed with the spear wilder. He didn't gain any traction once more. Feint after feint hidden under another feint didn't make any difference at all. For every punch he landed he had to pull back to avoid the deadly dance of the spear. Cao flipped to gain some distance. It had been a long time since he had been pushed this far. If not for his training with the Monkey King, he would have been dead regardless of the healing energy provided by the spear. However, it was time to end this farce. He didn't like using the power of spear on mere mortals, but this devil lover was getting on his nerve and his ordinary efforts had been in vain. He couldn't anticipate any of his attacks, it was only his superior speed that kept him on the even footing. He willed the light to gather on tip of his spear, before unleashing it in a destructive wave. It was not some weak light spear of an angel, it was the light that broke the eternal darkness, and even gods fell short of it. Naruto could sense the terrible gathering of power. He didn't know if he could take it head on, and any other time he would have just dodged it, but this was a residential place. It was his good luck that the house had been relatively undamaged. 3 clones appeared at once. 9-tailed chakra covered him like a shroud. In an orange flash the clones disappeared. One of the clones gripped the spear, forcing it upwards, while the other 2 smashed in Cao Cao's body with full strength. The leader of the hero squad was thrown back, losing his grip on the spear in the process. Bones shattered from the impact. Terrible pain blinded him. Even as the spear returned to him, he could feel himself getting dizzy. As his hands grasped the spear rod, he could feel the thrum of healing energy coursing through his body, healing his injuries, mending his broken bones, leaving only a deep exhaustion in its place. However, he was surprised to sense the feeling of peace coming deep from the spear. Usually the weapon longed for battle, but now it was commanding him to stop. Recall whoever that you sent to fight them. Cao Cao shivered at the promise of pain in the command, but held his ground. Georg had recovered sufficiently, and as strong as this traitor was, he doubted that his power could surpass the power of 2 top-tier Longinuses. No. I won't take orders from a devil's slave, he spat, trying to stand upright using the spear as a support. For the last time, I am no one's slave, Naruto snarled with rage. He had enough of stupid accusations to last him more than a lifetime. Calm down, great sage. The rage is unbecoming of your noble title. A new voice, however, stopped them all. Naruto could sense huge amount of chakra this intruder possessed, easily on a scale comparable to his own. He could feel the essence of Son Goku in this new being, but the power surpassed even that of the 4-tailed beast. He turned to face a smiling man sitting on a cloud looking straight at him. The golden hair dropped low to his jaw, and the rest of the body was covered by golden samurai-style armor. The man gave him a cheeky bow before jumping down to the roof with a casual ease, wiping off a bit of imaginative dust from his speckless armor. The first Cao Cao's gasp of amazement didn't evade Naruto's ears. His curiosity piqued, but he didn't dare relax. A shadow clone appeared beside him to keep and watch on the defeated Cao Cao. Let me introduce myself. I am a humble freedom seeker and hermit. Your arrival broke my meditation, and I have been searching for you since. Oh, you great sage, the old man spoke, bowing deeply. Let me talk to him. If he is my descendant, then I should be the one to talk to him. The deep voice of the 4-tailed beast stopped Naruto from replying. The words of the monkey sage made sense, and the shinobi complied. You are a yokai of the highest degree, are you not? You hold the power of the 4-tailed monkey sage in your body, but there is more than that. Your mastery of the nature's chakra is remarkable, so I don't believe you are just a hermit. Who and what are you? Son Goku's voice reverberated with power, but the old yokai only grinned and clapped. Astonishing, but no less than what I expected from someone like you, the fabled emperor of all yokai, the ancestor and the keeper of the secrets of ninjutsu. However, I didn't expect you to be so young, looking for a millennium-old being. Those titles that you gave me, how do you those things? Naruto was curious. He had met yokais before. All of them held the ability to tap into sage mode. None of them held a candle to the amount of natural chakra flowing through this one. It is hard to explain, but the best way I can explain it as if it is memories deep within our being. Not many can access them, and with every passing generation it fades away. The old yokai paused for a bit before continuing. But not in you. No, not in my case. I am the first Monkey King, Son Goku. After you disappeared with the tailed beasts, there was a power void. The traces of their chakra remained, and with time they grew. The power gave birth to a new kind of beings, yokais. I was one of the first to achieve that power, but I wanted more, and slowly but steadily I learned how to use the power of the Mother Earth herself. The brat you beat down earlier, well, he was my student, but he still has a lot to learn. Thanks for watching.